Oh no! Oh! Fucking destroyed, dude! Pack watch!
Yes!
Pack watch!
Yeah!
No! What? No!
Roll. What's going on, everybody?
Oh, dude.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. It's 51 degrees, and it's still sunny here in California, Los Angeles. It's a bit cold, but sunny in Los Angeles, California, folks. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Newsday Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Last night I ended the broadcast after playing some Marvel Rivals. It was actually fantastic. It was actually an incredible time. Gaming with friends is wonderful. It's phenomenal. Don't know why I don't do it more, if I'm being honest. Don't know why I just simply don't do more of it. Had like 28K gaming too. It seems like the people were demanding it. The people were desperate for it. They were thirsty, hungry for it, and I gave it to them. And I will continue giving it to them. No joke, whoever missed that gaming stream really missed out. You play really well and getting better with each game. Let's go. Yeah, did you like Rivals? I did. I did like it. And actually I got like fairly decent. Fairly decent. 28K because you use Knock Knock, big homie. No, if you were actually aware and not oblivious, you would know that no, I had 28K alone and the total was at 36K. Big homie. Anyway, Iron Fist cheese. I am sorry that Iron Fist is an incredibly difficult, incredibly technical character to play, and yet I was still able to do a very good job with this tremendously difficult character. Why people gotta be nasty? You have fun. It was good. Yeah, it was. Are you doing Chad Vice this year? Yeah, I do. I do want to do Chad Vice. I'm hitting some people up. Don't worry. You need to stick to tank. DPS is not for you. Chill. I had a fun time playing both. But yeah, personal news wise, after Marvel, I went back to Dungeon Meshi, Delicious in Dungeon, and it was incredible. It was incredible. Dungeon Meshi is really interesting. It started off as like the coziest Zelda cooking simulator. It's like it has all of the workings of like an RPG, Dungeon Raider, but it's also very cozy. And then somewhere along the plot line, it gets incredibly dark and turns into Berserk. And it is shocking. I did not expect it at all. I'm almost done with the first season. I'm like, I think 14, 15, 16 episodes in. Not entirely sure. But Last Fear End is popping off. I know. It's popping off for good reason because it is, I think, our best episode. It's one of our funniest episodes, I will say. It's one of our funniest episodes. It is wall-to-wall hilarious. Like the autism stuff, the autism reveal is funny. Also the gift.
I got you.
Wait, what is this?
Pikachu
Hassan, not
and
autistic
Eevee
Piker?
winter hat.
Pikachu Eevee best friendship winter hat.
Look at that.
Wow.
Oh my God, that's cute. Oh, it's so cute.
Oh,
look at him.
He's fitted.
And then those are little gloves and socks.
Those will
Pikachu
not
and
fit
Eevee
his
gloves
big-ass
and
hands.
Pikachu and
Oh my
Eevee
God.
socks plaid. What the hell? What does this have to do with me being autistic? Everyone sounds like they're gentle parenting a toddler as he opens gifts with a toddler as a 6'3" grown man. As an autistic person who does this, I'm so glad that people around him are supporting him and not making fun of him. Wait, what? What did I do that's weird? What? Nobody tell him? This is strange. Okay? I didn't realize personally that why is everybody laughing at me? What the fuck is going on? I don't understand why that TikTok got 38,000 likes. I don't understand why everyone is in on something that I am oblivious to, and it's pissing me off a little bit. This is kind of sad. Okay. Anyway, there's an edit of you and Austin arguing about planes, and it has and Will just looks at the camera. I saw. Anyway, that was funny. No, I would say it's the worst method of travel because like trains are way more cozy. Like
My
they're just cozier. Like when you get on a train, it's like you feel
No, you don't.
like a
Are
security
you kidding
blanket.
me? It's turbulence 100% of the time.
What?
On air travel is much smoother.
Are you insane? You cannot be serious right now. The turbulence on a train is nothing. It's just it's comforting. It's repetitive sounds and noises that give you comfort. On a plane, turbulence means you're going down.
No, you're not. Turbulence is incredibly.
That part was the best. Like Austin's Target trash bag reveal for Cutie Cinderella's bra. Like that, you rarely ever get a bit that good, okay? And it's organic. And it was all like in my mind as it was happening, I felt like I was seeing the cogwheels turn. You know what I mean? Like this is like a bit that took 3 weeks to set up. It wasn't even set up as a bit at all. It was supposed to be organic. And it was straight up because of Austin being Austin and being so careless. Like it was so fucking amazing. Like the fact that he actually ended up choosing Cutie Cinderella, because anyone else that chose Cutie Cinderella in that random choice, anyone else that would have chosen her, they would have gotten a thoughtful gift. It wouldn't be anywhere near as funny. In one day we got 200K on this episode. It was a big banger. We got everybody in here. Originally it started off because Cutie Cinderella did her story hour, right? And every time Cutie talks about like something that happened to her when she was a child, it's like the most traumatic thing anyone has ever experienced. It's kind of funny in like a very dark way where normal people will be like, yeah, like I don't know, I accidentally like farted when I was a kid in like 3rd grade, and it was like a shart, and then I had to dispose of my underwear in the bathroom, and it was like traumatic or whatever. Cutie's like trauma stories are like she sharded and then the principal saw it and called her out in front of the entire school, and then like everyone basically made fun of her for the rest of the year, and they called her like Shardy Cinderella or something. Like, it is so like she doesn't have normal stories. Okay, I gave you a very specific example because like I was just trying to think of something that could have happened, and then something that is something that has happened to Cutie that is like infinitely worse, right? So in that process, she basically was explaining, you know, how as a broke boy, a broke girl, when she was young, she was very poor, right? And all these girls, they were doing an underwear exchange, and they all got Victoria's Secret underwear, and she had never had Victoria's Secret underwear. She was really excited, but she was the only girl out of the group that got Walmart underwear. And she was so embarrassed that she got the other girl, one of the popular girls, a Walmart underwear, that she basically kept the Walmart underwear and gave the girl her Victoria's Secret, even though she was really excited to get Victoria's Secret underwear for the first time in her life. She told the story a couple episodes back, and then we were like, okay, let's do an underwear gift exchange for all of us. Okay, Will wasn't there, but we all picked each individual names from a hat. I got one for March. March chose Austin. Will chose me. Like Will, you know, Will picked me out of the hat, and Cutie picked Will. Austin, on the other hand, picked Cutie Cinderella, and it was perfect because we all exchanged our sizes and we all got to work. I had underwear that I knew was going to be perfect for March. That was like a special edition, you know. It would be funny content for the podcast. It would be something he could wear. It's just like a funny haha underwear for March. Will got something thoughtful for me. He got all these like Pokemon Eevee best friendship this whole outfit together, and also pajamas as well. Cutie got something for Will that was also very thoughtful. Basically got Cutie got Will Creepy Yoda slippers, Creepy Yoda underwear, Creepy Yoda socks, all this stuff. And March got Austin Family Mart socks. Also, again, special, thoughtful, whatever, right? Austin, on the other hand, the night prior, I knew that he would not, I knew that he forgot. Like, I just knew that he had forgotten. So in the group chat, I was like, hey guys, just want to remind everybody, we have to, you know, bring our underwear tomorrow. And the night prior, he texted and said, oh, what the fuck? How am I going to go and find underwear at like 9 a.m.? How am I going to go find underwear from 9 a.m. in the 9 a.m. in the morning? Okay, here's the context needed for today's Fear End episode.
Victoria's Secret now, I guess. It'd be really cool if someone bought it for me. You want to buy me some?
I used to buy.
Oh my gosh, let's have a bra and underwear party on the podcast. Please, I don't have any girlfriends. Please, guys.
You want to do a bra and underwear party?
Yeah.
I'll do one.
Yeah.
You want to see us in our underwear?
No, we buy we pull names and we all buy each other some.
Like underwear?
Wait, let's do it. It's like Secret Santa.
What about like bras?
I need paper and pen.
I got Cutie.
Yay! Okay.
Okay, I have to buy. I'm
better
gonna
make
text.
it
I'm gonna
nice.
text. I'm gonna text.
Don't text your assistant. You better pick it out.
I will, but I'm gonna text him to remind me.
Okay.
Hey,
You have an
babe.
assistant?
No,
The fact that he has an assistant and he still fucked it up makes it even funnier.
it's my
Lover.
lover.
Okay.
Hey,
All
we
right.
need to buy Cutie a bra and undies.
This is gonna be
I
so much
lost-
fun. They have to
I'm
be
just
wrapped.
gonna say I lost a bet.
March.
Okay, you got March. March, come pull yours.
Oh,
Okay.
come on, Marsh. What do you got? Oh
Okay.
yeah, baby.
Okay.
March got me.
Wait, that means I have to get Will because Will has to get Hasan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, why does Will have to get me?
Because if I get you, then Will gets himself.
Oh. So this entire thing was put together because
Hey,
because Cutie wanted to do an underwear party where someone would buy her Victoria's Secret. And that's what makes this so much better. Because the final culmination of this is like everybody giving each other thoughtful gifts. And then this segment is just called, oh no, oh no, oh no, no, no. And I need you to see this because you can't make this up. Like, this is cinema. This took 3 weeks in the making. I'm so proud of this because, like, once again, this isn't scripted. Like, Austin is just that guy. Okay? Cinderella, the person. Disneyland sticker. The person who is responsible. I just want to reiterate to the folks at home, the reason why we're doing this is because Cutie Cinderella had a traumatic experience where she was on. Like, I'm trying to describe additional context here, but like, it's impossible to do so because Austin is moving through it. And he's moving through it in the most Austin way possible with this fucking trash bag that he pulled out shamefully. Unable to give.
Like he was about to pick up his dog shit.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Look,
This is healing my inner child.
This is the funniest thing you've ever done, Austin.
okay, so
This is the funniest thing.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't think everybody was taking it so seriously.
So excited.
No, it's cool.
You guys put a lot of thought into your gifts, and
I just don't get presents very often.
I'm just not really a gifter myself. Look. So I really put a lot.
I want to buy these.
Okay. Here, I got you a bra
Okay.
and panties.
No, my abs are cramping. I'm gonna piss my pants.
Ew. It's so ugly.
I think it's
What
beautiful.
is that?
It's a wire-free bra, all-day comfort and smooth underclothes, and it's got adjustable straps.
I can't. I'm gonna piss.
Hold on.
It's so ugly.
It's so ugly. Hold on, it's so pretty. Look at this. Look.
It's so
Put that
pretty.
theory.
Also,
He got her granny panties.
Oh my god, my abs are cramping.
no. Okay, I got you those.
Wrong size.
Oh, it's the wrong. That
We
too.
did. Everyone got everyone's sizes.
Wait, you did? You shared me?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Remember
Okay.
when I was reiterating, like, Marsh wanted a large?
Doesn't even fit.
Oh, okay.
It's a
right.
36C.
Okay, we can make it work. It's adjustable.
It's not. The cup size isn't adjustable. Everyone knows I'm not a C.
What's a C? Are those big?
Yes.
I think you have big boobs. I think you have.
No one has said that ever.
Complimenting it.
It's like he said it's adjustable, and then she went, no, it's not, and he said, well, I think you can fill them in. He's so, oh, it's just so perfect, man. It's so perfect. It's just keynote. Anyway, I just wanted to show this because I'm so proud of this. Because I think this is an Always Sunny in Philadelphia bit that happened because so many things hit, like back to back to back. Austin picking Cutie, us constantly pushing it back week after week. Just incredible. The very fact that all of this is happening in the backdrop of Cutie Cinderella's desperate attempts at like relitigating and reliving her traumatic moments. Like Cutie Cinderella's trauma from her past, thinking that she will be able to overcome it now, and then having to relive that trauma, but in a different way. It's perfect. It's also additionally hilarious because Austin has done this already. For those of you who haven't been watching the Fearan podcast, this is a part of the Fearan lore. We all went to Japan and we all got very thoughtful gifts for Cutie Cinderella. We got very thoughtful gifts for Cutie Cinderella because she can't fly, right? And Austin, on the other hand, like I give her like this otter, this toy, this this and that. Will gives her something very thoughtful as well. And then Austin just kind of dives into his pocket and finds a sticker from Disneyland Tokyo. And he's like, I guess this is my gift for you. It was incredible. Like all of that buildup is just so perfect. Yeah, this sticker incident, which Austin carried around with him everywhere. And he bought himself a nice Disney Tokyo backpack. Oh yeah, of course. He got himself nice shit from Disney Tokyo, but not Cutie. Oh, I saw this. Dr. Disrespect came after our girl. Who's the stupid little host? Dr. Disrespect slammed Cutie Cinderella, calling her uncreative after she rose him at the Streamer Awards. Who's this stupid little host? Cinna says, even his insult sounds like you're talking to Kid Lamau. Talking to Kids Lamau. Fucking got him. Did you see this article mention you? Yeah, a friend of mine sent it to me. I heard. Anyway. Cosplay stream lined up. They built like her. Yeah, I guess that's part of the reason. Dude, it's weird.
A malnourished fuck.
It's weird how good it is. She
A
looks
skinny
like
drowned
this is
rat.
a 1-to-1. She was born as an anime cosplay. Yeah, anime character. Yeah. You have to do another cosplay stream with her. Yeah, I got to do another cosplay stream with her where she turns me into. People are saying Jace, but no, I think.
I was gonna say a girl.
Warwick before he becomes the Beast.
Oh,
What
that
was
would
his
be.
name?
I could do
Vander.
that.
Dude, Vander is the goat. Yeah, I love Vander.
Arcane makeup
You said
stream.
No spoilers. That's not a spoiler. This is a older one, but I was down to do Jace too. I'm down to do Jace. I said that yesterday. There's a lot of cosplay opportunities, honestly. I gotta go back to Texas when I have some time, because I think I would do Jace for sure. Or there's a shit ton of Marvel Rivals cosplay opportunities out there. Marvel Rivals has some crazy cosplay. Hasan really got ops sending him brain rot articles. Fox News immediately posted an article about it. Wait, Fox News posted an article about what? Anyway, let's blast off. Fox instantly started crying about that Ceasefire article. Wait, really? That's awesome. I mean, they can suck my dick. They got no motion. They're like, oh, why, guys? He's a bad guy. It's like, dude, you're Fox News. Anyway, let's blast off. Let's get started because there's a lot going on in the world, and we got a lot to talk about. So let's do it. Are you gonna talk about AOC losing? I did yesterday. Madison, Wisconsin, neo-Nazi, femcel shooter, manifesto released. Combating misinfo. Austin did a test. Austin live streamed this morning. Look at his fucking smug little face. He's like, that's crazy. How the fuck did he get an 18? He lied on the test 100%? Nah, I don't think Austin has. I mean, he's like really invested in planes, but like I get why people say that for me, but come on. I Will and him just entirely cheated. Austin used to take the gay autism test, not the normal one. Yeah. Anyway, Madison, Wisconsin, neo-Nazi femcell shooter manifesto release, combating misinfo. Crane pops, Russian nuke guy. Is Gaza ceasefire on the horizon? You exaggerate a little, but they 100% lied. Gaming later, question mark. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Why are people saying copium gaming? What? Okay, I think I've said this before, but it bears repeating. I think that a lot of people in this chat don't actually enjoy watching me game, but instead they enjoy complaining about me never gaming. Because whenever there's an opportunity for chatters to complain about me not gaming, there are hundreds of thousands of chatters that chirp. There are tens of thousands in the Discord. And it's always interesting because when I do end up gaming, my numbers still go down. Sometimes I have more active chatters in my Discord that are chirping about me not gaming while I'm literally playing a video game on stream. Okay? While I'm straight up playing a video game on stream, you'll have chatters in the Discord being like, oh, he never games, lol. Except for yesterday. We popped off yesterday. Yeah, we had 36K total, and I had like 28K throughout the duration of Marvel Rivals. It was pretty good. You need Ray to make lobbies for you? No way your ass gathers 6 people. No, you're absolutely right. My ass is not ever doing that. Yes, Yubi was modded because Yubi is a gaming watcher. So was Weeby, actually. Both the B's. 5 Hearts Under One Roof was your game with the most viewership, by the way. That's true. Speaking of gaming, before I get into some serious topics, apparently Fox News is crying because Semaphore interviewed the digital strategist for the DNC. And he was like, yo, Hasan is the man, but we need more Hasans out there. Okay, before we get into all of that, last night when I was gaming with friends, I wasn't just gaming with some of the top content creators. It turns out I was also gaming with a person who is a voice actor, a famous voice actor. First time leading a main character role, couldn't be happier. Goldbeak coming soon. A voice actor for a feature film?
Still trying to raise that eagle as a chicken, is?
She sure is.
You cannot fly!
Roosters and hens, prepare to witness the impossible. Here goes! Do you have any idea why I can't fly? You're an eagle with a chicken's heart. Run!
Look at that!
don't belong here.
After years of being grounded,
Ratchet!
I'm here to babysit you.
I'll have you know I'm a grown bird.
That's so.
Help!
things are looking up.
Please teach me how to fly. Wanna teach me yet? I can fly! I can fly now! Someday, I'll be the all-time best!
He and Silverwing were two of the best flyers in the world.
My dad was called Silverwing?
Go to Avian City
To find my real family. Wow!
This is your home now. I am the mayor of Avian City.
You're the city's best flyers.
With their future up in the air.
I want every red rock from your home. Those peasants were destined to fall.
Finally, there's some fucking real cinema. You know what I mean? As A24 is shifting in the direction of making pro-war propaganda flicks about, the Iraq War, we finally have some real kino. Jesus Christ.
Who cares about chickens?
And you have no right to destroy our town!
Look at that.
I won't stand by and let them take everything from us!
Are you ready for this?
He's not going down.
Struggle.
Without a flight.
This is an anti-imperial struggle, okay?
Featuring the voices of David Henry, Rachel Valkyrie Hofstetter.
That's
No
crazy.
matter what happens, I'll fight these invaders until they're gone!
Goldbeak.
That's wild. Available on demand and digital January 28th. Look at that. Hasan never got to see it, so here it is for y'all, my favorite Haas peeps. Oh, damn. Nice. Looks good. Yeah. How about all the youngins out here learning about Hawk Tua, but instead they should be learning about these hawks that are doing a revolution instead. That's right. It'd be amazing for you to do something like this. I've done unmod me. No, I will not be unmodding anybody. Okay. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. I know that was good. Okay. That was good. That was a banger. You should be a voice actor. I've actually done auditions and stuff for voice acting, but it just like didn't go anywhere. But I did. I'm just not very good at it, I don't think. That's it. Pokemon is just like you. I'm addicted to Marvel Rivals. Me too. It's a lot of fun. I will say. I had a great time. You're too monotone. There's a time and place for that. Okay, calm down. Is a Chinese movie that came out in 2021, lol? Yeah, and then now it's being released in America. Did you do your accents in the audition? No, I didn't. I was joking. What the fuck? You have the most old man aim I've ever seen from a 33-year-old. Yeah, I mean, I'm rusty. I haven't done it in a while. That's probably what it is. It's that plays a big role in it for sure. Anyway, so apparently Semaphore interviewed Kamala Harris's digital chief on Democrats losing hold of the culture. And in this, he dropped my name. Okay, the campaign needed to introduce Harris quickly to people who aren't obsessed with politics. Sports is perhaps America's last remaining monoculture, and Flaherty and the Harris team decided to book her on sports shows and podcasts. But one by one, the biggest personalities in shows politely turned them down. Sports and culture have sort of merged together, and as sports and culture become more publicly and sort of natively associated with this Trump conservative set of values, it got more complicated for athletes to come out in favor of us. Flaherty, 33, told me in an interview last week, it got more complicated for sports personalities to take us on their shows because they didn't want to do politics. That's not to say Steph Curry and Steve Kerr, LeBron James, and all of them coming out wasn't impactful or important, he said. It was more impactful because it had gotten so much harder. But certainly the culture has been associated with heavy sports watching, has become associated with right-wing culture in a way that makes it hard for us to reach people. First of all, L. Second of all, skill issue. But last but not least, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that sports watching across the board is just like dominated by right-wing sentiment, even though virtually everything online is incredibly right-wing. I don't think that that's the case. I just don't. Stephen Curry's burner. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Maybe you should gift the biggest gift of all, not friendship, but instead socialized housing in your neighborhood. That's what you should be doing instead of being an additional hurdle to homeless shelters being built in your neighborhood because you think it's going to ruin the culture. Your haters have been having a meltdown over this article. Is this who you meant when you said the Harris campaign wanted you at the DNC? This is the deputy campaign manager. I didn't know that the deputy campaign manager was Hasanabi head. I did not know that. I wish he would have listened to my advice a little bit. But anyway, Faraday declined to say who turned Harris down, but she didn't appear on key shows hosted by sports figures sympathetic to Democrats like Colin Cowherd, Bill Simmons, or the Kelsey brothers. As Semaphore first reported at the time, Harris did appear on All the Smoke, a popular but more niche basketball podcast, and NFL Hall of Famer Shannon Sharp's Club Shay Shay podcast. The campaign's failure to completely crack the sports sphere was, to Flaherty, ominous, and a part of a larger trend in which some influencers who had felt comfortable engaging with the Biden White House demurred when asked to help Harris make her case to her followers. When it's not cool to talk about politics, he said, you're kind of afraid of the audience. You don't even have to talk about politics. The problem is Kamala Harris. I think the environment for politics is changing a little bit as well. Like political communication is changing as well, where you can't just be a political personality who is like uptight and constantly on note. You can't have a Pete Buttigieg style person, right? You have to be more of a real person. If you want to live in the post-Trump universe, you have to kind of play ball. You have to be a personable human being. It's a very weird thing to demand from politicians. I guess back in the day, when information was significantly more limited and confined to network television, you could do what is known as retail politics, right? You know, you can have these setups where you basically faked human interaction. But digital retail politics is very different. Digital retail politics is what is in demand now. And you have to learn the language of online to be able to do that successfully. And you have to be personable. You have to, instead of going to the Iowa, corn shucking festival or whatever and eating a hot dog, you actually have to do this shit. You have to go on the podcast circuit. And in order to do that, you can't be a bot and you can't be an NPC. And unfortunately for Kamala Harris, like, there were definitely podcasts where she shined, right? I think like whenever she went on, I don't know, like a HBCU adjacent podcast, I think she did a pretty decent job, much better than like Hillary Clinton, for example. Having said that, however, there's like a massive marketplace where she did not have her own, she did not have this opportunity at all. She was not able to have this opportunity at all because, like, she's kind of a bot. You know, she's kind of an NPC. She's like too scared to have a personality. That could be because she is a black woman in politics, and you don't have the leeway of a white man in politics, a rich white man in politics. I'm sure that that's part of it, right? But I think that it's not even about having charisma. It's more so just being honest. Like, it's not like Bernie Sanders is a tremendously charismatic individual, okay? He's not. He's a fucking old-ass nerd. But Bernie Sanders is earnest, okay? And that's the reason why when he does those like Theo Von appearances and whatnot, they blow up and people like it. Tim Walz would have done a pretty good job in the podcast circuit, something that I brought forth time and time again. But like the age of technocratic neoliberalism is over. It just doesn't sell. I don't even know if it ever really sold, but since it was the only game in town, a lot of people were like, all right, whatever, I'll vote for this. Right? I mean, here, look at the way that Timothy Chalamet is talking about Bernie Sanders.
We had Bernie Sanders on, and he was saying that he said Pete Seeger was one of his favorite musicians.
Scoot McNairy could play Bernie Sanders in a biopic.
Oh, he could.
Right?
Yeah.
Totally could. Bernie hasn't aged.
Nah, Bernie still looks the same. He's the best, dude.
He's looked the same in the last... Yeah. He's like a real folk hero.
It's a great point.
Yeah, Bernie is...
He is a folk hero.
Yeah, he's folk.
Yeah, no wonder he loves Pete Seeger. Of course he does. So, but that's it. Like, look.
Music.
Yeah.
That's it. This is the way that like normal people respond to Bernie Sanders. He isn't like the most charismatic person on the planet. Far from it. Far from it. But he's honest. He's earnest. He cares about these things that like, you know, will genuinely improve people's lives, and he advocates for them viciously, right? And I think that is what matters. I think that is important. And I don't think a Kamala Harris type person is going to be able to do that. I think Tim Walz could do that. Tim Walz has a little bit of that dog in him. But for that to happen, the Democratic Party also has to change its messaging. The Democratic Party has to change its establishment Democrat, third way neoliberalism as a policy, win or lose attitude. You know? In July 2023, a year before Harris became the nominee as the Republican primary campaign was underway, I spoke with Flaherty, who was then running a digital strategy for the White House. There, he had helped shape the White House alternative media strategy, working to help support their own network of diehard supporters and dishing out exclusives to alternative liberal media. Some of Biden's first interviews after he nominated then Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court last month went to the popular Substack writer and professor Heather Cox Richardson and the left-leaning news YouTuber Brian Tyler Cohen. Flaherty was also paying close attention to how the race was being run on the Republican side. Donald Trump was leaning into new podcasts, and his opponents were tapping a large network of right-leaning and conservative personalities to amplify their messages. The reality of the matter is, he didn't just tap in to right-wing ecosystem. He didn't just tap into the right-wing ecosystem. He went in to as many outlets as possible that would have him. That's the thing that people don't comprehend. Like, I wouldn't say Theo Von is right-wing. I don't think he is. Joe Rogan is, but he's unique. And Joe Rogan wasn't right-wing for the longest part. You know? Democrats, Harris 2028 presidential run. Yeah, no, this is bullshit. I don't believe that this will happen. They're writing these articles. They're writing these articles specifically because Kamala's going to sell a book eventually, and that's it. That's it. I think that the only reason why they're saying that is because like she's going to write a book and they want to sell it. That's it. There's no one's going to read your book if you're not going to run again. Yeah, it's bullshit. I don't think she's going to run again. All right. Anyway, let's continue. Then he acknowledged that the Republican Party had done a better job building up its alternative digital media ecosystem with podcasters, YouTube streamers, and friendly pundits. But he argued that the then Biden campaign would overcome those obstacles by better navigating the personalized internet, which by which sophisticated algorithms feed America's highly specific information tailored to their taste and online behavior. Speaking with me again last week, Flaherty said that remained their theory of the case the entire time. The campaign knew from the beginning that the race was going to come down to voters who do not pay attention to politics or mainstream news and instead get their information from people on YouTube, their friends, Instagram stories, or links or memes dropped into a group chat. This firstly meant a shift in paid advertising from the previous campaigns. Instead of just blanketing the airwaves of battleground states, the campaign also invested heavily in ads on YouTube, recognized the rapid growth in streaming. That's where the campaign's data showed many of Harris' key voters were spending their time. More importantly, this meant building out a strategy focused more on podcast appearances and interviews with influencers than on traditional media. But they failed on that. Tim Walz is not as truthful as JD Vance. Just letting you know. Yeah, I think you're on crack cocaine if you think that. JD Vance is a literal rat. The people do not respond positively to JD Vance. The people respond positively to Tim Walz. Okay? One is a real American from the heartland. The other one is a fucking carpetbagger who basically sold out his own people in an effort to get to elevate his presence by liberals for years, only to turn around and then brown nose the Republican right, which he once called correctly a bunch of fascists. He changed his entire worldview at the age of 35, acted like he got groomed by mainstream media to think that Trump was a Nazi. That's not a real person at all. JD Vance is Republican Pete Buttigieg. La rata. Anyway, let's continue. Thanks for letting me know, though, chatter. So, Harris extremely limited time. There's just no value with respect to my colleagues in the mainstream press in a general election to speaking to the New York Times or speaking to the Washington Post because those readers are already with us, Flaherty said. Flaherty isn't dismissive of television and other legacy media. One of the most important moments of the campaign was her interview with Brett Baer. That was a huge fundraising moment. It was a huge social moment. When Trump did the McDonald's thing, it was smart because it was a thing that obviously drove television coverage, but it also drove social media engagement too. And those things often happen in tandem, but they don't always, and so it was the sweet spot. It drove traditional coverage and non-traditional media. I don't think TV is dead. It's still probably the most important thing, but it's the literal TV. And what's on it that matters. As the campaign wore on, though, Flaherty said he realized the failure to gain traction in certain corners of the media reflected a deeper problem, one that wasn't solved when Harris replaced Biden on the ticket. The Harris campaign, representing what many voters saw as an embodiment of the status quo, was running contrary to not just ideological distrust of establishment figures, but to media trends. The media successes of 2024 were independent, non-traditional online personalities who themselves were avatars of the rewards of going up against the establishment. The reason folks are seeking alternative sources of media and are turning away from political news is because they don't trust their institutions. They don't trust elites. They don't trust the media. They don't trust all this stuff. So the party of elites and institutions is going to have a hard time selling to people in those places, Flaherty said. Now, I want to point something. I want to point out something here. Because a lot of people will say, Hasan, the only appeal that you have is because you're anti-establishment, right? And to them, I say, you are not paying attention. Because as much as I rail against mainstream media, I still rely on mainstream journalism. As much as I rail against mainstream media, I still interview New York Times journalists. I interview CNN journalists. I interview and give interviews to mainstream media. Because I understand that there is an importance within these institutions, okay? As much as I rail against establishment Democrats, I had Lena Khan, the commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission. That is as institutional as it gets. As much as I rail against the establishment Democrats, I still champion the NLRB. I still champion the many wins even of the Biden administration, especially as it pertains to the regulatory agencies. I understand the importance of these agencies. That's the difference. I am not a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian. I do not actually yell about the establishment Democrats in an effort to gain clout. Okay? And I think that's a silly way to approach it. And I think that's a silly way to operate in general. I've never been an advocate for destroying institutions just because they work in a corrupt manner. That's the difference between someone like myself and someone like RFK Jr. RFK Jr. looks to the EPA and says, or looks to the FDA and says, there's a lot that's wrong with the FDA. We must blow it up. I look to it and I say, abolish corruption rather than destroy and deregulate this regulatory body. That's the difference. I have a purpose. I understand that the government must exist. I understand that it can exist. Okay? So I just want to point that out for people that don't fully understand where I'm coming from in a lot of these instances. When it was said that people like you and Chapo were also the biggest cheers of Biden's W's than mainstream, it was mind-blowing because it's true. Yeah. When Biden exhibited the courage, demonstrated the courage and expended political and social capital to pull our troops out of Afghanistan, I was there defending that action. So was Chapo. Mainstream media was not defending that action. They were railing against them because they are deeply aligned with the interests of the defense industry. Okay? That's the difference. It's not as simple as go to Joe Rogan and talk about how great democracy is and the importance of preserving the independence of the DOJ or whatever. You've got to speak their language. And I think there are plenty of cultural touch points. I mean, Joe Rogan was at least recently for Medicare for All. Theo Vaughn is really against money in politics and the way that pharma has flooded our communities with opioids. Those are all things that the Democrats have something to say on. But as long as we seem like the party of the system, the people who are anti-system and looking for anti-systemic media, we're going to have a hard time connecting with them. Now, nowhere was this more clear than within the manosphere of podcasters and content creators like Rogan and Vaughn. To them, Trump had become less toxic and more based, and he rewarded his supporters with access. Flaherty said the Trump campaign successfully used new media to reshape culture, while Democrats found that the mass media institutions that had long largely supported them were weaker than these new cultural drivers. It's more than just young men. It's a broader ecosystem, he said. Democrats have historically had these really close relationships with institutional media, institutional culture, Hollywood, and the traditional press. There's this entire cultural ecosystem that Trump campaign did a really good job cultivating over a long period of time. We should get Jennifer Abruzzo, General Counsel of the NLRB, next. She's responsible for reenacting the Joy Silk Doctrine and numerous other labor W's. You're right. I'm down to do that as well. Flaherty also acknowledged that Elon Musk's purchase of X, Twitter, played a major role in the campaign, further tilting the scale of online culture and information towards Trump. Its importance was twofold. One, it was where you reach elites and high information people. But two, it was also the kind of place where politics could sort of careen into culture. And so it was really important. It was a really important central node, even if it wasn't the farthest reaching platform, he said. Having that node be fundamentally controlled by effectively an arm of the Trump campaign was not good, really a problem. And so Elon obviously sort of achieved his ends there. It was obvious that center left and left content was being throttled compared to right content. But while the campaign came to believe it was fighting an uphill battle against culture, moving in the opposite direction, it also made some strategic errors of its own based on faulty assumptions. Flaherty said that one place he understated the Trump campaign was a central part of the former president's digital strategy. The Harris campaign thought that Trump's team decision to continue talking to the manosphere meant he would simply be reaching the same audiences over and over again. But the incredible frequency of those appearances helped build the former president's credibility with that audience, which seeped out. He also said Harris's campaign never quite figured out one of its earlier strategies, which was to get its messaging organically into family group chats and private media, partially because they couldn't nail what kind of content would spread that way. I think that's one that ended up being a lot harder to execute on. Over the last several weeks, many professional Democrats I've spoken with feel that they've successfully identified our problem. But the next step for Democrats' media strategy are uncertain. When I met Flaherty this week in New York, he was contemplating his own professional future and what his role would be. To Flaherty, part of this starts with putting real effort into building the left and center left's own independent media ecosystem, divorced from the nonpartisan media that has historically satiated Democrats' appetite. Flaherty said one silver lining of the election was that many hardcore Democratic partisans have begun to waver from their satisfaction with legacy media. Yes, I changed the camera to full cam because I think it's better to just like read the article, but also have it be full camera. They are never going to trust the New York Times, and they're never going to distrust the Washington Post, he said. They're never going to not trust the New York Times, and they're never going to distrust the Washington Post, Flaherty said. But I think that in a Trump era, you start to see frustrations with mainstream media come to a boil. And I think there will be smart people who try to fill the gap. More individuals who create content on the left and center-left messaging. Flaherty said that Democrats need to invest boosting independent partisan friends online, as well as content creators or media figures who haven't been explicitly political but could reflect liberal and progressive values to counter the surging online pro-Trump right. Flaherty does not understand a fundamental part of this. And although he brings me up in literally the next moment after this, this is Kamala Harris's digital chief, okay? A fairly high level person in Kamala Harris's campaign. And yet, I think, and I don't know if he's watching this right now, I don't know if he can hear me speak on this matter. I have spoken on this extensively to CNN and numerous other outlets at this point. But I think this fundamentally misses a very important point, okay? Trump did not boost and offer money to these center-right podcasts. Trump was able to go there, meet them where they're at, and communicate with them in a way that was somewhat apolitical. Okay? part of that is because there are a lot of, I guess, social issues that they aligned on to a certain degree. But more importantly, it's because Trump is a famous TV personality and he's carried that attitude throughout the first 4 years. And certainly to this day, he still carries that attitude. That's it. This is not something that Kamala Harris can recreate. There is also a lot more leeway, creative liberties that you can take on when you are a right-winger. Like, you can just kind of get away with saying whatever the fuck you want. You can get away with saying it being, you can get away with being a dumbass. But Trump's charisma certainly carried him across the finish line. It wasn't that like he had fantastic policies or whatever, but he could tell a story real well. And that goes a long way. He was able to, in spite of being a billionaire born with a silver spoon, a real estate tycoon with numerous failed businesses under his belt, he was able to present himself as a real guy, as opposed to all of these other fake, phony guys, the Democrats. And even Republicans that stood against him. So you have to have, for me, I've been covering politics for quite a while at this point. I have 3 general elections under my belt at this point, at this moment. Okay? And what I have seen in that experience as a professional political commentator, you need one of two things, and if you can have both, it's fantastic. You either have to have good policy that truly addresses the issues that people are experiencing, or you have to have good charisma to be able to come across as authentic and earnest. Okay? If you have both, that's a killer combination. No one in my lifetime, I think, has had both. Trump doesn't have good policies, but he has an incredible way of reading the room and recognizing the resentment and anger that people feel, and then channeling that resentment and anger to vectors of hatred that are inoffensive to the pre-existing hierarchies. Trump is also very charismatic. He's very telegenic. Kamala Harris, unfortunately, was not charismatic enough, and her policies were awful. Bernie Sanders, on the other hand, not exactly charismatic, but is an earnest communicator and has the policies. Do you understand? The keys, Hasan, the keys. I am not making keys, okay? I'm not doing some Alan Lichtman style shit. And I'm not even saying this is a perfect scientific formula to win elections. I'm not saying that at all. That would be idiotic. I'm sorry, but why do we have to dumb it down for chat? No offense. Wait, what? I always dumb everything down for every single person. Trump is not charismatic. He's gross. He's charismatic to bigoted people. Okay, well, you can keep saying that, but it doesn't matter. He was a very famous television star. Yeah, I wonder who represents the average American better in an election. Someone who consistently gets banned from this chat over and over again for being fucking annoying, or the guy who won the goddamn election. I apologize to my well-intentioned chatters who are, maybe hypersensitive to microaggressions or whatever the fuck. But the reality of the matter is, okay, if I were to even listen to your whims, I would be a very different content creator. I would be a much less successful content creator. That's just the truth of the matter. Okay? Sometimes you have to just take a back seat. Sometimes you have to take a back seat and just listen to what I have to say instead of, chiming in and saying something that obviously is demonstrably untrue for the broader audience, for the broadest subsects of American politics. Did Clinton or Biden have more charisma than Bernie? No, not Hillary Clinton, if that's who you're asking. But I think that Bill Clinton had charisma, for sure. I think Obama had charisma. He maxed out on a charisma, and he had some pretty decent policies as well. But it was mostly the charisma that actually packaged whatever he was selling. That's what carried him. Okay? That's what carried him. Anyway, so here's what Flaherty says. We need a whole thriving ecosystem. It's not just Pod Save America, though I think we should have more of them. It's not just Hasan Piker. We should have more Hasan Pikers. It's also the cultural creators, the folks who are one rung out, who influence the nonpartisan audience. Okay, I don't disagree with this. Those things all need to happen together. The problem is, you can't inorganically develop this. I guess you can pump money into it a little bit, to give it more prominence, to give it more respect, to give it more legitimacy. But you can't inorganically create the same, like you can't do a Nelk Boys, but for the left, because the Nelk Boys were not created by the Republican Party. Okay? You can look at Daily Wire. Daily Wire is a great example. Daily Wire is a direct political operative. Daily Wire is not funded by the Republican Party. Daily Wire is funded by those who fund the Republican Party. Do you understand? Daily Wire is not directly funded by the Republican Party, but the same billionaires that fund the Republican Party also fund the Daily Wire. But that's a direct political operative, right? That's a very obviously partisan ideological project. What we're talking about here isn't the Daily Wires of the world. What we're talking about isn't necessarily even the Joe Rogans of the world, but the Theo Vons of the world, the Nelk Boys of the world, or the Barstools of the world that sometimes find themselves in the throes of right-wing politics. The issue here is these people, just like the broader voting population, have found themselves cast aside by the Democratic Party. And the reason why they found themselves cast aside by the Democratic Party is because the Democratic Party keeps saying, we have no space for you. We have no space for you. You're bad. You're wrong. We're not going to give you any policies that are good. We're going to do everything in our power to say, if you want that stuff, you're lame, you're bad. Like Bill Burr is a great example of a person who is right there. He's right there. He's aligned just like myself. He's closest to me in, I would say, political perspectives without being a political operative, right? He's right there. But just like Kamala Harris can't come on my stream, she's not going to go on Bill Burr's podcast either. So even if you were to make a lefty Daily Wire or whatever, even if you were to pump the Young Turks with millions of dollars to make it like the home of the Democratic operatives or whatever, it's while we are even discussing this, while anti-Zionism is being actively suppressed on basically every platform. They don't want us. They want their perfect mouthpiece that cheers on wars and condemns protests and supports Biden. They want Diddy G, but not offensive. Okay, offensive is pretty... offensive is the nicest thing you can say for Destiny and his entire community. They are utterly repulsive, incredibly toxic. They are poison. While it's ironic that they tried to present me as that, and can't contend with why average human beings don't see it in the way that they do. Any group that finds themselves routinely advocating for white people to be able to say the N-word and advocating against victims of sexual assault or debating the ethics of child pornography with a bunch of neo-Nazis online, those guys they're not in the real world. They're in this like extremely online space. Okay, there's a clip of him from today saying he's working with DNC operatives now to block you from working, from interacting with the party. I mean, fine. I don't care. I don't need to interact with the DNC. It doesn't do anything for me. I don't think that these people understand that. Like, at least Flaherty seemingly understands that the Democrats need me more than I need them. And it's true. And I don't care if the Democratic Party tomorrow was like, listen, we are going to advocate for Medicare for all. Even if they never talk to me ever again, I would be their number one propaganda minister. Okay? Making a leftist Joe Rogan doesn't change the fact that 86-year-old Nancy Pelosi, while recovering from a free hip replacement, campaigned for a 70-year-old with throat cancer for oversight committee rather than a 35-year-old. The geriatric ghouls in Congress refuse to step down. Exactly. I'm gonna use this as a wonderful segue to talk about the AOC oversight committee vote that took place already. Those things all need to happen together, he said. And the reality is, it's not going to be big media organizations. It's going to be a network and a constellation of individual personalities because that's how people get their information now. Flaherty says he believes the ecosystem need to grow in order to sort of stimulate demand. There is some truth to this. As people run away from cable, the center-left starts to distrust mainstream media, and as the mainstream media outlets become more reliant on their mostly center-left subscribers, all this is going to kind of happen in tandem. I don't even think you would be what they want, even if they did support those things, because you care about foreign policy and internationalism, and they will never back down from imperialism. I think that's a big part of it as well. But there used to be a space within the Democratic Party for people who actually were openly anti-imperialist. Okay? That is the problem. That is completely gone from the coalitions. It's completely abolished. There is not a single Democrat that is known for having an anti-imperialist slant. Okay? At most, you get the likes of Bernie Sanders, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and every now and then AOC. Okay? There are no Gravels anymore. And it's not just Gravel either. The problem is you could still make it work. You could still be someone who is critical of the Democratic Party's, administration, the administrative function when it comes to American empire, and yet still advocate for them. Yeah, the Barbara Lees of the world. Exactly. You could do that. That's fine. There was a space in that big tent. But I think the Democrats have openly cast aside and have reduced their ranks or destroyed that wing of the party, even though this is yet another divergence within the Democratic Party's operations and the Democratic Party's base of support. Not even just the, diehard Dems, but specifically just Americans in general. Like, Americans broadly do not see themselves as pro-war. Americans are fearful. And yes, they are oblivious to American empire. But when asked directly about their opinions, they're like, I don't want war. I don't like war. I'm not a fan of war. Donald Trump now, this is the second time Donald Trump cast himself as an anti-war guy. Now, we know that that's not the truth. We know that that's not the truth, but he still ran as an anti-war guy. Okay? And he still presented him that. He still presented himself as that. In the weeks since Trump's reelection, savvy and clueless media observers alike have chalked up Harris's problems in the media to small decisions like her failure to appear on Rogan's podcast. A moment that Flaherty acknowledged was a missed opportunity. This misunderstands a simple aspect of the media strategy that gleaned from speaking with both the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign about their approaches to new media. Ultimately, their media strategies weren't particularly different. Both campaigns leaned hard into alternative new media. I don't think they did. I don't think Flaherty leaned as hard into alternative media as Trump did. Like, the maximum alternative media they went on was call her daddy. And ultimately, it doesn't matter. You can appear on every fucking platform, but if you are not uniquely telegenic in the way that Trump is, okay? If you are not uniquely telegenic in the way that Trump is, then you have to make up for it with good policies that address the genuine issues that Americans are experiencing. And if you can't do that, if you can't actually do that, then you have to make up for it with something, anything. You have to make up for your lack of. You have to make up for your lack of telegenic, charismatic politicians with good policies. One of the things both you and the right understand more than the general left is that no matter how much information you give someone, it's very hard to change their values. Leftists spend too much time telling the most racist man alive that Trump is racist. The right doesn't bother telling trans people that Trump will help them. It tells transphobes it'll hurt them. There's some truth to that as well. But I do think that people can have their values be changed. But I don't think the method of doing that is by spirited debate or whatever. I don't think that's how that works either. I think that the way you do that... Hold on, I got to get my mom an Uber real quick. My mom is getting discharged from the hospital. Why isn't it working? What the hell? Okay. I hope everything's okay. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Why was she there? My mom got a knee replacement. Yep. Wait, what? Why isn't it working? You're requesting a wheelchair. Yeah. I want a wheelchair accessible vehicle. Why won't it let me? Why does it? It's not letting me do it. Couldn't she have gone to Europe like other politicians do? Yeah. For the record, I dropped her off at the hospital. No, man, everybody shut the fuck up. Oh my God. The parasocial nature of this content creation is so insane. Hold on. Hold on. Still. Okay. Hopefully this will work. All right. The problem in my mind is that the Democrats are the poor streamer. I know. I shouldn't have just like, it's my fault. I should have not, I shouldn't have brought it up because I know that chat goes crazy over this shit. Anyway. So after this article came out in Semaphore, Fox News wrote, top Harris aide hypes radical activists said America deserved 9/11 while plotting future for Dems. House Dem called Hasan Piker a poster child for the post-October 7th outbreak of anti-Semitism in America earlier this year. A top aide on vice president's failed presidential campaign recently called for more cultural voices in the vocal anti-American, anti-Israel Twitch star Hasan Piker, who previously faced backlash for saying America deserved 9/11. Harris' former deputy campaign manager, Rob Flaherty, said during a recent interview the Democrats are losing control of culture. It's ironic because I think this is, once again, the right side of mainstream media also fucking doing the same shit that, like, they routinely criticize the Democrats for doing. And it virtually goes nowhere. Okay? The pearl clutching over this when Trump literally went on some of the worst people shows. Yeah, exactly. Terrorism tag at the top. Yeah. We need a whole thriving ecosystem, Flaherty told Semaphore. It's not just the Pod Save America, though I think we should have more of them. It's not just Hasan Piker. We should have more Hasan Pikers. It's also cultural creators, the folks who are one rung out, who influence the nonpartisan audience. Those things all need to happen together. The reality is not going to be a big media organization. It's going to be a network and a constellation of individual personalities because that's how they get their information now. Flaherty, who previously served as director of digital strategy for the Biden White House, is likely to face backlash. I love the way that mainstream media operates, where they are like, he's likely to face backlash as they are signaling to create backlash. Oh, he's likely to face backlash for this. We're going to try and create backlash. It's not going to happen. Yeah, dude. Someone who is not even remotely connected to the Democratic Party. What is this? Hold on. Sorry for letting you know. Luigi is being indicted. Yeah. Who previously raised more than $1 million for Palestinian aid, which has used his platform of millions of followers to downplay and justify terrorist acts such as October 7 and 9/11 as acts of resistance in recent years. Brave fucking soldier who wounded operative. Representative Dan Crenshaw was deployed to Afghanistan. In another stream, Piker broadcasts propaganda from the Houthis. They do musicals about their actions all the time, so the terrorist propaganda. They still run this. If it doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th, Piker said in a May 22nd stream, it doesn't change the dynamic of Palestinian and Israelis for me. Yeah, that was me defending that. Once again, that was me quite literally. Yeah, it's rehashing the old article from this point on. But as you guys already know what this is me quite literally saying October 7 rapes do not justify genocide, which is, I think, the most understandable, the most normal, the most moral position. You know? Oh man, I can't believe he said whether rapes or not occurred on October 7 does not change the dynamic for me one bit. It does not make genocide appropriate. I know. You laugh at it, but I've literally met people IRL who think you feel those things because of this kind of misinfo. Yeah, okay, well, you can correct them and be like, do you think it's appropriate for Israel to do genocide because of October 7? And if their answer is yes, then, you know, they just have that perspective. There's not much I can do about that. While Senator Ed Markey, Representative AOC, and others have been on Piker's platform, Rishi Torres of New York wrote a letter. Like, think about this. On the one hand, you have Ed Markey, AOC, and others who have been on my platform, On the other hand, it's Richie Torres who wrote a letter crying about me. Who do you think has more motion in the future of the Democratic Party? Who do you think has more prominence? Hold on. Based on the Pelosi vote, Torres? No, dude. I'm not talking about within. First of all, Richie Torres doesn't have motion within institutional Democrats as well. Okay? He's just a fucking idiot. He is a propagandist he's a paid propagandist for Israel, and he has never in his entire life had any sort of motion whatsoever outside of that. It doesn't matter. Outside the context of October 7th, Mr. Piker has been joked and mused about men. What the fuck is this? Men date raping women on a college campus and has posted an image of a handgun on top of a U.S. senator in what appears to be an open invitation to gun violence against a sitting elected official. Torres said, inviting one's followers to shoot an elected official, whether it be done in earnest or in jest, is the kind of threat that warrants a serious. Richie Torres is DDG's strongest soldier. Piker's Twitch streams regularly hit more than 1 million views and often has many of 30,000 viewers at any given time. Certain people who are openly happy with the death of Republicans are so happy with Fox News right now. Oh, you mean Destiny's community? I know. Yeah, none of this shit matters. You know what my positions are. This is more fucking lame-ass Fox News noise. I like that Richie Torres is defending Tom Cotton here, though. That's funny. He's like, it's so unacceptable. And as far as like the Hasan has laughed about date rape on college campuses, that is quite literally not the point I was making at all. I was saying that if these Republicans want to send their children to an anti-woke college, okay, because they're so worried about, Title IX and date rape in other colleges being prosecuted because it's an anti-woke college that they're sending it to, it's better to at least contain the worst people in those anti-woke colleges. It is a utilitarian, it serves a utilitarian purpose. Don't repeat it, Lamau. No, I don't give a fuck. The fuck? I think stripping that of its context is so fucking insane. Like, I don't know about this, Hasan. You don't know about what? Oh, you got a real hit piece. You must be so proud. I mean, it's like taking my Florida project seriously and being like, wow, Hasan wants to put every cryptocurrency loving pedophile he wants to exile them to Florida and then build walls around the state of Florida and then inevitably sink it. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. That's what I want. That's real. That's a valid thing that I'm saying. Like, shut the fuck up. I need you all to be serious for a brief moment. I need you all to please, for the love of Christ and all things holy. Oh, fuck. There is no availability for this either. God damn it. Hold on. I'm going to try it one more time. Why can't I do this? Hold on. You weren't serious about the Florida project? Yeah, I know. There was a frontline doc that explained what you meant, but it was more than a 5-second clip. What do you mean? It is kind of crazy how difficult it is to get like an appropriate accessibility vehicle. I'm shocked at the, you know. Yeah. By the way, this is straight up from the, like, this is a video that is like readily available on my YouTube page as well. People are so funny to just like keep robbing this of its context, but it is a insane PragerU documentary where they're championing like virtually a pro-rape college campus. Okay. It is a Republican college campus that is supposed to be designed to be anti-woke. This community is 90% drama perverts who persistently get what they want. Yeah, I know. Don't be. Accessibility is a farce in this country. I know. It is kind of crazy. Kamala's brother-in-law is responsible for both the election loss and your mom not getting the transport she deserves. I agree. Chad did push back though at the time, and I personally didn't like the joke either, but to pretend that you were calling for rape is insane. Yeah, I know. But it's okay. Here's the other thing though. Here's the other thing that people need to understand, okay? A lot of people on the left have this proclivity to very easily get duped by shit like this. Okay? People have this tendency where they will see something out of context, especially on the left. People on the right never do this. People on the right could quite literally be like, we have to kill all trans people, okay? And not a single person will be like, that doesn't sound normal. Like, that sounds great. Like, no right-wing audience will ever look at a CNN article, a CNN hit piece, or even a Fox News article and go, I agree with the Fox News article's framing on this. People on the left, on the other hand, will be like, whoa, hold on. I am going to take this false framing at face value, and I'm going to make a big deal about it. Okay? I'm actually going to make a big deal about it. I mean, you can keep doing it. You can keep doing it all day, every day if you want. But I think the smartest thing to do in this process is to go, does this make sense with all that I know about this person? Does this actually make sense at all? Does this contradict the values that I know Hasan holds? Or does it not? That's all you need to do. Because every single time you come in here and you look at like malicious framing, yes, T. Blasian is right. It's like as a liberal or as a liberal or as a leftist or as a progressive, when you go into the malicious framing, you basically come in and you say, I believe the malicious framing, please address my stupidity. That's all it is. And I think that also certainly creates this
New York City and the entire country.
It certainly breeds hostility towards progressive positions in general as well.
Problem worse. Last year, over 80 ghost guns and ghost gun parts were recovered in Manhattan alone. The NYPD and the Manhattan DA's office have been leading in the interdiction of these ghost guns. And one thing I want To make clear, they're unserialized, they can be printed out, but as this case tragically makes clear, they are just as deadly as traditional firearms.
Murder in the
This will
second
remain
degree is a crime of terrorism.
Priority for us here.
That's crazy.
In Manhattan. Finally, I know there have been questions about the extradition process. The latest that I can offer you is that
41% of young voters find the killing of a United CEO acceptable.
In court in Pennsylvania on Thursday morning, first for a preliminary hearing on his Pennsylvania charges. Immediately to follow that will be an extradition hearing. We have indications that the defendant may waive that hearing, in which case he'd be brought to New York forthwith. In any event, we have been preparing on parallel paths, and before the hearing, we'll send to the governor of the state of New York the paperwork that would be necessary if he does not waive during that hearing. I now want to turn over to our great commissioner, and when I do so, I wanted to thank her for her partnership, not only on this matter, but on all we do every day together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. The unsealing of today's indictment brings us one step closer to securing justice for Brian Thompson and his family and affirming the primacy of the rule of law in the city of New York. NYPD detectives worked tirelessly to piece this case together. And along the way, the Manhattan DA's office made sure we had every legal tool available to us.
Boo.
Whether quickly providing subpoenas to assist with our evidence collection, or traveling with us to Altoona, Pennsylvania last week after the apprehension, our partnership made this a successful investigation. So I'd like to thank District Attorney Bragg and his team for their work in bringing this case forward. Part of that work included the relentless collection and analysis of surveillance video by our detectives, which ultimately produced a clear image of our suspect. That image was shared far and wide through the media, and thanks to an observant McDonald's customer and the employee who alerted the police, Mr. Mangione was quickly brought into custody.
What the fuck?
This outcome is why we always emphasize the critical role of the public in our public safety mission. So again, I want to thank everyone who saw something, said something, and did something. That is why we have a suspect in custody today.
Bro, someone should have told you something not to wear this fucking jacket. God damn, that shit is ugly.
And indicted for murder. And let me be perfectly clear. In the nearly 2 weeks since Mr. Thompson's killing,
if you see something, say something. Girl, that jacket is not it.
Celebration of cold-blooded murder. Social media has erupted with praise for this cowardly act.
Oh, they're coming after all of us.
People ghoulishly plastered posters threatening the other CEOs with an X over Mr. Thompson's picture, as though he was some sort of a sick trophy. And yesterday, the New York Post reported that some extreme activists were circulating a deck of cards with other most wanted CEOs to be targeted for assassination. These are the threats of a lawless, violent mob who would trade in their own vigilantism for the rule of law that protects us all. Let me say this plainly. There is no heroism in what Mangione did. This was a senseless act of violence. It was a cold and calculated crime that stole a life and put New Yorkers at risk. We don't celebrate murders, and we don't lionize the killing of anyone. And any attempt to rationalize this is vile, reckless, and offensive to our deeply held principles of justice. Now, as we await the extradition process in Pennsylvania to complete, we continue our public safety work here at home. That includes our focus on the growing threat of ghost guns, one of which was used in this attack. The NYPD remains committed to tracking down and removing these untraceable weapons from our streets. And we will do that work hand in hand with District Attorney Bragg here in Manhattan and in every other borough to ensure that those who possess, distribute, and use these weapons are held fully accountable. Finally, I want to again thank every member of the NYPD, uniform and civilian, working on this case, led, of course, by our great Chief Kenny, whether in Midtown North Squad, Homicide, Crime Scene Unit, Intelligence Bureau, and everywhere else. All of you contributed to today's indictment, and you've brought the Thompson family one step closer to justice in this case. Thank you.
The idea that like people say we don't lionize killers and murderers is so funny because like America absolutely does that. Okay? They absolutely do that. That's crazy. The mainstream press have celebrated and justified the deaths of hundreds of thousands at this point over the course of the past year. When it's dead children in Gaza, it's perfectly valid. Republicans have lionized, literally in this very moment, they're lionizing the likes of Daniel Penny. Openly, in the same breath, they're like, how could someone kill a healthcare CEO and not a unhoused, mentally ill black person? Like, what? You should kill them. You should kill them instead. What are you talking about? Like, that's it. That's, of course, every single person is like desensitized to all of this violence. There's a fucking school shooting that happened yesterday. Clipped? Okay. It's crazy. It's crazy that they act like this, as though all of the justification for the endless, unfettered violence is not inevitably going to change the collective psychology of the Americans in general. It's going to leave them desensitized to violence.
So the original missing report took place back in November 18th in San Francisco. The sergeant that was involved in that case reached out to the San Francisco field office and said, hey, basically, I'm working on a missing case. I saw the photograph that was distributed by the NYPD. There bears a resemblance. That tip was forwarded to us close to 45 hours after the incident took place. It showed up to a TFO, which is a task force officer. We have NYPD officers embedded with the FBI. They received that tip. It was one of 4 tips that they had received that day, and they were vetting it. Part of that vetting process was that they reached out to Mangioni's mother in San Francisco very late on the 7th. They had a conversation where she didn't indicate that it was her son in the photograph, but she said it might be something that she could see him doing. So that information was going to be passed along to the detectives the next morning, but fortunately we apprehended him before we could act on that.
The commissioner has talked about how the defendant's been lionized and celebrated. I'm wondering how concerned you are about.
Yeah, how are we gonna start punishing the people who are upset about healthcare? Can we just kill them too? Can we start arresting people who are upset about their healthcare?
Concerns, which I think were put forth beautifully. I mean, we see a lot in these jobs. I meet with the families of homicide victims, and I just can't wrap my head around the notion that someone is celebrating this. To your specific question, you know, we're at the beginning of a litigation now with our charge. We have a phenomenal trial team in place, led by ADA Joel Seidman, who has been in this office for more than 40 years and handled some very challenging matters. We have a wide-year process in place. I have faith in our jury system to select 12 people who can be fair and impartial, but we'll move forward, and that's something well down the road, but we'll be ready when that time comes.
2 questions, if possible. One will be about Mr. Thompson's family. But first, I want just maybe to explain more to viewers how you come to the conclusion that this is an act of terrorism. I think it's an important part of this. And so I'm hoping maybe you can explain that a little more, just sort of define the statute here.
Sure, and my point, I mean, the statute talks about attempts to influence or coerce a civilian population. The statute talks about intending to influence a policy of government, and it talks about seeking to put forth things sort of similar to that by murder. So The statute, the plain language of the statute is clear. Obviously, we've charged it. The grand jury has voted on it, and we intend to go forward and prove it. But I think it does help to take a step back, and think about the proof in the case, some of the writings. I'm not going to get into too much of that, but and the actual reaction. In the middle of Midtown, the beginning of a busy day, tourists, commuters, business people, the intent was to sow terror.
And if I could just
I don't know about all that, man.
Sadly, as you say, not a lot of focus has been given to Mr. Thompson or his family. I'm wondering if the services folks, or any of the folks in your office, have been talking to them of what that's been like. Is anything you can say about that?
I'm not going to talk about communications with the family other than to say that
revenge killing of any sort is not considered terror until the revenge killing is conducted against a CEO, a person that is of notoriety and worth in society.
Like you're saying,
okay,
so much focus on
it's terrorism.
Suspect. It's quite different.
I echo what the commissioner said, and the sentiment of your question. My heart goes out to it. I mean, this is a significant piece of what we do here. Is we center the trauma of survivors and victims and their families.
As the CEO of my own small business Pokemon card reselling company, I am terrified.
When appropriate, if they want to, offer a hug, and we have.
Your joke, but like I can see that being the next step of universalizing the fear and being like, you don't understand. Who amongst us isn't a CEO in their own way? You know what I mean? Like trying to make it seem as though the fucking mom and pop shop owner in your local neighborhood is a direct target of this kind of terrorism, just as the United Healthcare CEO is. Like, you have to understand, it's the same. It's the same, actually. We're all CEOs. This is a nation of CEOs. We're all CEOs one way or another.
Yes, absolutely. And we've seen a real increase, sustained increase since December 4th in concern, not just from CEOs, but from corporations broadly. And so going back to the DA's point, the intent to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, which is, of course, at the root of our state terrorism statute.
Even if I wasn't convinced by the killing itself, the narratives in response to it would have been pretty fucking radicalizing to me, seeing that the entire governments are jumping into action to protect CEOs when no such protection has ever been afforded to anyone else. Wow. Yeah, but I think you have to remember, the average American, in my opinion, is like fairly servile. So when they see these instruments of justice and all of these institutions like come out and defend the pecking order that exists, like I think they're infinitely more open-minded to that sort of thing, like reinforcing the pre-existing constructs. Like they will be like, oh no, I agree. Actually, you're right. It is kind of fucked up. The my lord attitude. My lord must be protected.
All the work that we do together every day, we're quite confident that concerns and threats are going to be appropriately directed our way.
We're going to take two more. Yep. Can you describe just how rare it is for your office to be charged with first-degree murder? There has been some talk about how violent research very specific cases in Manhattan. And also, if you could speak to the statements made on the record by the suspect that informed this timeline in particular, because made any specific incriminating or statements that happened.
So I'll address the first piece. The first-degree murder statute has a number of subsections. They're sort of clearly delineated, and they are reserved for, the most abhorrent conduct, killing a police officer, serial killing, and the terrorism is one subsection of that. And so I would say, fortunately, that's not happening a lot. Taking a step back, I can't think of another office that is more equipped to handle a terrorism charge. We have a great terrorism unit.
He's like
at the forefront of getting the statute passed. Within the last 2 years, we've tried 2 very significant terrorism cases, one involving an English-speaking operative based in Jamaica, and another involving someone who was here and funding overseas terrorism by cryptocurrency. So we have the expertise, and as I mentioned, the expertise on this team, and so we're prepared to go forward. Yeah, I'm not going to go beyond what's in the filing.
All right, last question, Laura. Hey, Greg, are you able to just say now, I know it's what it takes, but that you will be seeking the maximum sentence
So as a matter of practice, I don't talk about sentencing outside of court as a first matter, and certainly not at the initial stages of a matter. But I think you can tell the seriousness with which we take this matter by the way in which it's charged. The murder in the second degree actually has a mandatory life without parole sentence, no discretion for the judge at all. So that's the maximum there. But I'm not going to go beyond that. We will first get the defendant to
the
New York.
audio is shit in these meetings because they have to open up the boom mic so that they can hear the random journalist and then go back to the individual mic. That's why it's bad.
Equipped to do that, and then we will proceed to sentencing, at which point we'll make our arguments in court. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, sir.
I was taking your book.
Someone in the chat brought forward a really interesting point, but yeah. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg hates Luigi seemingly more than he hates Donald Trump, and his prosecution of Donald Trump got him an endless sea of death threats. That should tell you everything you need to know about those in positions of power under liberal capitalist democracy. Okay? Like, he's just like, oh, I can't wait to get this scumbag, this terrorist scumbag off their streets. It's like, that's it. Someone's sneaking some crack in a video camera so Joe will pardon him. Yeah, no, someone needs to tell Joe that Luigi is his son. The police commissioner is the daughter of a billionaire. He was the CEO of Lowe's Group. Now her brother is CEO, and they have their health insurance with United Healthcare. I did not know that, but it's not shocking to me. He would be a terrorist if he had killed civilians, but literally went out of his way to avoid harming civilians. Yeah, terrorism as a political designation has no real value system associated with it. It's just something that you declare specifically to vilify whoever the fuck you're prosecuting. That's why Nelson Mandela was considered a terrorist until 2008. He was on the terror watch list until 2008. It just means that you're outside of you're against the preordained hierarchies that the state wants to justify, that the state wants to uphold. There's a reason why you rarely ever see that designation for white supremacists, okay? If you want to have like a universal approach to it, I think the best possible universal approach to it would be people who go out of their way to create a sense of panic upon the public for political purpose or not, by directly targeting majority civilians. Okay? Like, that is what the universal application of that would be, which would put America as the top terrorist on the planet. Israel would be a massive terrorist. Russia would be a terrorist as well. All these states would be considered, most states would be considered terrorist. So it doesn't really make sense that way, which is why there is no real universal application for it. And rather, you have these applications on non-state actors usually, right? If you strap a suicide vest onto your body and blow up a hospital, you're understandably called a terrorist. If you blow up that hospital with a drone strike, you're called Barack Hussein Obama, recipient of a Nobel Peace Prize. Do you understand the difference there? Bro, they are going to ban you. What are you guys saying? I'm talking about what am I not supposed to talk about? Like the designation of terrorism? Like what are we doing here? What this is like people always turn around and they're like, "Oh, dude, free speech, whatever." And it's like, of course you insult the black president, lol. Wait, what? You hate Kamala more than you hate Trump, and that tells me everything I need to know about you? Oh, like you, another rich kid cosplaying as a leftist? Don't talk about Nelson Mandela. His name shouldn't come out of your mouth. Are you okay? All right, you know what? I got it. Chatter. Woke of the Day award goes to Trey Jocelyn Runnels. Congratulations, Chatter. You are the woke of the day. Of course, you insult the black president. Yeah. Yeah, my criticisms of Barack Obama have nothing to do with him being black. I don't know how you can't factor that in. Well, how did blackness factor into him bombing Kunduz Hospital, you think? You think that was a prominent factor? You think that had anything to do with my criticisms of Barack Obama? Do you have an answer to this, or are you just here to cry? You're just citing critical terrorism studies, to be honest. This is an entire field of study. No reason to ban you or anything. People should start reading more. I know, but like, it doesn't really matter. What happened? Why'd this guy stop talking?
The school shooting in Wisconsin. There have now been 488 mass shootings in the United States this year. 10 years.
Okay, we're not going to do the Madison shooting in Wisconsin. Or, you know what? Let's do it. Let's get into it. All right. We'll talk more about the UHC shooter updates in a brief moment. But I do want to talk about the Madison, Wisconsin school shooting that took place yesterday. Hold on. The message takes long from Israel IDF troll bots. Some of these chatters are insane. They do zero looking at in-context video and just pick and choose what they want. Yes. For a lot of people, they are capable of robbing context even in real time when I can just like have a ongoing conversation with them. That's what's fantastic about this. It's just like when there is a will, there's a way. Okay? And enough people, I think people at this point are so deluded and so firmly invested in the way that they see the world that whenever someone is talking outside of their scope of looking at reality, their brain breaks. That's why back in the day, you used to get so many like Trump supporters that would come in here and would engage in selective hearing. And even if I was like directly criticizing Biden, okay? Even if I was like directly criticizing Biden, they'd be like, oh, I bet you love that Biden did this thing. And I'd be like, dude, I'm in the process of actively criticizing Joe Biden. You are incapable of hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth and then understanding what I'm saying. It's terrifying. It's terrifying that people can be so horrifically stupid. You know? There was misinformation. The call came from a second grade teacher, not a second grade student. That was misinterpreted in the media and corrected by the police chief. Yeah, there is some misinformation we'll get into in a second. But overall, yet another day, another school shooting. Okay? The United States of America is a very violent nation. And that violence that we dish out globally sometimes is dished back out us in the form of blowback. Obviously, 9/11 was one very famous example of that. This is not a controversial thing to say. This is basically the academic consensus on the matter. It's a real principle. It's a real concept called blowback. But outside of that, there's also another interpretation of the imperial boomerang. The justification for all of the violence that we engage with on the global stage and the normalization of said violence inevitably creates this system where we are being violent to one another. We're being violent to ourselves. And of course, pair that up with worsening material conditions for the average person and also the readily available access to guns, and you have a powder keg. And that powder keg has erupted already. It's not like it hasn't already exploded. I would say that 83 school shootings in the fiscal year 2024 is the powder keg erupting, right? Like that's not normal. That is abnormal. Hundreds of mass shootings happening every fucking year is abnormal. It's not normal at all. It's the only country, America is the only country on the planet where this happens with regular frequency. And it seems to me like things are only going to get worse if no politicians ever choose to tackle these issues head on with honesty. What is happening? Yeah, why are there so many mass shootings coming out of the mass shooting factory is what we're asking. We know one of the most effective methods of preventing this sort of violence, and I've talked about it a million times over. But of course, no one wants to solve it. I've covered the cultural attitudes that Americans have towards guns yesterday. We watched the horses video, which I think was pretty good. Right? And when you have nothing, you hold on to the small things that you do have harder than you normally would. And guns are that thing for many Americans. So there is a very real popular attitude towards having the maximalist position on gun ownership in this country, for sure. It's a lot worse than other OECD nations that don't have this kind of cultural attitude towards gun ownership. But here we are. Another day, another mass shooting in Madison, Wisconsin.
There have now been 488 mass shootings in the United States this year. 10 years ago, 2014, 272 mass shootings. By 2021, the number peaked at 689. Another student and teacher have now been killed. 6 other people were wounded, 2 with life-threatening injuries. Parents waited hours to be reunited with their children, and overnight, authorities identified the shooter who killed herself. Alex Perez is on the scene at the K-12 school in Madison with the latest on the investigation.
Not our Alex
Perez. Community
Perez.
grieving. Good morning, Alex.
A different Alex Perez. An imposter.
Hey, good morning, George. Just a terrifying ordeal for this community. Monday was supposed to mark the start of Spirit Week for this school. Instead, students were running for their lives.
Maybe 6 people injured, at least 2 shot.
This morning, a community devastated. Authorities in Wisconsin working to figure out what led a 15-year-old student investigators have identified as Natalie Samantha Rupnow to open fire, killing a teacher and a fellow student in a study hall classroom with students from different grades.
There have been at least 50 cops.
The suspected shooter using a handgun, police say, injuring at least 6 others, dying of a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
We heard them, and then some people started crying, and then we just waited till the police came.
This is sad. We always heard on the news all over the place, but we didn't
think one day that can happen to us here at ALCS.
The chaos unfolding just before 11 a.m. Monday. Authorities from across the state responding to Abundant Life Christian, a private K-12 school, after a second grader called 911.
Don't let that soak in for a minute. A second grade student called 911 at 10:57 a.m. to report a shooting at school.
I saw some officers with long guns headed into the school.
John Diaz de Leon lives across the street.
The older students were running across the parking lot to the church sanctuary. The younger students holding hands were led out to go across the parking lots to the sanctuary.
Terrified parents like Britt and Kyle Grange waiting hours to be reunited with their children.
I was with my friends and I was like crying with them, and then I heard gunshots upstairs.
How grateful.
Yeah, it turns out it wasn't actually a second grade student, but it was actually a second grade teacher that called 911. They finally responded, by the way. I hate you. That's it, man. That's all you got? I'm not going to ban this person. But I do hope you one day understand where I'm coming from. I hope that you can be open-minded and listen to what I'm saying rather than get angry at whatever you think, whatever slight you perceive me of committing. All right. Even the haters are paying. I know. Hasan, this seems like a really good troll to me. I mean, maybe. Statistically, 64% of the USA wants some time of medical care publicized, but 55% of Americans are strongly opposed to universal health care. Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, no, never mind. It is actually this person is a extreme centrist. He's LARPing. It makes sense. I mean, yeah. Account created, follow date, same day. AOC has never done anything. Just curious, what's significant about the shooting compared to the other 83? Just asking because I don't remember seeing 83 breaking news coverage. Some of the school shootings do actually make it to mainstream. It just depends on like what's going on at the time. But the reason why I think this one is getting a lot of news coverage, like extra news coverage, is also because the shooter is a woman, is a girl. A 15-year-old girl, and that's unique, and the media likes unique narratives like this. It's a private school. It's a Christian school. It's also a female shooter. So all of those three factors combined make this a more interesting story. It's not the first time there has been a female mass shooter, but it is very rare. No, I don't think it's a way to distract from the Luigi case or whatever. I really do want people to understand it does not take much to get people to not pay attention to something. I think people organically lose sight of larger narratives fairly quickly, and there is a structural reason for that. I think it's because of TikTok and because of social media for the most part that like our news cycle moves way faster than it used to. Back in the day, like, even the violence was unique, I guess. Sandy Hook carried the news for months. Columbine carried the news for months. And in that process, the only thing that we've gotten is no real solutions to the gun violence. And instead, we just have more guns. And therefore, we have more school shootings. So partially, I mean, part of the reason why it is a quick in and out of the news cycle is because it's just simply more commonplace. And the other reason why people move from one thing to the next is because the media is super decentralized and you're getting blasted with information, new information every single day. So I think that's what factors into it. I don't think that like the drone story, for example, was like implemented as a distraction from something more nefarious because people were hyper focusing on the Luigi thing. Does that make sense? We just don't have any attention span any longer. Like as a collective, we do not have the capacity to pay attention to a news story and really dive into it beyond like 48 hours or maybe even less than that.
Are you that you have your 2 little ones right next to you right now?
I'm very, very, very thankful. I mean, the gut-wrenching feeling that you feel when you get that notification, there's no, like, you always just hope that never happens, and it happened today.
This morning, investigators looking into social media accounts believed to be the shooters, showing signs of a gravitation towards potential neo-Nazi violence and engagement in forums venerating mass shooters. Posts just minutes before the shooting.
Don't you think the media machine is also kind of built to keep people from focusing on any one story for too long? Yeah. Do you think there are any examples of mainstream media attempting to overpower certain stories? Absolutely. I'll give you a very prominent example of this that was very successful. Palestine. Pro-Palestinian demonstrations were insanely widely attended. Okay? There are still active pro-Palestinian movements happening all around. The media rarely ever talks about it. That right there is a perfect demonstration of mainstream media shifting people's attentions away because of their priorities. Or the full-throated coverage to the football hooligans in Amsterdam being considered a pogrom. That is a calculated media narrative that was blasted. Now, a lot of that is still organic. A lot of that is organic in the sense that it's not like people are going, ooh, we just got the new, Mossad line, and it's time for us to put forth a pro-Israel sentiment once again to make, to make Israel appear as the victims or anything like that. That's not what this is. It's more so, and Noam Chomsky, I think, talks about this perfectly, it's more so people that get elevated into these positions of power within mainstream media are elevated because of their ideological zealotry, whether that be a Zionist tendency or whether that be pro-capitalist tendencies, whether that be playing the role of someone who will defend healthcare CEOs openly. Like, it might come across as shocking to you when you hear Michael Smerconish on CNN 2 days in a row decry how there was no vigil created for Brian Thompson on that sidewalk where he was, gunned down, and how devastating this is. But the reason why he's in that position, the reason why he's been elevated to that position is because he will play that role of the loyal servant of those with true power in American society. Okay? Most normal people that have a very different attitude about that sort of thing are not going to get to that level of prominence in mainstream media. It is a self-selecting and organic. It's a self-selecting and an organic process. It's not deliberately done. It's not done in a way where it's like It's like a cigar smoke clouded room, shrouded in mystery, where they come up with the next guy that they're going to elevate to a position of power. It doesn't work that way.
Shootings show a photo of a hand making an OK sign in a bathroom stall, sometimes used as a white power sign. Investigators searching the suspect.
By the way, the chatters that showed me this girl's account were correct. I saw the PFP originally and I thought it was a guy. So I thought, oh, I'm not going to cover this. And I still stand by that decision of not covering it. I thought it was a dude. I was wrong. It was actually her. Like, I thought the account that they were sending me, I thought the account that the account that you guys were sending me was not the account of the 15-year-old girl that shot up the school, but instead some random dude who was like an opportunist. Is she trans? Please say no. No, she's not. She is a RIP. You are not beating the himbo allegations. Wait, what? The account that chatters was sending me yesterday seems to be the account of the actual shooter who killed herself. It wasn't that I thought a woman could not do a mass shooting. It was obvious that they very quickly said that the mass shooting was carried out by a woman. I thought the account that you guys were sending me was of a dude. That's why I was like, oh, I'm not, I'm going to wait for more information, which I stand by, for the record. I think it's the appropriate thing to do, and I will continue conducting myself in that way when there are breaking news stories happening. I will always be critical of information that's coming out whenever there is a breaking news story. You know that is my policy, and I only end up offering additional coverage through a critical lens when there is a sea of misinformation that's coming out from propagandists with a very overt bias. Like whenever people go, oh, the shooter is trans or anything like that. When that happens, and there is already confirmation that the shooter is not trans, for example, then I will cover it. Yeah, wasn't chat sharing the fake YouTube Luigi account the day of the capture? Exactly. So that's actually a great example where a lot of chatters were sharing the fake Luigi account, saying like, oh, Luigi sent this, and I kept saying like, I don't think this is, one, it's not confirmed, and two, I don't even know if this is actually Luigi. Like, so sometimes I will apply a critical lens to information that's coming out. But I just wanted to clarify for people who are maybe new here and were in here yesterday, but it's always good to demonstrate caution, okay? To exercise caution. Now, the account that blocked me and does not like me at all, Slatsism, one of these like TERF magazines. I think Redux is a TERF magazine, isn't it? She actually made contact with the alleged boyfriend of the Wisconsin shooter. He was very graciously provided me the full manifesto, which I verified by having him screen record himself, opening it from a direct link the shooter sent to him via WhatsApp. I told him I would do my best to dispel some of the misinformation and present things as truthfully as I was given them, and I will hold myself to that. She ended up watermarking the fucking manifesto, which is insane. Okay? Like, I can't believe that she ended up watermarking the manifesto itself. And also, make no mistake, the outlet that she writes for is like one of those weird radfem right-wing TERF outlets, like an anti-trans outlet that she writes for. So just take everything that this person is saying and doing with a grain of salt. Okay? Especially considering that the manifesto's authenticity has yet to be confirmed by the police. Why won't they investigate where she got the manifesto from? The doc was private. Well, it seems like she got it from the girl's boyfriend, the alleged boyfriend of this girl. This person or the shooter? No, the person that got access to the manifesto. Slatsism is the person that got access to the manifesto. She is a right-wing. She writes for a right-wing anti-trans outlet called Redux Mag that tries to cover anti-trans commentary from the perspective of being pro-women. Okay. I told him I would do my best to dispel some of the misinformation and present things as truthfully as I was given them. And I will hold myself to that. Her boyfriend knew her as Samantha Rupp now. She also went by a different name, one which was also feminine, but adopted the name Samantha. And this was the name her boyfriend says she had on her school identification card. She was a student at Abundant Life. She was born on November 7th, 2009. She was born female and not transgender. Her boyfriend was born male and is not transgender. The reason why she's bringing this up partially is because there were already common narratives. Yes, she's 15 years old. Chaz, she's not explicitly a femcel. She's a Nazi extremist who hates minorities and scum and degeneracy. Yes. How is any of this femcel? She has a boyfriend, admires male shooters, acts tomboyish. It sounds like she's just a right-wing bigot. No, when I say femcel, I mean like she frequented the incel circles. Is a groiper. That's what I'm saying. As a 15-year-old, looking at her profile, she is very much a far-right neo-Nazi groiper. Okay? It doesn't mean that she's like, I don't know, has no relationship with members of the opposite sex or something. Okay? It's just crazy work being 15 and a groiper. I don't think it's that crazy. Groiper, for those of you who don't know, because there's a lot of boomers in here and a lot of people who are not extremely online, is a terminology applied to people who frequent 4chan poll, people who are in Discord circles, who believe in like esoteric neo-Nazi ideas, okay? And yes, 15-year-old is the primary demographic for a groiper. What's shocking here is not that she's a 15-year-old groiper. What's shocking here is that she is a female 15-year-old groiper. Her manifesto was titled War Against Humanity. Her manifesto is 6 pages long. In her manifesto, she spoke about having an extremely difficult relationship with her parents. She also referred to as scum. She also claims her family didn't love her or want her and expresses feeling like the wrong child of her family. She says she had planned to commit suicide a long time ago, but felt committing a shooting was better for evolution rather than just one stupid, boring suicide. She expressed deep admiration for Pekka Erik Auvinen, Arda Küçükyetim, and Vladislav Rosiliakov. Arda Küçükyetim, I am very familiar with. Arda Küçükyetim is the Eskişehir neo-Nazi groiper in Turkey who tried to do a mass stabbing at a mosque, if I'm not mistaken. He was a ginormous fucking loser, okay? And if you know who he is and you hail him as a hero, that means you are incredibly invested in like white supremacist internet shit. The United States also arrested white supremacists that inspired the Turkish attacker, for the record. U.S. officials said Monday 2 leaders of a white supremacist group who were also the inspiration for a Turkish youth stabbing 5 people in Eskişehir were arrested. They face charges of seeking to spark a race war and attacks on Jews, immigrants, and members of the LGBTQ community using an online forum known as Terrorgram. Dallas Humber, 34, of Elk Grove, California, and Matthew Allison, 37, of Boise, Idaho, were taken into custody on Friday. Today's indictment charges the defendants with leading a transnational terrorist group dedicated to attacking America's critical infrastructure, targeting a hit list of our country's public officials, and carrying out deadly hate crimes, all in the name of violent white supremacist ideology. Humber and Allison face multiple charges, including soliciting hate crimes. One of the people that was in these groups basically was like a lone wolf in Eskişehir. His name was Arda, and he did like a mass stabbing attack. They were, Humber and Allison faced multiple charges, including soliciting hate crime and the murder of federal officials, distributing bomb-making instructions, and conspiring to provide material support to the terrorists. According to the indictment, Humber and Allison used the encrypted Telegram platform to promote their white supremacist ideology and communicated with followers on a forum dubbed the Terrorgram Collective. They promoted the belief that violence and terrorism are necessary to ignite a race war and accelerate the collapse of the government and the rise of a white ethno-state. It said Humber and Allison allegedly joined Terrorgram in 2019 and became leaders of the group in 2022. After another leader was arrested, followers were led to believe they would become saints by committing an attack in furtherance of white supremacist accelerationism, the indictment said. At least 2 attacks have been linked to Terrorgram, a live stream stabbing of 5 people by an 18-year-old man outside of a mosque in Turkey on August 12th, and the fatal shooting of 2 men at a gay bar in the Slovakian capital of Bratislava in October 2022. The Turkish attacker allegedly stated in a manifesto that he wanted to be recognized as a saint, and the 19-year-old Bratislava assailant sent his manifesto to Allison and then killed himself, the indictment said. The Turkish attacker, identified as Arda K, I believe is his name, that she was talking about. Arda Küçükyetim. The Madison, Wisconsin school shooter also brought his name up in the manifesto. Was arrested on charges of attempts at multiple murders after he fled the scene. His victims were mostly elderly people resting outside the mosque in central Turkey's Eskişehir. Arda Küçükyetim was wearing a helmet and a skull mask similar to those worn by white supremacists in the United States. This is what happens in the most reductive ways possible. I will cover this as, this is what happens when you do too much online. Bu tipler Türkiye'de cidden ilan Twitter'ı alınca çoğaldı. Resmen ABD'deki sorunu iptal ediyorlar. İnseller falan oluştu hep burada. Yeah. Apparently, Twitter becoming so firmly far right and so open to neo-Nazi sentiment has caused incel movements and neo-Nazi movements to grow in popularity online amongst the Turkish youth as well. Ameliyana says that they are basically, America is basically exporting this sort of violent ideology and radicalization online. They have saints on Terrorgram and even a whole ass calendar to celebrate the dates of their attacks. They try to goad more attacks by saying they will saint you if you do well enough. Yeah. This is yet another danger of not having any third spaces, not having any sense of community, not really existing in the real world around other human beings, and only finding a sense of common purpose online as you desperately seek out more and more hyper-focused groups, echo chambers online. Okay? This is what happens when you have very little association with the real world and spend a whole bit of time, and it, I think, accelerated during COVID as well because people just simply could not go outside, right? Where some people found my community, some people found this community, other people found these fucking insane right-wing communities that, and they required more and more closeness with other people, and ultimately moved further and further down the steps of radicalization. This is why I always urge people to snap themselves out of the hug boxes that they exist online. Okay? It's a terrifying prospect. Why would a girl in the Midwest be so inspired by a Turkish neo-Nazi? Why would a Turkish neo-Nazi be so inspired by American neo-Nazis? It's because it is a global network of like-minded fascists, older fascists that are actively trying to radicalize younger people into fascism and successfully doing so, especially when they meet people in their most vulnerable moments. And it's not just one place. This is just one of the many different Telegram groups that have been taken down or are actively monitored by federal law enforcement agencies. QAnon Anonymous has a really good episode on Telegram, by the way. Yeah, I'm not very familiar with Telegram. This is why I stay away from Discord. Discord has this tendency as well, but what we're We're back. Hello. Apologies for that brief interruption. but I had to swap over to mobile because my internet pooped in this inopportune moment. And as I work to fix it, at least I have some semblance of a fail-safe, you know? So, as I work to fix my internet, I wanted to continue my commentary. 1 second. It's gone for the moment. But, you know, I'm still here. Where was I? Pay your bills? It's not about my bills. I don't know what's happening. But, I can't believe people are complaining. Is the audio and everything good? I hope it is. It seems like this is an appropriate substitute in the interim period as I try to fix my internet. Let me also try to do that right now real quick. I'll restart my adapter and stuff in the time frame. Okay. All right. I'm going to continue with the coverage. Okay, I'm going to continue with the coverage of the shooter that we were talking about. So, as I was saying, there are Telegram groups where that exist online that work to try to create lone shooters and lone wolf attacks and inspire mass shooters in general. Like, that's their sole purpose. Okay? Why isn't this working? This is so fucking annoying. Hold on, I gotta fix my god dang. Oh, there it is. At least one of them is giving juice. All right, they're both working. All right, perfect. Okay. So the Madison, Wisconsin shooter also offered particular praise for Küçükyetim, who was a Turkish neo-Nazi who committed a mass stabbing attack, as I talked about, in Eskişehir earlier this year, and she stated he was an inspiration to her. She calls him an ultimate saint, which leads me to believe that she might have also frequented this same terror, pro-white nationalist, pro-neo-Nazi terrorism telegram, also appropriately dubbed Terrorgram. She expressed that she got weapons to commit the attack through lies, manipulation, and my father's stupidity. More to come shortly. I'll make screenshots of the manifesto. In the interim period, there are photos of her. She's wearing a MDF MK shirt. I think it's like, it's inherently a leftist band, but most like, it's I don't really know enough about that. But I will say that it's not surprising to me that another neo-Nazi fascist doesn't fucking understand. Another neo-Nazi fascist doesn't understand, like, how any of this shit works. But, has no way of, what is it called? Is the anarchist band KMFDM? KMFDM. Yeah, okay, well, regardless, it doesn't matter what the political ideology of the political ideology of the actual fucking band is, because We know what her own personal political ideology is. Okay? Hold on. Why is this not? Come on, man. I'm trying to fix my internet real quick. This is really goddamn annoying. Murat's not here to help me. He can't. Unfortunately. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. I wanna restart my my modem and shit. Where is it? Okay. Let's see if I can fix my router. It's been seemingly offline for no reason. I wonder if I'm being DDoSed. That could also be. That could also be what's going on right now. Potentially. I don't like to jump to this conclusion usually, but well, a lot of those Telegram groups do love doing shit like that, so you know, who knows? In any case, the person, Slatism, the account. Oh, it's back. All right, we're good. We're back online. Okay. All right. I'm going to swap it away from my failsafe, and I'm going to go back to... Okay, we're good. You need a PA? A PA will not be able to troubleshoot this or solve it. You're wrong. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the regular... I'm going to go back... Okay. We're back. Need a TA, a tech assistant? Yeah. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm very proud of myself for seamlessly transitioning out of that with great speed. Like, that was pretty fucking solid in my opinion. And if necessary, I can go back to that as well. You know, boomer or not, that's a tech god right there. Having a good failsafe like that, you know, pretty solid in my opinion. Pretty clutch. That was some NMP shit. Yeah. I feel like I unlocked new hearing powers with all that background noise from the IRL rig. Makes me appreciate your immaculate noise gate even more. Wait, really? There was a lot of background noise. It's pretty nice having redundancies. This is why I have a UPC for my PC. I have all that as well. All right. But going back to it here, let me reload all this shit that got fucking yeeted when I went offline. But yeah, going back to it, there's some information. We could potentially go through the manifesto, but I think it's more interesting. Like, just her background in and of itself is more interesting. Especially because you got some audio perverts in the chat. Jesus Christ! Wait, really? There was running water. No big deal though. There is no running water. N-word on stream. Yes. there is apparently slurs on the fucking manifesto. Be a goddamn adult, okay? Like, calm the fuck down. I can't believe a neo-Nazi's manifesto has slurs in it. It was crackly. Your phone is worse than your studio mic with processing, turns out. No, it wasn't a studio mic. It was actually a lav mic. Who would have thought a neo-Nazi? She was a neo-Nazi? Yes. Yeah, you guys should cancel her. Oh, yeah, the shirt is a Columbine reference, I guess. On the right, today's Madison, Wisconsin school shooter Samantha Rupnow. The shirt she wore clearly referenced the Columbine school shooting. One of the Columbine shooters wore that exact shirt. She also frequented forums where school shooters were idolized, so it has nothing to do with the band but the symbolism. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, good luck canceling her. I think she's already canceled herself. You know, she killed herself. She did a school shooting and a suicide. Apparently, one of the people that was mentioned in her, this is the school shooter. One of the people mentioned in her, this is AF Post, which is also another fucking neo-Nazi America First Post. It's a fucking literal neo-Nazi news network, basically. Radfem Hitler, also known as Hollow Earth Turf, deactivated after being named in the Wisconsin School Shooters Manifesto. The shooter said, Radfem Hitler is fucking vindicated now. The shooter also disparaged moids and foids. The leak reportedly comes from the shooter's Discord. I don't know if that's real or not. And it's a fucking, it's a, what do you call it? It's America First Post. So I'm not going to go along with this, just so you know. I'm just letting you know that these are, there are a bunch of common accounts that end up posting misinformation. And the America First Post, if you see anything from those guys, remember that they have a very specific interest in mind. Chatters are saying they're fake, but yeah, you know, it's just the RFH thing is fake. Okay. So I do want to mention there was a comment on our last tweet that said, I can't wait until she does it. Yeah. One thing to also remember is that not only is like America First or Libs of TikTok and many other outlets are many other common purveyors and disseminators of misinformation will actively use any and every opportunity to basically push their own version of propaganda. But even this, the reason why I mentioned like the biases of the person that investigated these matters, the reason why I mentioned that is because I want you to also look at all of this information with a grain of salt as well, considering that none of this has been officially confirmed yet. However, the reason why I brought this up and the reason why I brought up the misinformation is because Libs of TikTok herself immediately went, the Madison school shooter complained about the patriarchy and wrote that every single male must be wiped out from babies to the elderly. Only then women will be free to create a new world. Leftism really destroys lives. And she got this information from Mr. Andy No. And then it turned out that the shooter actually was a neo-Nazi. Far-right neo-Nazi femcel who followed white supremacists and Groyper accounts. Not a surprise that Libs of TikTok is trying to paint her as a leftist. If you think feminism is kill all men, then yeah, you're going to misread everything that's happening. So she tweeted it and then deleted it. These guys have one speed, okay? Immediately blame the left. Immediately blame like what you consider to be the left. No matter what happens. The manifesto was the only document that says she was 15 before law enforcement corrected from 17 to 15. So I think it's likely the manifesto is real. Yeah, there are some reasons as to why I'm still presenting this person's investigation. And the reasons are because Slatsism's information, regardless of putting your own fucking watermark on a manifesto of a neo-Nazi, which is insane to do to begin with. But the reasons as to why I'm saying that this is most likely correct is because a lot of the information that has come out after, a lot of the information that has come out in mainstream media that was verified afterwards actually confirms some of the stuff that she had uncovered already. Police have now corrected the record live and confirmed the shooter was 15 as stated in the manifesto I posted here earlier. Previous mainstream media reports claiming the shooter was 17 were incorrect.
Shooter are dead. Ready?
Yes.
All right, 3 people, including the shooter, are dead. Identified the shooter for you. A teacher and a teenage student were pronounced dead at the scene. 6 other students and a teacher were injured and taken to area hospitals. 2 students remain in critical condition and have life-threatening injuries. A teacher and 3 students were treated for non-life-threatening injuries, and 2 of those have been released or discharged from the area hospital.
I'm just going to jump in. It's 2 students in critical condition, and then 4, including a teacher, and 3 students with those non-life-threatening injuries.
Thank you.
Lucas from the State Journal. How did this 15-year-old get a hold of this gun? You know?
Why are they so quick to release a school shooter manifesto? They're not. The media is very protective over stuff like this, and oftentimes will refuse to release the manifesto of any shooter. But they especially are, they're not, mainstream media usually won't release the manifesto. They'll basically point to it if they have access to it. They'll point to it to ascribe motive. But it's not mainstream media that released the manifesto. It's some fucking random turf person who works for Redux Mag, which is like an anti-trans outlet. A turf outlet. They didn't release Luigi's manifesto. They only made inferences to it. Part of the reason why they don't release manifestos is because they don't want to urge copycats. They don't want to create copycats. How was Slatsism able to get a hold of this privileged info? I mean, she talks about it here. She dug deep and found the alleged boyfriend of the Wisconsin shooter. And he had gotten the full manifesto linked to him in a WhatsApp message. So he was able to send it to her. She didn't release it, just took snippets from it at their leisure. That's the other part of it as well. But yeah, there are 6 pages total, according to Slatsism. And this is some of the screenshots. War against humanity, the creation of a disaster. Why is this so unfair? Hatred, something everyone has gotten in a sense. Some people think it's pure nothing, but because the hate they make, it ends up killing them without knowing it, which go right ahead. I don't mind, but kind of do at the same time. What the fuck? Okay. One thing that I immediately noticed when I was reading this was like, the literacy rates are abysmal in this fucking country. Okay. I know that I joked about Luigi Mangione's manifesto having maybe too much brevity. She is 15 years old, so that probably is a part of it, but Jesus Christ. I think... You think the parents will go to jail? Potentially. Idaho anarchist here, and you swayed me on gun control. I was already pro-gun control, but not very invested in it. That's probably the most you're going to sway anyone from Idaho. The human scum is color and the way people are raised. I've grown around people who do not care or give one single care in the world and smoke their lungs out with weed and drink as much as they like as they can, like my own father. I've grown to hate people in society. It's truly not my fault, though it never was. But all of you in the world have done to me is pick and tease me. You've pushed me into a corner with no help whatsoever. Yeah, it almost reads like it's fucking. It almost reads like it was like written in a different language and then translated through like a shitty AI translator. Humanity is filth. I don't like filth, nor I want to live in it, nor should anyone else. I know it follows me and how it was followed me, and I will follow everyone because of how the world is rumored. There were so many things I wanted to do as a kid, yet I can admit I was afraid of other kids and also even with my own parents, but I don't even trust them. And at the age as well, I never will. My parents are scum. There's nothing that will save me. It's like an angsty fucking teenager, except many people go through that phase in their lives. They don't end up on fucking pro-terror telegrams and also live in the United States of America so they can go out and get a gun or get their parents to get them a gun and then, you know, shoot people with that gun. That's the problem. Okay? You can't fix all of these issues, but if you want to tackle at least some of the common denominators here, you know, any number of different things will do. This is, as is the case of every other fucking school shooting, as is the case with every other mass shooting in general, virtually all gun violence has one singular common denominator, and that is absolutely the readily available nature of guns in the United States of America. I don't know, not everyone has abused Hasan. Her parents seem extra bad. We don't know anything about her parents. I am not going to make inferences about her parents. I'm not going to make inferences about anything other than tangible things that I can verify. And given if the manifesto is the real manifesto, I think that the tangible things that you could verify are that like she definitely is. I mean, she's definitely fucked up in the head, but also ventured into online spaces that are incredibly fucking far right. But I'm certain that if your 15-year-old has not only become a neo-Nazi, but like straight up is like in Terrorgram, a telegram specifically dedicated to like creating white nationalist race riot accelerationists, like race war accelerationists, then yeah, your parents failed pretty spectacularly. Okay. The issue here is that a lot of the angst and anger and resentment that she experiences is like fairly commonplace for a 15-year-old. Okay? What's not so common is how these 15-year-olds, and when they're even younger than 15, basically, find themselves in the throes of right-wing radicalization. If you care about the ideology of the shooter, and I don't even think that the ideology of the shooter matters all that much in this process. It doesn't matter what their background is. It doesn't matter what their ideology is. If you want to tackle the issue of gun violence, you have to tackle guns in general. And I do treat many of this other fascinations as a simple mechanism of distraction. Like ultimately, there are obviously neo-Nazis and whatnot all around the country, all around the planet, as a matter of fact. She even seemingly mentions the Turkish one. And the Turkish neo-Nazi also comes from that same telegram. The difference with the Turkish one was that he had a knife. Now you can say she only was able to kill 6 people or 2 people, herself included, so technically 3. Whereas the shooter in Turkey, or the knife attack in Turkey, killed 5 people. But the targets were different, the situation was different, and there are plenty of other lone wolf, white supremacist, neo-Nazi terrorists that end up killing far more than 5 people. You never count your own like on posts? Yeah. I don't even trust them, and at that age I didn't well, and my parents are scum. There's nothing that will save them to make me think good of them ever again. No family ever trust and never trust society. There's two people and only two people I would trust, one partially and one I would never doubt. I can agree that I don't know what I'm doing in my life, but neither my parents or anyone around me. I've changed and I will not go back to that ever again. I'm hard and I'm different. The situation of a lifetime is get the fuck out moment and don't come back. I will never go back and nag my way through life. It's not even my fault though. It's everyone else's. It has to be theirs and not mine. It's pure idiotic from people to cause this, but it's a good thing that happens. Blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Holy shit. Maybe you'll see me as a weirdo, a freak, just as some of you do now, but I'm not. I'm not like the others. I would never want to be like them. And then the rest of it has a bunch of N-words peppered into it. Once you know, you'll never be proven guilty on all charges that we should be killed in a good way, in a way that's simple and more painful than anything. Revolution and population. The revolution should be well. The population should be well, but it's not. It never will be. I want to change that, but will I truly? What? I can't. She talks about black people just N-words, though worse. Once you sleep with one, you are one. I don't care who you think you are or what you've done good for this world. 15 years old, man. I want people to understand. 15 fucking years old. Yeah, it's what's shocking is like having this opinion when you're in fucking Madison, Wisconsin. There are like 300 total black people in Madison, Wisconsin. That's part of the reason. That's part of the problem. Is that segregated communities end up churning out these sorts of unimaginably racist results in general. Yeah, there's moments in the manifesto where she says she knows her words or whatever, but some more of the Wisconsin shooter info. Third page, her boyfriend had known her for 2 years. They were in a long-distance relationship and never met in person. They met on social media. He says she never previously expressed any desire to commit a shooting, only sent him her manifesto the day of the shooting. Timestamps of their messages shown to me demonstrate she sent it to him via WhatsApp. She posted on Twitter. Shooting occurred on, she posted on Twitter 11:50 a.m. Eastern. The shooting occurred at 11:57 a.m. Eastern. He did not see her message until 1:12 p.m. Eastern, at which point the act had been committed and she was already deceased. He describes her as being kind, generous towards him, and cheerful. He describes her as always making him gifts and never expecting anything in return. Oh, here are some of the mentions. One true ideal of so-called future, the future plan of revenge from its own inspiration and more, leading more. True inspiration of mind of thought pass on from others rather than rotting. Like everyone else, simply a guy who knew what he was doing, not ruining his life instead. Pekka Erik Auvinen was one of her inspirations. The other one was Arda Küçükyetim, the Turkish stabber. Puts their deaths down as well, like saints. And then 18-year-old Vladislav Rosilyakov. There's something weird about his boyfriend. He claims to not have known, but also claims that he tried to tell her not to for 2 years. His Twitter is also Nazi coded to the max. He's weird as fuck. Yeah. I think yeah, I think these guys are all in probably Terrorgram. Please look up the black population of Madison, Wisconsin. I did. It's 7%. I'm exaggerating when I say there's only 100 black people in Madison, Wisconsin. I did yesterday. Why are you being so... It's half the rate of the black Wisconsin, Madison, Wisconsin. No, I didn't say 3%. I said there's probably 1,000 or probably 100 black people in Madison, Wisconsin total. I'm exaggerating. I looked it up yesterday and I said it's 75% white, 7% black. I said 300. Sorry, I didn't say 3%. This is the person you guest starred? Oh, yeah, this is one of the people that I guest starred. Are you going to say that I'm doing misinformation about Madison, Wisconsin because of the hyperbole that I used? What are we fucking doing, man? I didn't say 3%, you fucking idiot. I said 300 total black people in Madison, Wisconsin, when I know the actual number is 7.3%. Why do you guys hyper focus on this dumbest shit? %7 also is half the rate of the national average. It's just pedantry, dude. I know. Listening in the periphery. Okay, listening in the periphery is a little bit crazier than just doing this, though, don't you think? You literally misheard what I said, got upset about the thing that I was, the hyperbole I was engaging in. And you spammed it 3 times. What the do you feel like what you did was productive? But if a population is 1 million, 3% is different from 7%. Okay, I'm giving you a week off. Because yesterday I covered Madison, Wisconsin's black population at 7%. It is completely, it is like I know what the actual population number is. And I didn't even ever say 3%. You imagined it. You hallucinated me saying that. And you're now being incredibly fucking annoying about it. I hope you understand that not a single person in this chat considers you to be a hypercritical intellectual giant, but instead a fucking annoying derailer for purely selfish purposes. You can continue watching. You can continue mishearing me, but you're not going to be able to keep writing in the chat for at least a week. Oh. On page 4 of her manifesto, Samantha says she acquired the weapons to commit the shooting through lies, manipulation, and my father's stupidity. Her boyfriend says he was aware that there was a gun in her gun safe in her house, but does not know how she got access to it. Some news sources, ABC and AP, yeah. So the rest of it is like, now that I've gotten some assurances I will not be suspended for posting the final pages. Here's the pages 5 and 6, the final 2 pages of the manifesto. Rupp now talks about her extremely difficult relationship with her father, notes that her parents had divorced multiple times, and that her mother struggled with drug addiction. She also implies her father was an alcoholic. She expresses that she had been bullied at school, something her boyfriend emphasized to me as being a big factor in her pessimism about her life and anger towards other people. Court records I have seen show she is telling the truth about the repeat divorces in her family and ongoing legal battles between her mother and her father. As a note, to address the dumbass comments I keep getting, 1, I watermarked them so journalists can't steal them. Journalists don't do any of their actual work anymore. What are you going to do, a DMCA on a fucking neo-Nazis manifesto? What kind of freak-ass shit is this? Like, your journalism in this instance should stand on its own, you know? And I'm obviously, like, I obviously personally am like, I think she did do decent journalism in this story, okay? It's just wild because, once again, when you've got like a Twitter brain, when you're a Twitter brain turf. Here. Shocking is like having this opinion when you're in fucking Madison, Wisconsin. There are like 300 total black people in Madison, Wisconsin. That's part of the reason. That's part of the problem. What's shocking? Yeah, I didn't fucking say there was 3%. Stupid fucking moron. I already did ban that chatter. I banned him for a week. Anyway. It's also obviously not serious. It's not sincere. So, oh shit. So I guess the point is, another trans Maddie, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. The point is that it wasn't, the shooter wasn't trans. The shooter was, yet to everyone's surprise, another neo-Nazi. But her political worldview is not, in my opinion, the most important part of the story. If your goal is to actively de-radicalize larger swaths of the population, if your goal is to, even without actively de-radicalizing larger swaths of the population, but to just lower the gun violence metrics, then you have to tackle guns as a part of the problem. Because guns are, regardless of how much you enjoy them, the primary reason, the common denominator as to why America has so much more gun violence than any other country. Yeah. Natalie Samantha Rupp now. Reuters has confirmed the identity, and that means that, I mean, this also this is what she had posted before anyone else in mainstream media. So that's what leads me to believe the accuracy of her journalism. I sincerely apologize. Full page 4. I had meant to post this and crop the zoom in the main introduction and realized that in the chaos I didn't do that and upload it. Here's full page 4. She continued to list off killers she admired. There are also others I admire. Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold, Patrick Woods, Crucius, Guilherme Tauchi, plus many, many other people. Many, many more people. I was born November 7, 2009, exactly 2 years after the Pecos attack. Nobody knows why I'm doing this. I got the weapons and lies by manipulation of my father's stupidity. I planned on shooting myself a while ago, but maybe it's better for evolution rather than just one stupid, boring suicide. It's crazy that someone born in 2009 is already, you know, getting a weapon and doing school shootings. Like, that's wild. But yeah. Now let's get back to mainstream coverage.
At shooter's home overnight, their parents cooperating and speaking with police.
How does any 15-year-old get a hold of a gun? We are certainly speaking and talking with the parents who are cooperating to determine if they were gun owners and if they had guns.
And it remains unclear just when this school might reopen. And authorities say, as you just heard, they continue to work to figure out how that 15-year-old got a handgun. George?
What do we know about security at the school, Alex?
Well, George, we know this school does not have a resource officer, nor do they have metal detectors, but officials say they do have cameras inside the school that are monitored, and teachers and staff are trained to visually scan students every day looking for any potential threats. Officials say teachers and staff here did everything they were supposed to do. George?
Alex Perez, thanks.
Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes joined us earlier to discuss this investigation. Chief Barnes, thank you so much for joining us. I'm so sorry it's under these conditions.
Good morning, Gail. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Can you start off with bringing us up to date about the conditions of the victims? What can you tell us?
I can tell you that 2 of the victims with non-life-threatening injuries were released from the hospital last night. So we'll start with some good news. I can also tell you that we have about 300 survivors that join an exclusive club, those who survived school shootings. Our community is really...
That's insane. That's an insane thing to say, in my opinion.
Reeling from what happened today or last night, and we're really trying to put the pieces together to bring some answers to our community.
You know, unfortunately, you know, this is a story we've heard and told too many times. I always ask myself, what is it going to take for this country to get this right? We are still struggling, and now we hear the shooter this time was a 15-year-old girl. What can you tell us about her and about her family? What do we know?
Well, we know that her family is cooperating with all investigation right now. We'll spend a lot of time today going through some items that we took from her house as a result of a search. We'll look through her social media, talk to some of her friends, and really try to piece together how a 15-year-old was able to do something like this in such a short amount of time.
Yeah. Do you know where she got the gun, Chief?
We do not know where she got the gun. We're working with our partners from the ATF to do what's called an ATF trace form to determine the origins of that weapon. But we hope to have some of those answers today in my noon briefing with my investigators.
Do you know anything about a motive at this time? I realize everything is still very early and you all are still processing too.
Yeah, there's been a lot on social media posted by people who allege that they're her friends, describing different motives. We're trying to track those people down to talk to them and figure out what happened. But what we do know is...
Can you help me understand why a 15-year-old can be on a popular Telegram group called Terragram, but the FBI won't stop the shit despite how much our taxes give them? I know for a fact that the FBI has stopped certain Telegram groups in the past and shuttered them completely and arrested some of the people that operated those Telegram groups. There are many such cases. I suspect that part of the reason why they haven't tackled Terrorgram is either 1, because it's international, or 2, because they're actively monitoring it so that at the end of the process of yet another fucking, terror attack or whatever, they can turn around and say, this person was on our radar. Telegram is also a Russian-owned platform, so that makes it a little bit trickier. The CEO actually was arrested, if I'm not mistaken, in France. If you remember, he lived in Dubai specifically so that he wouldn't get into trouble. So they can't rate everyone who says anything concerning online. Yeah, the FBI doesn't have a built-in backdoor access to Telegram like it does to other social media we have as well. That's true. Well, for now. But obviously, it doesn't even matter if they have built-in background or backdoor access to other social media platforms. They still don't fucking do anything about it. It's not like they use it in the apprehension of people who are about to commit acts of terror. The Accelerationist app, how Telegram became the center of gravity for a new breed of domestic terrorists. Like, Telegram being outside of the sphere of American law enforcement agencies also obviously creates a unique space for them as like the primary primary application that people can use to get information out directly. Like, this is what Hamas uses as their official communications for the most part. That's part of the reason. That's like, if there is any sort of journalistic value to it, that's the one aspect of Telegram that I guess allows this kind of perspective to be heard by journalists who will cover it in a critical lens, for sure. but still utilize it to get information out as quickly as possible. But for the most part, Telegram, I would say, is primarily focused on, you know, some of the most some of the most active terror organization happening on every side of every political equation, good or bad, whatever you personally think. Like, it's just like, famously, Israel had the Telegram group, like the pro-Israeli terror Telegram group, where they would like celebrate the deaths of all the people in Gaza. It was so popular that the Israeli government created their own version of the Telegram group that was a little bit more sanitized, but still played the same purpose. It was not actually sanitized at all. It was still devastating. But yes, many of the far-right neo-Nazi terror groups, many of the far-right neo-Nazi terror groups basically operate on there with free reign. They simply do not comply with the request for access when presented by a foreign government. After the CEO arrest, they began to comply willingly. Yeah. Also, to be noted, Telegram is very well known to be able to shut down so many channels. They see this shit and allow it to fester. Yeah. What? Far left to let? Telegram is also a bunch of groups full of cops just catfishing each other by accident for drug sales, etc. Yeah, that too. How long before they really come after Discord? Discord is nowhere near as much of a fed bait as Telegram. Discord has very similar groups as well, except Discord in and of itself is an American company. Discord complies with federal law enforcement requests. Telegram does not. That's the major. WhatsApp is cooked. WhatsApp is owned by Facebook. What are we talking about? Of course. Every single social media platform you use to communicate with others, if you're writing shit on there that's illegal, you know, good luck. Have fun. You might as well be writing it directly to a federal law enforcement officer, okay? Anyway, methods of communication aren't the issue here. There are points of radicalization that occur in every space online, okay? YouTube plays a very formative role in radicalizing people and pushing them towards the far right. Discord also plays a role in this. Telegram is the final point of it. It's the 8chan to the 4chan, if that makes sense. There are definitely better communication apps like Signal and XMPP. Anything that's end-to-end encrypted and open source is a better alternative to Telegram and WhatsApp and the like. I mean, I don't even know if Signal is good, but I'm pretty sure they also cooperate with federal law enforcement when necessary. But the point is, yes, there are a shit ton of groups like this online. They exist. And I don't think you can actually actively pursue every single person that says things like this or has these kinds of associations and leanings, ideological leanings. And I'm not so certain that the federal government would even want to go after them. I think they're more predisposed with going after, campus protesters against Israel and the like. So it's not, you can't tackle this issue. You can't tackle this issue by just like attacking the platforms where this kind of communication happens. It's one aspect of it, and you can certainly undermine it. I will admit, the shutting down of certain Telegram groups, certain prominent neo-Nazi Telegram groups, has certainly been a good thing, okay? It has not been a bad thing at all. Arresting people that operate those Telegram groups is a good thing. Not a bad thing at all. The problem is, this is a much larger problem. This is a much larger issue. And simply tackling the platforms is not going to help you. It can help you bandage the issue a little bit. Having said that, however, like when you have so many different markers that predict the likelihood of yet another mass shooting happening from yet another neo-Nazi, regardless of their fucking age, is that you have to actually tackle some of the systemic problems. Some of that is the universality of healthcare, having it be readily available to all who seek it out. Some of that is the creation of public spaces where people can actually engage in with their own communities and no longer are super alienated, super isolated, and find a sense of shared purpose and community only online, because that is seemingly a vector of radicalization. Most importantly, however, I would say that the ease of access to weapons and how many weapons are in circulation in the United States of America is one of the most significant problems that must be tackled head on. That's why it happens so frequently here. There are incidents that were born out of this Telegram group, Terrorgram, globally. Turkey being one country, I believe Finland another. She mentioned them. However, when you bring in guns into the equation, the situation becomes much more dire. That's why I always talk about all these other countries that have similar problems with mental health. And yet they don't have the same level of gun violence. Because we have 120 guns for every 100 Americans. Exactly.
Was that this child obviously was very troubled. There's usually some type of warning signs that we all may have missed. And so we have to understand that we have to come together as a community. We have to wrap our arms around our children and understand what's going on in their lives.
And I watched your news conference yesterday, and I saw that you were just as affected as all of us who have been watching this. But when you said the person who called 911 was a second grader.
No, the Finnish shooting happened in 2007, so probably not related to the Terrorgram. No, but they're hailing the Finnish shooter as a hero is what I'm saying. And the Eskişehir stabbing that took place was directly related to Terrorgram. So much so that they actually arrested the two Americans that were responsible for radicalizing these people.
It sort of, I had to stop and just process that for just a second. Tell me how you were processing all of that and what you make of this. Did this little girl, this little person have a phone? How did she get in touch with 911? I just thought a second grader,
It's not a second grader. It was actually a second grade teacher.
tremendously. Gail, before I was a police officer, I was a public school teacher. I taught history at a big heart for school and education. As someone, who values the sanctity of school and understanding and being in that position to know how dedicated teachers really are to understanding that our kids need to be safe in order to learn. So it really affected me. I actually had to take a couple of beats myself last night and throughout the course of the day to gather myself and come to grips with this as well.
Yep, I know everything you've said we've all heard before, and yet we keep playing this song, and I feel it's mourn, pray, repeat again.
You have all right ideologies in other countries, but in America, they not only have those harmful ideologies, but easy access to lethal force. Exactly. It doesn't matter what Gail said here, little person, little girl. None of that shit matters, okay? It's fine. It's not the main point of contention. Yes, they were wrong about the age of the person who called 911. It was actually a second grade teacher and not a second grader who called 911. Anyway. But like I said, the reason why I wanted to dive into the background of the shooter a little bit was specifically because a lot of people were saying that she's trans or she's a leftist, she's a feminist. Okay. No, she was a Groyper neo-Nazi and frequented those spaces online. And clearly, on top of that, had a whole bunch of stuff going on in her own personal life. Pair that up with being able to get a gun. And here we are. Have you thought since she's a woman, she's kind of woke, though? Yeah. Speaking of the other shooting that took place, which wasn't a mass shooting, but a very targeted, very deliberate shooting. There was a poll conducted after the UHC healthcare shooting. I covered this earlier today, but Luigi Mangione has now been indicted on murder and terror-related charges in the United Healthcare CEO shooting in the state of New York. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg came out earlier today and charged the 26-year-old Ivy League graduate with murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a Manhattan sidewalk. And he's been indicted by a grand jury in the case. And he stands accused of first-degree murder in furtherance of terrorism, second-degree murder, one count of which is charged as killing as an act of terrorism, and criminal possession of a weapon and other crimes. Alvin Bragg said, "We allege that Luigi Mangione carried out the brazen, targeted, and fatal shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan. This type of premeditated, targeted gun violence cannot and will not be tolerated, and my office has been working day in and day out to bring the defendant to justice. I want to extend my heartfelt prayers to Mr. Thompson's loved ones as they continue to grieve. This ongoing investigation is a product of an incredible partnership at all levels with the NYPD. And I want to thank Commissioner Tisch and the prosecutors and detectives who worked collaboratively to apprehend Mr. Mangione. He is now charged in a New York State Supreme Court indictment with 3 counts of murder and faces a maximum penalty of life in prison without parole. Prosecutors are working to extradite Mangione from Pennsylvania, where he was arrested on an unrelated weapons charge. I guess technically it's not an unrelated weapons charge, but they want to extradite him to New York City to formally face charges in the 50-year-old health executive's death. The hearing on the matter is scheduled for Thursday. A spokesperson for Governor Kathy Hochul said that the governor plans to issue a warrant for extradition to New York as soon as the indictment against Mangione was handed up. His lawyers had said their client would not plead guilty to charges in both Pennsylvania and New York. Mangione faces life in prison without parole if convicted of the New York charges. 3 lawyers visited Mangione in prison on Friday, including a new attorney on the case, Karen Friedman Agnifilo. She's a longtime veteran of the Manhattan DA's office. She will be representing Mangione on charges that come from New York. A spokesperson for the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections on Friday told Newsweek that Mangione was being held in a small cell and not in solitary confinement. Mangione is not interacting with other inmates at this time and has taken every meal in his cell, she said. He has gotten mail, though. A spokesperson says Mangione received 33 emails and 6 pieces of mail as of Tuesday morning. She says he also received 153 deposit entries into his commissary account. According to Inmate Handbook, inmates may order commissary items like toilet articles and snacks on a weekly basis. Yeah. Someone in the chat said, premeditated gun violence is totally unacceptable unless it's a random woman getting shot by her ex-boyfriend or gang violence between 2 young kids in a red-lined urban area. No way to fix that stuff. Yeah, that stuff you got to live with. Okay, premeditated acts of violence such as school shootings also, we can't fix that. You just got to live with it. The level of attention that law enforcement agencies have given to the assassination of Brian Thompson, United Healthcare CEO, is very interesting. Except it's not interesting at all and perfectly understandable if you recognize that law enforcement is not there to protect and serve you, but instead to protect and serve the interests of capital. That's it. CEOs are more important than the average person. And if you shoot a CEO in broad daylight for all of his contributions to the death and destruction of many families all across America, and then Americans start recognizing that is a serial killer that was taken out, then yeah, that's a really terrifying prospect for other CEOs, people in positions of power. All of our instruments of justice and all of our institutions like mainstream media and the like are tasked and designed with making sure that everybody understands that is completely unacceptable. Okay? Do your normie friends understand what mainstream media is doing, or have they moved on already? I don't think they give a shit that much. They understand where the anger and resentment comes from towards Brian Thompson, and that's pretty much it. That's it. Meanwhile, a poll was conducted, and it found that 41% of adults under 30 consider the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson acceptable. More than 40% in that demographic who consider it unacceptable. Anger over health insurance companies has been in the spotlight after Thompson was fatally shot December 4th in New York City. Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old, was arrested last week in Pennsylvania and faces charges of Thompson's killing. Survey came from Emerson College polling, found that 68% of all respondents found the actions of the person who shot and killed Thompson to be unacceptable. But a startling 24% of those aged 18 to 29 found it somewhat acceptable, and 17% of that group found it completely acceptable. That is crazy. Okay? Now, issue polling of this sort are, not always going to be accurate. Okay? But it's still fucking insane that they were able to call up, investigate enough people within the age range of 18 to 29 that was like, yeah, I think that shit was awesome. That's crazy. Spencer Kimball, the executive director of Emerson College Polling, said 22% of Democrats said they found the killing acceptable compared to 16% of independents and 12% of Republicans. Said the overall findings underscored shifting societal attitudes among the youngest electorate and within party lines. I think part of this, as I've talked about, is how desensitized Americans, especially young Americans, are to violence. I will say that. But also, yeah, this is the Emerson College poll. For the 18 to 29 demographic, 17% find this to be completely unacceptable. 17%, or no, 33% find it. Sorry. 33% find it completely unacceptable. And of course, the older you get, the more that's going to be, I mean, 70 plus people, especially once you get to Medicare for all, I don't really care about your opinion. You know what I mean? Like, this is not your battle. You lived in a dramatically different country your whole life. And also now you have Medicare for all. So it still ends up fucking you over, but just, or not Medicare for all, sorry, you have Medicare in general. I think if you want the societal attitude to reflect this, you're going to have to give these guys what these guys have, which is, you know, an opportunity to be able to dream of a better tomorrow. A notion that they can retire at a reasonable age. You know, healthcare. Unc, your age bracket seems to be not the best. You missed Weekend Update? Yeah, I didn't watch the SNL this week, but I think they made one joke. And they said he was a hypocrite for going to McDonald's and Starbucks. It's UHC's fault that I lost my good med back in March and haven't been the same since. I can barely walk most days compared to no problems before then. There will be more Luigi's because everyone has a reason. Yeah. Like 100%. There are far too many people who have been fucked over by healthcare unnecessarily. So much so that you literally have people who are, you know, coming from wealthier backgrounds that are also engaging in this act of violence. I don't think that the solution to it is just like attacking random fucking healthcare CEOs. You know what I mean? I don't think that is going to solve this issue. But if no one actually is tasked with solving this problem, this systemic problem, then yeah, there's going to be more. And it seems like the powers that control our lives, all these institutions, are predisposed with not trying to tackle the systemic harms, but instead engaging in new methods of apprehension for those who speak out of turn. You know? Because it's far too difficult to solve the healthcare crisis in this country. It's much easier to keep pressuring people. It's much easier to just say, it's much easier to make an example of some Barbaras and Debras, you know, prosecute people for being upset at their health care. That's it. Let's remember that one of the most popular American TV shows is about a high school biology teacher who gets cancer and starts making meth to pay his medical bills. Yeah. It's a very, like, Breaking Bad doesn't exist in other countries. You understand? There is no underlying premise like that. There's no UK Breaking Bad. He was a chemistry teacher, not a biology teacher. You're right. Sorry. I read that in the chat. They said it wrong. It's fine. You were on Philly D today?
Bastards, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, you daily
Oh, I
dive
didn't even
into
cover
news.
the
It is
Assad
Tuesday
thing.
Reaction. But then, unfortunately, we need to talk about how a teen shooter killed 2 people at the K through 12 Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin yesterday. With reports initially claiming that at around 11 a.m., a second grader at Abundant Life called 911 to report a shooting, with officers then dispatched. But you had police clarifying today that that wasn't entirely correct. It was actually a second grade teacher. But anyway, within minutes, the first officers rolled up, and by 11:05, they reported that the shooter was down and a gun had been recovered. With it then later reported that the evidence suggests that the shooter took their own life. Then by 11:30, you had officers and bomb-sniffing dogs clearing the building, and the injured had been taken off to the hospital, which on that note, 6 were injured, 2 of which were students that, as of this morning, are in critical condition. And outside of the shooter, 2 people have died, with one being a teacher and the other a student. And all of this is we still do not know the identities of the victims while the police inform their families. But with that said, we've slowly been getting a clearer picture of what happened thanks to updates from the local police chief, Sean Barnes. Right, yesterday, we learned that the shooter was a 15-year-old girl and a student at Abundant Life, and that the shooting was confined to a study hall with a mix of students from different grades. Also, reportedly, the gun used was a 9mm handgun, and the ATF is currently trying to figure out exactly where it came from. And this is the Madison police are investigating the shooter's parents, who are reportedly cooperating, with the police specifically looking at whether the parents owned the gun that was used in the shooting, and Barnes saying, we also want to look at if the parents may have been negligent, and that's a question that we'll have to answer with our district attorney's office, but saying at this time, that does not appear to be the case. Now, as far as the motive, that still is officially unclear, though the shooting was reportedly planned in advance. With, for example, CNN saying that a source told them that the shooter had been struggling, which she expressed in writings that the police are currently reviewing, which was also confirmed by Barnes this morning, who said, we've been made aware of a manifesto, if you want to call it that, or some type of letter that's been posted by someone who alleged to be her friend. We haven't been able to locate that person yet, but that's something we're going to work on today. Now with this, the community there has obviously been hit very hard, right? They've planned a candlelight vigil for tonight. A memorial has started to take shape outside the school. We've also seen news outlets interviewing members of the community, with one mother saying,
it's sad, you know, to be home and then somebody call you and say your kids school in like down and shooting and you didn't know where they are. And thank God they were safe. But the trauma, it's a lot, because I'm sure they lost friends and teachers, which is not okay. And I don't think they will be okay for a long time. And I'm not.
Also, with all this, we've seen kind of the general aftermath that we normally see with a situation like this. Right? Many politicians pointing to Madison today and their calls for gun control. With, for example, Wisconsin Representative Mark Pocan saying, I've sat through so many moments of silence on the floors of Congress that are followed by 0 moments of action. But then also adding that he even had a media appearance get canceled because the number of deaths was corrected and dropped to 2. With him saying, if that is a societal response, we are screwed. We have to do more as a society. We have to be more outraged that you drop your kid off to a school and you're not sure they're going to be safe. That's completely unacceptable, and we all need to speak out much louder. Right? And there has been a lot of conversation surrounding both the media coverage of the school shootings and the overall response to them. Right? Like with CNN specifically, they got some heat for interviewing students who were in the building at the time of the shooting, with a number of people responding by saying things like, just seen an 8-year-old girl getting interviewed about the school shooting in Madison, clearly traumatized after seeing her teacher shot. Why are you shoving a mic and camera into these babies' faces? And as a journalist, y'all need to draw the line and stop interviewing children. They don't need to relive the trauma. L for every journalist involved. With also big online commentators in the space like Hasan Piker chiming in, reacting to the CNN clip.
1 week before Christmas, a young student has been killed, a teacher has been killed. How will Madison, Wisconsin even begin to deal with this horrific day? An area leader will join us next.
Dude, this is wild stuff. I swear. It's always like, it's just so commonplace. It's just so commonplace at this point where it's like we have streamlined the coverage. We've streamlined the coverage immediately.
With them then later adding,
now we have like additional industries tasked with, designed with the purpose of extracting some kind of profit out of tragedies like this. And yet we always seemingly find a reasonable market solution. And that doesn't mean that we're actually eliminating the problem. It's never about eliminating the problem. It's about trying to triage and I guess like stop the bleeding by, you know, making more money. Yeah, one man's tragedy is another man's opportunity.
Right, and he's not alone there. Many have taken issue with people seemingly trying to profit, whether monetarily or with attention from this shooting specifically. With, I mean, just one example being that someone...
I was actually talking about like industries that are tasked with like doing therapy for school shooting victims and whatnot. I guess it also suits the purpose of like mainstream media as well. And yeah, I think that this person also kind of falls into that a little bit where she's like, oh, I, you know, sought out the manifesto, so like I should be able to fucking watermark it, which is so crazy. But I can't help but remember this bulletproof room that that they were trying to sell it for American schools, like bulletproof backpacks and bulletproof rooms. You know what I'm talking about? I'm going to show you right now real quick. This. Like, it seems like a joke, but it's not a joke. An Alabama company has created a safe room it believes will save lives during a school shooting. It's a fold-out panic room.
We can't control policy. We can't control politics. We're just a small company that has, I feel like, innovative ideas that can pass the test of time. And we wanted to bring our version of gun control to the nation. We have a deployable unit that folds into the wall and then comes out. It deploys in under 10 seconds, and the entire classroom can be in this and locked into a safe place within their classroom in a matter of 30 seconds or less. And then we have a fully deployed unit that is stationary and it stays.
Anything helps? No. Brother, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? What do you mean anything helps? This is just like... This is giving up. Okay? This is just giving up. What are we doing? It's not anything. This is basically saying, well, we can't fix it, so we might as well try and, again, triage. Yeah, it's a Band-Aid on a artery that is bleeding out.
He's out all the time, and it's actually mounted.
It's like the ship is sinking and you're poking your finger in one of the holes and you're like, this is fine. Anything helps. The ship's sinking.
It's solidly, and it's not deployable. We're now going to hopefully be able to get these in every classroom in America to give everybody a chance to go home at night to their loved ones.
It's wild because this is not a natural disaster. Gun violence is treated as though it is a natural disaster, but it's not a natural disaster. It's not an earthquake. And even then you can take measures against earthquakes as well, which we also seemingly don't. But like, it's not a naturally occurring phenomenon. It doesn't exist anywhere else, just with us.
Someone online actually shared what they said was the Madison Shooters Manifesto with a watermark on each page. Though I will say it's important to note here that the police have still said they're not ready to confirm whether this actually is what people are saying it is. But regardless, right, that watermark landed the original poster in a world of backlash with people saying things like, an influencer watermarking a school shooter's manifesto with their social media handle feels like an episode the writers of Black Mirror rejected because they thought it was too obvious. But while we watch the public discourse play out and we wait for more information and confirmations to come in, where I'll end this is by saying that obviously our hearts and our thoughts go out to those in Madison. But then...
All right. Okay. Let's talk about the ProPublica reporter on uncovering United Healthcare's secret internal cost-cutting campaign. Going back to Luigi Mangione. Maybe some days you guys will like your... Maybe someday you guys will like your children more than your guns and your Constitution. No. People have completely given up on that. They just literally think that the best way to protect their children is by giving them guns, okay? That's where we're at this stage. It's just not happening. Everything gets worse and fucking worse. There's no solutions whatsoever.
The shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson has sparked a national conversation around the frustrations over how the company handles some claims. In a new investigation, ProPublica looked into the claims of one Louisiana mother who says United Healthcare is limiting access to autism therapy for her son. ProPublica reporter Annie Waldman is joining me right now. Annie, great to see you. I mean, you profile a mother, Sherelle Menard, and her son Benji, who has autism. He was diagnosed, as you're right, with severe autism at the age of 3, received treatment, and even the family was celebrating that he would start to speak, a few words. And they started looking at the potential future of Benji very differently and hoped for more treatment. But that something changed, right, according to your reporting, and then suddenly United Healthcare cuts back on the treatment. And then there was a discovery of some sort of secret internal cost-cutting campaign. Tell us about all of that, because it is a very lengthy and great article that you write. I tried to truncate it there, but fill in the blanks for folks.
Yeah, so this year we have done a lot of mental health and behavioral health care reporting, trying to understand how do insurance companies work when they determine what is medically necessary and what's not. And over the course of our reporting, we obtained leaked documents from inside United Health Group by way of their subsidiary Optum, which manages their mental health benefits, that have revealed what is effectively the company's internal playbook for limiting mental health coverage. And in these documents, we uncovered a secret internal cost-cutting campaign that essentially is targeting a growing financial burden for the company, the treatment of thousands of children with autism around the country.
And so that playbook that you talk about that was developed by Optum, it was a pursuing market-specific action plans, and among those things to limit children's access to treatment, as specifically autism or particularly challenging conditions. What was the vernacular?
Yeah, so they specifically are targeting children with a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, and specifically they're targeting their Medicaid plan. So about 10,000 children are impacted by this. And even though in their documents, they acknowledge that some areas across the country have very long wait lists for a specialized therapy to help these kids, the company says that they are actually preventing new providers from joining their networks and terminating existing ones who are already in the network. And what happens is that once these networks become smaller, it is very difficult for families to find, clinicians who can provide this therapy for their children, or they have to pay tens of thousands of dollars a year out of pocket for this type of therapy.
So you report Optum, whose parent company, United Health Group, earned $22 billion in net profits last year, is heavily investing in its plan to save millions by limiting access to such care. That's how you reported it. It's pretty alarming. And even in a Washington Post report, someone who worked.
If she says, do you feel like you're heightening the tensions in this tumultuous time? I will fucking be nuked out of orbit. Do you feel like reporting on healthcare profits in this tumultuous time after an egregious act of terror was committed is the appropriate time and place? I will fucking lose it. I don't think she'll do it, but oh my God.
Worked with United's CEO Brian Thompson, who was gunned down, was aware of public frustration with some of the company's actions, and that came before his killing. So what's been the response now from Optum or United about
God
your reporting?
She didn't do that.
Yeah, so, United and Optum declined a request that we had and that we made more than a month ago for an on-the-record conversation about their coverage of behavioral and mental health care. We also sent them questions 11 days before our story came out, and they did not respond to them, citing the December 4th killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson as the reason. And an email.
That's amazing, bro. Companies are so soulless. They literally used the execution of Brian Thompson as a they tried to do it. They were like, oh, you're baiting us. You're baiting us in this inopportune time. God damn, that's bloodless, dude. That's fucking bloodless. That's crazy. Never let a crisis go to waste. Oh my Lord. Yes, I have heard about the CEO emergency hotline. I've talked about it yesterday. To be fair, that's what Brian would have wanted to increase shareholder value. You're not wrong. They could turn around and say, we're doing this for Brian. Using his death to ensure we protect our shareholders.
spokesperson even told us that they were in mourning and could not engage with what they considered a non-urgent story during this incredibly difficult moment in time.
And what has been the response from the Menard family? I mean, how are they now navigating what has become an even more complicated, I guess, health journey for them?
Yeah, you know, what the mother told me, Sherelle, is that if her son doesn't get his therapy, she worries that as he ages, he won't develop the skills that he needs to keep himself safe and help him advocate for himself. So his clinical team, which is based in Lafayette, Louisiana, they are fighting this denial. In fact, they have to go to an administrative law hearing in January to try to get this denial overturned. If it's not overturned, like many families, they may not be able to afford this therapy out of pocket, and Benji will have to scale back the hours that he needs. You know, and this is not just Benji and Sherelle. There are likely hundreds, if not thousands, of families who are dealing with issues with insurance companies trying to get coverage of this type of care.
Annie Waldman, glad you could be with us. And of course, folks, if you want to read the ProPublica story reported by Annie, it is on CNN.com, and you can see it there. And obviously, you just underscored, you believe it's a microcosm of what a lot of American families are experiencing right now. Thank you so much, Annie.
Thanks for having me.
More than $135,000 has been raised for Luigi Mangioni's legal defense fund. It's a crowdfunding effort started by a group called the December 4th Legal Committee. Their total fundraising goal as of now, $500,000, and they just might get there. The organizers, alluding to the date United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was gunned down on the streets of Manhattan. But they say it's not about the violence from that day. They write, this is a preemptive legal fundraiser for the suspect allegedly involved in the shooting of United Healthcare CEO. We are not here to celebrate violence, but we do believe in the constitutional right of fair legal representation, unquote. But as for the people donating, well, some of them are full on celebrating Mangioni's actions, and the donations are coming in at all sorts of amounts, from the highest at $1,300, some as low as $5. One person writes under their $10 donation, and I'm quoting here, "The shot heard around the nation. We cannot let it be in vain. You made the first stand. Thank you." Another person donated $500 writing this, "I hope this entire event leads to a
They're going to arrest your moms and dads, dude. I'm not even kidding. They're going to literally investigate every single person that donates this shit and then try to like go after people for donating, which is, I mean, which shouldn't stop you from donating, for the record, but this never happened when Rittenhouse killed that guy. I wonder what's the difference. Yeah, I don't recall people, especially because like that one is political, right? That one is political. There was a very obvious like political motivation behind it. What's interesting about this one is like this seemingly transcends politics, regardless of how hard the media is trying to reframe this as like a partisan issue. Like, I don't think the Debras and the Barbaras that are fucking angry at United Healthcare or their own private healthcare are like, yeah, I'm a card-carrying leftist, you know? I shouldn't have said political. I should have said partisan from the jump. It's interesting because I think there are probably plenty of people who liked Kyle Rittenhouse and donated to Kyle Rittenhouse's defense fund, ironically also are fond of Luigi Mangione. Or at the very least, don't give a shit about what Luigi Mangione did. So no, I don't think this is like a partisan issue. I don't think you can analyze this or interpret this from the lens of partisanship. Every American that's been fucked over by healthcare, regardless of what their political background is, understands what happened here. And no matter how much the media tries to, hand wave away all of that, or tries to claim that this is like a bunch of lefties or whatever, a bunch of loony lefties, I don't think they're going to be able to put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Thinking of the wealthy people running this country. Health insurance has been a scam for far too long, and it needs to change. Stop talking about it and do something. I want to bring in Sam Beard. He is the
Stop talking and do something doesn't mean like go kill CEOs, dumbasses. It means change the system. Like move towards a more humane system where profits are not put over the interests of everyday citizens.
the spokesperson for the December 4th Legal Committee and the host of Party Girls podcast. Sam, thank you for joining this evening. How many donations have you received this far? And are you surprised to see the level of support for someone who is a murder suspect?
Laura, thank you for having me on and for covering this important topic. So far we have received over 4,700 individual donations, averaging about, it seems, $15 or so at the median there. And to be honest, I'm really not that surprised that all of this widespread support has sort of risen up in this moment for this young man alleged to have taken action in this way. I think Americans are fed up with the way that the health insurance system operates.
When you think about you said taking action in this way, he is accused of having committed murder. You've gotten people who've donated to the fund who are embracing and celebrating that murder of this man, Brian Thompson. What do you say to your critics who think this fundraiser is co-signing that murder?
Well, at the end of the day, every American has a right to a fair trial. And I think for every person who might be exhibiting some sense of joy, there are 10 people sort of asking the question, well, who's the real murderer in this conversation? We're talking about the largest and most successful private health insurance corporation in the history of humankind, right? Which is successful precisely because they generate profits by denying claims, among other things. Just to quote one donor here directly, quote, "We do not condone murder. And for that reason, we cannot condone the actions of United Healthcare. Luigi was standing up to a systematized murder of millions of Americans at the hands of a broken healthcare system."
When you hear that, of course, first of all, I'm a former prosecutor. Everyone deserves a proper legal defense. And frankly, he is presumed innocent at this point in time. They have a burden of proof that they have to carry out. But when there seems to be the equivalence drawn between gunning somebody down in the streets, and again, he is presumed innocent, but somebody gunning him down in the streets, and then the idea of a health insurance company.
Yeah, it's arguably worse. This is what people don't understand. When your grandma's like, oh, I can't get chemotherapy because it's too expensive and insurance won't cover it, I guess I'll just die. That's murder. So yeah, the CEOs that contribute to that profit off of that, you can systematize that murder as much as you want, but they are responsible. That's so crazy that these guys are like, but what do you mean? This is just a person that's behaving in the way that they're supposed to, that's behaving within the that's behaving under the capitalist constructs that we exist under. One is different than the other, don't you think? And it's like, to the average person who has experienced the death of a loved one because of this, they don't give a fuck. They still died. To the average person whose life was ruined because they had to go through medical bankruptcy, they don't give a fuck. Oh, that's just the way the system is? Okay, well, I guess we live in a cruel system, so there's nothing you can do about it. You know?
Behaving in the way that has led to, you believe, the deaths of people as well. Are you concerned that that sort of equivalence is going to instigate further harm?
Yeah, that's a good question. As a moral matter, it's horrible when anybody has their life cut short by another person, especially when it could have been prevented, right? But that same logic has to apply both ways. A CEO had his life short, a world-renowned CEO for being very effective in his field, mind you, but he was effective because he profited from denying people's claims, which cut their lives short. So we can't just apply a simple moral rule without acknowledging that we're in an immoral system that degrades the value of some lives while elevating the value of others. And I think what's sort of plain as day at this point is challenging that is, above all, a political act.
This is a great take. Both, I mean, he's just popping off. But yeah, it's the contract hitman defense. I had a fiduciary responsibility to carry out this assassination. Like, what do you mean? That wouldn't work in a court of law. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, sorry, I had to do this. I had to carry out a murder. I had to carry out tens of thousands of murders because, like, that was my job. You know?
And when we treat it only as a moral act, I think we're plugging our ears to its political meaning.
I certainly hear the political consequences and conversations that are going on. This will be dealt with in the criminal court system. So the idea of how it'll be addressed will be quite distinct from the overall conversation. I'm learning, though, that one of Mangioni's lawyers told my network that he would not accept the money. So what will your group do with it?
So I'm wondering if that's the conversation that happened about a week ago. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Has there been a recent development that you think he will take the money?
No, but there's been a recent development in terms of sort of an expanded legal team. So I would imagine there's different decision makers in that process. And we have yet to establish two-way communication with their newest legal team. We have contacted them via telephone, email, and good old-fashioned snail mail.
That was fantastic. That was a fantastic redirection. Talking about like the inhumanity of the system that we live under. I mean, it was fantastic.
Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you so much for joining us, Sam Beard.
Thank you.
Well, Mangioni is expected to be in court next week. We're not exactly sure how his lawyers plan on defending him specifically, but we are getting some clues. I want to bring in Charles Patrick Ewing. He is a board-certified.
I'm going to be honest. I'm shocked that they even had this person on. I'm shocked that they even had this person on because I would more so assume that they would have. Dude, every time I see a person on a CNN broadcast doesn't mean I have to have them on as well, okay? Like, can chat fucking calm down, please? Holy shit. Calm down. Do you think the jury will convict them? I think that they will find the best possible jury to convict them. It'll be tough, but they'll do it.
forensic psychologist and a distinguished service professor and professor of law emeritus at SUNY Buffalo. Also here with me, Joey Jackson, senior legal analyst and defense attorney. Glad to have both of you here. Joey, let me begin with you. Can you first quickly explain to us why Mangione has a second-degree murder charge as opposed to a first-degree charge in New York?
Yeah, Laura, good to be with you. So what happens is that in New York State, first-degree murder is reserved for the killing of a police officer, a peace officer, a judge, a correction officer, a first responder. You don't generally get first-degree murder unless it pertains to one of those issues. The only other conceivable way that it could be first-degree is if it's in furtherance of some act of terrorism, which could be a viable charge, depending upon, of course, what authorities continue to find with respect to that is Luigi Mangione's state of mind, mindset as it relates to the actual crime. Murder in the second degree, however, is preserved for everything else, and that is intentional murder.
Cops are a special class, dude. You know they had to add EMTs and firefighters and shit on there specifically so that it's just not cops. I love that. Like, they write this stuff specifically to protect cops, like to add extra protections to cops. Beyond that, they already have. But then they have to be like, oh, peace officers, like, oh, what? You want EMTs not to be a protected class? It's like, that's not what that's for.
Murder. And so generally people who are charged in New York State with murder are charged with murder in the second degree, absent one of those delineated consequences or actions that I noted before.
Really important to get that distinction. Thanks, Joey. Let me turn to you, Charles. We're getting some hints as to what Mangione's defense could possibly look like. A former CNN contributor, Karen Agnifilo, just signed on to represent him. A few days earlier, here's what she told CNN.
And so it'll be interesting, it'll be interesting to see where the opportunities are for him to defend himself. And it's looking more and more like I think he could potentially mount a psychiatric defense. And I think what Marianne was just saying is exactly right, because was he playing to the cameras versus is he having some sort of psychiatric event happening right as we speak, and are we watching it in real time on TV? Those are some of the things that will come into play, I think, in this case.
Charles, how hard is it to get this kind of insanity plea or an extreme emotional disturbance plea, if he gets offered a plea at all, to have this line of thinking?
Well, it's extremely difficult to make out an insanity defense, especially in New York State. In New York State, the burden of proof is on the defendant to prove, first of all, that he was suffering from a mental illness or from a mental defect, as the law says, which would be the equivalent of an intellectual disability. That's just the beginning. Once you have that, then you have to establish to the jury's satisfaction that you either did not know the nature and consequences of your acts, or you did not know that your acts were wrong. That's a tough sell. About maybe somewhere less than 1% of all criminal cases that go to trial with an insanity plea. And among those cases,
I want to hear that point. But go ahead, Charles. Excuse me.
Yeah, they almost never result in a finding of insanity. But it's so difficult to get that finding from a jury. And without speaking to the merits of this case in particular, because I don't want to do that, but I will say that it's a virtual certainty that his lawyer will consider an insanity defense and will have him examined by a forensic psychologist or psychiatrist, maybe even more. But given what we know from what is currently in the public domain, it will be an extremely difficult case to.
Yeah, the irony here is that given that it is a manifesto, like chatters are talking about how this guy is free him. Like he was he didn't know what he was doing. He was mentally ill or whatever as a joke. It makes it much more difficult when you have a manifesto that you wrote on your premeditated murder, allegedly. Especially if the manifesto itself features like fairly commonplace problems. Like you could have a manifesto, allegedly, that's like the scramblings of a madman. Even that 15-year-old girl could probably, you could make a case that like, that further proves that this person was not mentally sane. Problem is, his manifesto is too sane. It's not only so sane, but also what was written in the manifesto has seemingly captured the attention of many Americans.
I don't understand why people are celebrating him being killed, because at the end of the day, like I said yesterday, he's dead. His kids don't got no father. That 26-year-old Luigi or whatever his name is, he's gonna be in jail for the rest of his life. And the healthcare system is still the same today.
Nothing changes.
The healthcare company's still denying claims and everything today. So what did that accomplish? And why are you happy about him being gunned down like that?
Good question. Charlemagne the God there ripping those seen as celebrating the suspect accused of murdering the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson. Some people online casting Luigi Mangione in a positive light as they air their grievances with the industry. Barry Weiss, editor of the Free Press, is here now. Good morning to you.
Oh, no. Barry Weiss? Free speech, Barry Weiss? Barry free speech, but not like that, Barry Weiss? Peter Thiel's favorite intellectual, Barry Weiss. I'll tell you what it is. It's not that people celebrate the act of murder. They understand that it's instability. Murder in broad daylight is a symptom of a deeply unstable society. The problem is they also are living in a deeply unstable society where social murder is commonplace. So for them, this is just a pressure valve. For many people, they see this as a moment to be like, oh, well, I don't give a fuck. They fucked me over. So who cares? That's it. It's that simple.
Thanks for having me back.
Thanks for having me.
All right. First of all, here is Bernie Sanders talking about some comments that Elizabeth Warren made about this here.
Elizabeth Warren obviously understands killing and murder and shooting somebody in the back is totally unacceptable. But what I think has happened in the last few months is that what you have seen rising up is people's anger at a health insurance industry.
It can't be apples to apples in all of this. You guys are right. Political violence happens because we let it. What the 60s and 70s tell us about Luigi Mangione and the UHZ shooting.
There's no but.
Where's this going?
Well, I think one thing that's important to keep in mind, and that Charles Layman writes about in that piece that you just cited, is to kind of remind people that this killing of Brian Thompson is part of a pattern of normalized political violence over the past decade or so. You have Steve Scalise, the attempted assassination.
I think there's nothing crazier than this fucking freak talking about the normalization of political violence. Bitch, you're the most pro-Israel person on the planet. The fuck are you talking about? She's like directly responsible for the assassination of Refat al-Raer. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. She's like, how much unrestricted ultra violence has she defended aggressively, demanded more of? It's crazy.
Assassination. You have Gabby Giffords. You have the violent rioting of the BLM summer that was normalized as fiery but mostly peaceful. Unforgettably by CNN. You have, of course, January 6th. You have the pro-Hamas riots. You have protests.
Pro-Hamas riots? The fuck are you talking about? Bro, you can't compare January 6th to pro-Hamas protests. Like, you cannot. I mean, she can and she will. January 6th is like very clearly an insurrection against the federal government. You cannot turn around and be like the anti-Israel protests, the peaceful encampments are equivalent to January 6th. She literally said, wait, hold on. What did she call January 6th?
Of course, January 6th. You have the pro-Hamas riots.
Like, oh, you have January 6th, you have the pro-Hamas riots.
You have protests regularly now at the homes of Supreme Court justices. You have even people like a liberal museum curator in Brooklyn whose apartment building was targeted and attacked. Why? Because she's Jewish and therefore a Zionist and therefore...
Yeah, okay, dude. To be honest, you can't even compare Palestine protests to BLM protests. Yeah, I know.
Unacceptable. My point is that we have normalized an ideology that suggests...
I like that she's saying, like, things are either objectively violent or I just disagree with the protests and therefore I will call them riots.
That certain people, because of their identity, because of their jobs, or because of their political outlook, are somehow ripe and, in fact, justifiable targets for violence. The very same group of people, Bill and Dana, who like to tell us that silence is violence, are going out and justifying the cold-blooded murder of a father of two. Mm-hmm. How is that? How does that comport? How do you make sense of that? And the only way you make sense of it is if you understand that they are operating from a...
Yeah, the only right-wing violence that she mentioned, none of the fucking mass shootings that have happened where the shooters are like, I love being a right-winger. I'm writing a manifesto about how I love being a white nationalist. I love Donald Trump, and that's why I'm trying to kill as many black and brown people as possible. Like virtually every single mass shooting. Virtually every single mass shooting that has taken place in the United States of America is exactly like the way I'm describing it, where people should be like, I'm a right-winger. I love being a right-winger. I'm doing this because I'm a right-winger. Here are my favorite right-wing content creators, Ben Shapiro, Tim Pool, blah, blah, blah. Okay? And it's like, crazy that none of that is a prominent fixture in the way that Americans understand political violence. And it's actually one mention of January 6th, not even mentioning Pelosi's fucking husband, Paul Pelosi, getting hammered in the head by the PP. Like, god damn. LOL! Chicago mass shootings every weekend are right-wingers? Is that what I said? I'm sure there are plenty of right-wingers that engage in that as well, yes. We're talking about instances of domestic terror, acts of political violence. Not all violence across the board, you fucking dumbass. Yes, I said most political violence. Most political violence. I love how fucking stupid racists are. You know who else agrees with you? Chicago mass shootings every weekend are right-wingers? No, dude. They're poor people, okay? Victims of systematic poverty. Victims of systematic racism, okay? Ironically enough, in spite of all of that, Illinois' gun violence metrics are still far better than most Republican states. Oh, victim, shut the fuck up. Yes, it's true. What do you mean? Oh, victim, shut the fuck up. I grew up in project housing. I am what? Thoden Priol? I grew up in project housing. I don't care what you grew up in. I am those people. Oh, okay. Yeah, Hogg's standpoint theory is always funny. It's like, excuse me, I'm doing a bodies in spaces in an effort to talk about, when I'm talking about fucking right-wing, when I'm talking about right-wing political violence, this dumb fuck literally was like, what about black people in Chicago? Excuse me. Excuse me, it's time for a little standpoint theory. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not the point. I love when dudes who have never once said black nor mentioned race. Why did you assume that all of the fucking gun violence in Chicago, all the mass shootings every weekend in Chicago are not right-wingers then? What were you using that as a catch-all term? My response to that was, maybe some of them are right-wingers, but that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about political violence. Why did you assume race? Come on, chatters. Please, we're not dense here, are we? I know a lot of you are purposely trying to fucking behave like you're a dense person. He brought up Chicago when I'm talking about right-wing political violence, specifically to say, as a standout term, for black people. It is a very obvious bad face substitute for black people. All right, we'll take a week off. Chicago is a liberal city. Man, shut the fuck up. Shut up, you fucking dumb bitch. I love dumb bitches like this that turn around and they go, oh, excuse me, I never mentioned black people. I never mentioned black people. You are the one who said black people when I randomly brought up Chicago. Huh. And then he tried to do a fucking liberal. Oh, God, everyone is a goddamn liberal. I hate this shit. I hate it. I hate dealing with it. I hate dealing with like members in my own community that annoyingly do this purposely obtuse nonsense to be like, I don't really fully understand what you're saying, so I'm just going to take the worst possible uncharitable interpretation. But it's fucking extra annoying when like a very obvious stop hiding, coward, just be racist, pussy. Well, I mean, I already banned him, so he can't get out of hiding. Why ban and time on people who disagree with you? It's kind of cringy. To be honest, probably going to get banned for asking. I ban... No. Hold on. Let me unban this guy real quick. I'm going to ban him again in a second. I ban whoever the fuck I want for whatever purpose I want. But the reason why I ban people like that usually is because they derail the conversation while we're having like this conversation is supposed to be centered around political violence. That's the conversation that we're having, right? It's supposed to be about political violence. That chatter came in with a bad faith framing to specifically talk about black people, black on black crime. So that's exactly what the purpose of what about mass shootings in Chicago is. We're not having a conversation about mass shooting or gun violence. We have talked about that earlier in the day. This specifically is Barry Weiss doing commentary on political violence. That person came in, used the only hurdle that many of you have, which is to follow for 10 minutes, used the principles that I apply in my day-to-day operation so that every single person, no matter where they're coming from, can have a say in this chat. He used it against all of you to shamelessly and selfishly derail the subject matter back to himself. Okay? Back to a completely irrelevant point. That's it. You can't, on the one hand, appreciate and enjoy the community that I have cultivated. Oh, so mad, your tears are delicious. Enjoy the next 4 years. Okay, I'm not going to ban this one. This one's just a hog. Never mind. I like this one. We'll keep this one. Why not just ignore? Okay, take a week off. I'm going to keep the conservative, and I'm going to ban the person for a week that said, why not just ignore? Because there will come a day when you want me to answer a question. Okay? There will come a day when you want me to answer a question, and you will hope that I see your question and I answer it. You know? That's it. I don't ignore commentary in the chat. Part of the reason why I don't ignore commentary in the chat is because there are a lot of people who are genuinely curious, who genuinely do want to learn, okay? Who might not see the world with your own eyes, okay? With the way that you see the world. I'm here to be as helpful as I possibly can. So if someone comes in and takes advantage of that to derail the conversation, they get banned. Like, this person quite literally did that. Why ban and time out people who disagree with you? Kind of cringy, to be honest. I'm probably going to get banned for asking lol, and immediately turned around and responded with, so mad, your tears are delicious. Enjoy the next 4 years. This, for everyone in the chat that's wondering, like, Hasan, why do you ban people? This is the reason why we ban people. He had originally gotten banned. I unbanned him, and he immediately showed his hand. Most people come in to do this. Not all of you. Many of you come in because you have genuine questions. You genuinely are trying to understand what the fuck is going on. And I want to be a resource for you, okay? People like that are being selfish. They're being self-centered. They're fucking assholes, okay? They're the weird kids that never got told no. They're the spoiled little children who never grew up. Do you understand? This chat's moderation is based off Blue Sky's mod framework. I bet you use Blue Sky as a framework for banning users in the chat. What? First of all, I'm not even on Blue Sky. I'm literally on Twitter. I don't even use Blue Sky. And secondly, I don't think many of my mods do either. What the fuck is Blue Sky's framework? How the fuck would we know what Blue Sky's framework is? Why are you even thinking about Blue Sky? Are you okay? Like, if you're a right-winger and you're mad that you're not allowed to be on a place where there's like a bunch of annoying rad libs, why the fuck are you in my chat complaining about it when I'm not even on it? What the fuck? Anyway, this is the original purpose why I banned that person, and also usually will ban derailers in general. Because I read one comment and as many people as possible see that as an opportunity to fucking start going, ooh, we got him. We can piss him off. So now, instead of continuing to read the chat, I'm going to go back to Barry Weiss.
In which certain groups are acceptable targets and other groups are are unacceptable ones. Other groups are protected. And this is kind of a Manichaean view of the world that is absolutely unacceptable. Either political violence is wrong or it isn't. What we know for sure is that you cannot have a functioning liberal democracy like the one we have and accept that certain people are allowed to be murdered in the streets of Manhattan.
Just to put a fine point on it, this is what Charles writes about. He says political violence cannot coexist with a functioning democracy.
Yes.
Democracy depends on peaceful liberation, allowing each person to have her say, while violence replaces the ballot box with the bullet. If we want the latter, we must be unambiguous in our condemnation of the former, end quote.
And also, let's wait a second and just find out, like, what really went on with this man.
Right.
The suspected killer. He didn't have United Health Insurance. But he hadn't been denied a claim.
But even if he did, right? The idea,
I agree.
Right. It's the idea that I saw this unbelievable tweet that was going viral. Maybe you guys saw it. There was some DJ that had it set over the weekend, and there were just giant flashing photos of Luigi Mangione,
Terrible.
and the crowd is going wild for it.
Right.
There's something like very, very rotten in a culture where that has become not just acceptable, but somehow like cool and
So
chic.
how do we turn it around?
We re-stigmatize political violence, and we shame, frankly, any person that is trying to contextualize.
Yeah, Barry Weiss gets to say that while simultaneously championing Israel's genocide, by the way. Because that's not considered political violence. That's just foreign policy. You know, that's just American foreign policy. It's the norm. It has to happen. This is so stupid, dude. You can't expect people to not feel a sense of vengeance and relief. It's not correct. I understand it on principle. Unlike Barry Weiss, I am a humanitarian, okay? But I'm also not shocked by this reality. I'm not shocked that people look to someone like Brian Thompson as a placeholder for the violence that they've experienced in their lives. Okay? That's it. Oh, we got to shame this. We got to stigmatize it. Like, you can't. It's not going to work. No one gives a fuck.
Something that there's no context that makes this acceptable. You murdered a person that is the father of two.
People like you
Full
talk
stop.
about.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, Osama bin Laden had kids too, man. He was also a dad. You think I give a fuck what happens to him? Suck my dick.
You also
literally advocated for the death of Refat al-Ra'ar, who also had children. His entire family was wiped out by Israel, the country that you seemingly always defend and forget your free speech first principles for on a regular basis when it's about advocating to block, ban, and ruin the lives of fucking pro-Palestinian demonstrators.
wrote about, we had Terry Glavin. I read this over the weekend. The explosion of Jew hate in Trudeau's Canada. The subhead is that there's been a 670% increase in
Okay, I don't care about it. Yeah, it's like then they go into anti-Semitism. They're just hitting like every fucking. They're hitting basically everything they can. All right. Okay, here's a very funny thing that happened. I never really covered this, but so CNN.
I really want to.
Wait, never mind. Okay, CNN actually has a new take on Luigi Mangione. Apparently, attorneys explaining terrorism might have overextended the prosecutor's office.
So tell us more, Shimon, about what District Attorney Bragg had to say.
Look, I mean, essentially what they're calling this by these charges, Jake, is this was an act of terrorism. They feel that they have enough evidence based on the writings that they were able to obtain from the defendant, Luigi Mangione, that indicates that this was all about fear, and fear to the point where to bring this kind of charge, it's kind of unprecedented here in New York City. You know, it's mostly reserved in cases where there's support of terrorism, things like that. But this is so significant that they went ahead, given the writings, given the reaction to what happened here, the praise for Luigi Mangione over what he did. I mean, that was a big part of this press conference. The idea that there is this lack of empathy for the.
It is kind of wild to call this terrorism because he killed a CEO. Like, violence against CEOs is an act of terror now.
CEO Brian Thompson, and just
violence against
the visceral sort of
violence against one particular CEO is an act of terror.
The way people have reacted, and so all of that, the DA says, led them here. They believe that this was now an act of terrorism, that this murder was committed in the furtherance of terrorism as the statute calls for. And specifically, I asked the DA about that statute, and he said quite simply, when you look at what it says, it's intent to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, influence policy, or affect the conduct of a unit of government by murder or assassination. And that is exactly what the DA and the prosecutors here and investigators feel happened. I mean, when you look at the language that the DA used, saying, quote, this was a killing intended to invoke terror, talking about the way in which Mangione went about this murder, the planning, the calculated nature, the vicious nature of what they allege he did here. And the other thing really here, and I think the DA hit on this, and what's forgotten so much is the victim here, Brian Thompson. I mean, the police commissioner held up a New York Post cover here to show just how people have reacted to what has happened here, and so much hate towards CEOs and so much concern now over the threats that are facing CEOs. So all of that brought us here today, and I do think this is so unprecedented to see this kind of charge being brought here from the DA's office in Manhattan. But there's still a lot more work to do here, and the DA, of course, reminding folks not to forget about Brian Thompson and his family.
And Shimon, we're also here.
Bro, this is like, I know I was joking about people of means, like people of wealth, being like a subcategory, an additional protected class, but we kind of are getting there. It is kind of wild. Like, they wanted to really punish Luigi Mangione. They wanted to like make an example out of him. So they kind of hit him with the book. And I guess the argument will revolve around terrorism. And maybe the reason why they put terrorism in the forefront of the argument is to maybe goad him into demonstrating that he had a political purpose behind it. Because I'm thinking about why you'd prosecute him as a, not like simple premeditated murder, but instead terrorism. Because like, they got him dead to rights on premeditated murder, right? Like in New York State, it's second-degree murder. It's not first degree. First degree is for, peace officers and whatnot. But you can escalate it to first-degree murder if if a terrorism designation is slapped onto it, as far as I understand. But it's kind of weird because it is definitely overreach. Having said that, I guess like, it's interesting because maybe they think he is like, maybe they're convinced that he is so politically minded that he will follow through on it and will offer them additional evidence in an effort to have his voice be heard by Americans. He will say like, no, yeah, this was inherently a political act of violence. Does that make sense? Terrorism charge is almost not at all about him as an attempt to deter possible future copycats. Yeah. Because in order to defeat the terrorism charge, he has to kind of destroy, he has to kind of just be like, I don't know why I was writing that fucking piece of paper, the manifesto or whatever. Right? Does that make sense? Because if he stands by the manifesto, then that gives him further that gives gives them the allowance to lean into the terrorism charge. Because like you wrote that because you wanted copycats. You wrote that because you wanted to terrify the public or whatever. But then again, I don't know how the prosecution of terrorism really works because, as I've said before, it is a political designation that has no legal standing, like no real, well-definable legal standing. That's why dumbasses like XUC will like write under my Twitter post about Luigi Mangione getting a slap with terrorism charges, a Google definition of it. You know what I mean? Because like, yeah, he said, after thorough research, I found this. Terrorism is a technically meaningless classification. There is no real, universally definable, applicable standard of terrorism. Does that make sense? Because if there was one, America would be the top disher of terrorism, the number one responsible party of terrorism. Take the El Hasan law. What? Yeah, I know. I took the L here. I haven't spent countless hours and an endless amount of reading on the political designation of terror and how it is used as a mechanism to deny habeas corpus from the average person that is apprehended by the American state, and how it is an arbitrary distinction, which is precisely the reason why even most legal bodies will not offer the designation of terrorism with the same willingness that like the United States of America applies certain militant groups the classification of terrorism. Even having said that, though, this standard is hard to apply to Luigi Mangione as well. People that are pro-private healthcare would be labeled terrorists if the Google definition was a legal one? Yeah. First-degree murder is a prosecutorial overreach, but could so easily backfire. The prosecution now has to make that case, and in doing so, healthcare is now an issue at trial. They've opened that door to making this a circus. I know, which is why I said in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, before we knew the motive, before we knew anything, just the victim, I said that arresting this person and then putting forth a highly publicized, highly televised trial will inevitably make this a much larger issue for healthcare in this country, for-profit healthcare in this country, because when people immediately looked at the situation, they understood what the motives were before they even knew what the motives were. And televising this trial and trying to ridicule Luigi Mangione in the process is only going to give further credence to the manifesto that he wrote, right? Even if he never had a manifesto, which I didn't even know he had one at the time. I said this would give him a universal platform to say, this is what is at stake here. Yeah, bro, even at the PhD level, we do not have a collectively agreed parameter or definition of terrorism. It's one of the most essentially contested concepts. All concepts are essentially contested, but terrorism is the worst I have come across the social sciences. Yes, because there is a purpose for it. That is the reason why America's standards for what constitutes a terror organization is far different than even the global standards or any other international standard. That's it. George Floyd's murderer was just a cop having a rough day. Brian Thompson's murderer is a bloodthirsty terrorist and a sick individual. It is interesting how the media and our lawmakers actually very clearly articulate how much this country is not for the general public. We are not the class they are protecting. Exactly. Maybe they won't televise it. There's no way to not televise it. Like they won't actually allow cameras in the New York City courts, but it will still be televised because there will be journalists inside of that courtroom every day. Unless they issue like a gag order or something, which then would be a story in and of itself. Yeah, it's a New York State court case. It's up to the judge's discretion, I think, to allow the entire process to be televised or not. Hey, yo, gag order. Pause that, big bro. No. You're gagging on it. Let's continue.
Hearing from the suspect's lawyer on the New York extradition.
That's right. So his newly hired lawyer here in Manhattan, Karen Friedman Agnifilo, is telling us that he is not going to fight extradition. So it could be, Jake, that on Thursday we expect to see Luigi Mangione in court.
Here, if you want to understand, like, the nature of language, the nature of political language, and how sometimes certain designations are used to hide and omit key details. This photo in and of itself is a perfect definition or a perfect demonstration of what I'm talking about. Taking advantage of the downtime between electoral college meetings to work on advancing my bill to make sure no political flags are flown in government buildings. If you know, you know. He's standing in front of an Israeli flag. Jewish and proud Zionist, speak for myself, not the state of Florida. Senator Randy Fine. Do you understand? The Israeli flag is not a political one. Okay? But I suspect if someone had an Iranian flag, they would consider that to be a political one. The Cuban flag is a political one. The Venezuelan flag is a political one. The Israeli flag is not. Do you understand? Yeah, he means pride flags, Palestinian flags. Confederate flags or the Israeli flag aren't political, they're historical. They're flags of a state. That's it. Also, I don't know what flag is not political. I guess the only flag I can think of that's not political is the one that what's her face? Chloe posted on Haas Twitter. You know what I'm talking about? The one with me on it. Nautical flags. Least political flags is Six Flags. One of them is literally the Confederate flag, dude. New images of Luigi with a holstered gun. Okay, calm down. Oh, it wasn't Chloe. It was Clancy. My bad. Anyway, let's continue.
in Pennsylvania on Thursday on the case in Pennsylvania and an extradition hearing, that by Thursday night, he could be in the hands of NYPD detectives who would transport him back to Manhattan, where he would be processed and then likely spent some time at Rikers Island before he is arraigned by a judge here in Manhattan. And it's expected that he will be held awaiting trial. And also very significant that he is potentially now facing the rest of his life in prison once he's convicted. Obviously a lot more to do, and for the defense team and for prosecutors, but the process will get underway once he's here in Manhattan, and that can happen as soon as Thursday, Jake.
And Stacey, your take on the extradition, do these new charges, first-degree murder and terrorism, does that change any of this?
It really doesn't. What's going to happen when he appears in Pennsylvania, if he goes forward and waives or consents to extradition, I should say, then New York law enforcement will already likely be in the courtroom in Pennsylvania. He'll be processed out of the Pennsylvania system. He'll still have a hold from the pending charges in Pennsylvania, which will wait out indefinitely while New York addresses its case. And they'll transport him right back to New York and get him into an arraignment in front of the New York Supreme Court criminal, which is for felony indictments. The indictment is already handed up by the grand jury. They'll present him with that indictment and his attorney, and undoubtedly he'll enter a not guilty plea. But there's something I really want to point out here, which is highly unusual, and it's my opinion that the Manhattan District Attorney's Office has a bit overreached in this indictment. They were originally going to go forward with a murder 2 charge against Luigi Mangione, which is just having the defendant having the intent to cause death of another human being and the defendant being the cause of that death. They've now gone forward and enlisted this terrorism component.
Yeah, tell me more. They overcharged,
to a murder
baby. Let's
1
go.
indictment, which means they presented evidence in front of the grand jury, which is a group of 24 people from the community, without a judge in place, just a district attorney and a group of 24 grand jurors who hear evidence. It is undoubted, or I believe that the DA presented that alleged manifesto to try to get this terrorism charge added on as murder 1, but they're going to have a harder time proving that in court for one reason, and I'll make it fast. This victim was shot in the back of the head, not in the front of the head, on a quiet sidewalk early in the morning in the dark, and it doesn't appear from a defense attorney's perspective that this was intended to be a terroristic type of murder.
So one other thing I want to ask is just I want you to take a listen from moments ago. The Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Let's roll that tape.
1 count of murder in the first degree is a killing in furtherance of terrorism. 2 counts of murder in the second degree. 1 charging that the killing was done as an act of terrorism, and the second pertaining to the fact that the killing was intentional.
So, Stacey, you think a defense attorney would disagree with that and with what Shimon laid out, that the prosecution will explain is that because he was targeted, Mr. Thompson, for being a CEO of a health insurance company, and this does appear to be politically motivated in a sense, but you disagree with those charges, or you think a defense attorney would take issue?
I think his defense attorney is going to.
How is killing a CEO supposed to cause fear in the minds of the public? Maybe I'm fucking brain broken. Yeah, I ain't fearful. I don't know. I'm the public. I'm not afraid. I know what his fucking intentions were. I don't know. I think most of the public are not. I mean, we know for a fucking fact that at least 41% of 18 to 29-year-olds, a plurality of 18 to 29-year-olds at least, don't consider this to be scary. Actually, the number is probably way higher. 18 to 29-year-olds, a plurality of 18 to 29-year-olds actually say that it's good that this guy killed the CEO. So if you were to ask, like, are you afraid of your safety because of the actions of Luigi Mangione, I would suspect that the broad swaths of American society would be like, nah, not really.
To definitely take issue at trial. They may even move to.
You don't think it's valid that his intent was to cause copycats? I'm not saying that. I would never say that. How dare you? How dare you say that? It's crazy, chatter. Good luck proving that in a court of law to a jury of Luigi Mangione's peers. Seems like you're just making that up. What are you, a fucking federal law enforcement officer? What the hell is this?
To dismiss the top count of murder one, and that would be Karen Agnifilio, because arguing this was a terroristic act when he was on a quiet street in the dark shooting a victim in the back of the head and then intending to influence the whole world about the insurance industry was an unintended consequence of this murder. No one expected the social media.
Hey, it's not. Hey. It's not his fault. Everybody was like, bro, before they saw the manifesto, if I'm a lawyer, I'm going to be like, excuse me. People immediately assume that this was a hurting victim of the for-profit healthcare insurance before they even heard of a manifesto, before they even knew who the shooter was. All they needed to know was the victim. It ain't his fault. Cooking.
The outpouring, the disturbing social media outpouring from this act, and to have the district attorney and law enforcement from New York mention that there was a social media outcry in relation to a terroristic act is putting the cart before the horse. I mean, the murder happened first, the outcry was second, and totally unpredictable. So I think this might be a case of overreaching on a murder one. I could see why they have enough evidence, or they believe, law enforcement, that they have enough evidence for murder to.
Didn't his manifesto literally state he chose to shoot because he was concerned about bystanders? That would be premeditation to not do terrorism. Yeah, basically, they're trying to say that, like, this person wanted other people to be copycats and go out and shoot other for-profit healthcare CEOs, and therefore creating an unstable environment. That's what the argument is from the prosecution. But like, it is a bit of an overreach in my opinion. So it's win-win regardless, because if they hit it on that angle, which they obviously are, then all of a sudden, the party that's supposed to represent the quote unquote people, right? The prosecutors are going to have to defend the healthcare industry and for-profit healthcare CEOs. Okay. So that already causes, in my opinion, a big divergence between the actual people and what their opinions are. So it ends up amplifying this message further. And also, it gives more opportunity to his defense to create reasonable doubt.
Too, but this is going to be a very interesting turn.
John Miller, I want to play for you. Listen to the NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch just moments ago.
The New York Post reported that some extreme activists were circulating a deck of cards with other most wanted CEOs to be targeted for assassination.
I'm telling you, dude, they want to arrest people that are like, I feel like they want to fucking prosecute people that are just like, yeah, I love Luigi Mangione. It's pretty wild. It's pretty is pretty crazy. It's just that the people are united, and as long as they remain united, as long as they have numbers, it's going to be fairly hard to just like pick people apart like this. You know? Thought crimes are making a comeback. Thought crimes have never gone away. What are you talking about? Look at the last year. If you hurt the feelings of the state of Israel, you deserve the death penalty.
These are the threats of a lawless, violent mob who would trade in their own vigilantism for the rule of law.
John Miller, what do you...
Why is this woman lying in a press conference? That deck of cards isn't in circulation. I should know. I pre-ordered it. Oh, we're all going to fucking jail, dude.
Hearing from your NYPD sources about this, are they going after the people who made these cards? Do they think these are serious threats?
Well, they do think that they are serious threats, and we're dealing across a number of domains here. One is the psychological effect and after effect that we see in this. Compare something like this, which is a relatively unique murder of the CEO of an industry because he was the CEO of the biggest company in that industry, in this case, healthcare. In school shootings, we see what they call the contagion effect, which is one of these things happens, it gets a great deal of attention, and the next person who was already thinking of something like that then may accelerate their plans. The idea that this has become a social media phenom, the idea that somebody has printed cards, the idea that just outside a high-level meeting of CEOs of a number of companies at a hotel last week, wanted posters of CEOs were posted on lampposts and scaffolding around the block showing their faces with their salaries underneath. Brian Thompson's was among them with an X across his face. The posters said, Brian Thompson's claim was denied, his claim to live. Whose claim will be denied next? This is the propaganda of terrorism.
I mean, it literally is free speech. Like, I feel like this is simply an art installation that factors in publicly available information into its art installation. It should be protected by the First Amendment. The idea that this is like a call to violence to like kill CEOs, like I get the I get why you can feature it like that, but it's no different than like fucking what do you call it? Kathy Griffin cutting a fake Trump's head. Are you being serious? Yeah, I am. I think that this is totally defensible in a from a First Amendment standard. How is this not a call to violence? Omega law. I mean, all matter of art has a call to violence featuring in it. It's not, now you are declaring that a piece of art or any kind of propaganda is inherently violent. Like, I think that this is still subjective. It's up to the interpretation. It's social commentary. I understand why people see this and go, "Oh, dude, this is like completely unacceptable." It's a direct call to like kill other CEOs. But it's like fucking tagging, eat the rich on a wall. You know what I mean? You got motherfuckers that only play COD and Halo saying that art has no call to violence. Yeah. Someone said, and if it was streamers, brother, do you think I don't get death threats on a daily fucking basis? Do you think as a streamer I am responsible for the deaths of people? Do you guys have no fucking understanding? Like, if people posted posters of streamers and how much money they make all around New York, okay? Not like where they live or their homes or whatever. Did I say that? No, you implied it. Why are you trying to be sneaky? Which is fine. I get death threats on a daily fucking basis regardless. Okay? What are you talking about? Twitch streamers, in comparison to for-profit healthcare CEOs, are one, infinitely closer to the general public, regardless of how much money they may make or may not make. And two, Twitch streamers are not making money off of, denying people's healthcare claims, dude. Please. That's crazy. Having said that, I have entire websites dedicated, made by people and their communities, like content creators who have literally demanded for my death. You know what I mean? You were responsible for the death of our mom's innocence. What New York considers second degree is what most of the states would call first degree. Many of the amplifying circumstances don't really apply to this case. This will likely jeopardize their entire case when considering how they'll get a jury to agree about this elevation and lead with him walking on a technicality. Even if, on the off chance he's convicted, there is a chance he won't survive an appeal. I couldn't get healthcare because Hasan has a house. A wild statement I expect to hear from now on. I know. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like D literally said in so many words that he hopes you die. Yeah, he has, time and time again. Not much I can do about that.
And this is, in part, why the Manhattan District Attorney charges the case this way. Now, we know what they know, which is he had allegedly a manifesto on his person referring to these parasites in the plural, not the singular.
Did you respond to H3's podcast yesterday about you? No. Why the fuck would I do that, dude?
What we don't know was, did Luigi Mangione have plans to kill more? But what Commissioner Tisch is trying to do here is sound a clarion call, an alarm, saying the NYPD and law enforcement in general will not tolerate this going from propaganda to action, and that they will track down who's ever responsible in any case.
The CNN guy that's speaking, prior to joining CNN, Miller served as Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism in the New York Police Department. So that's why he's saying this? Yeah. Has a school shooter with a manifesto ever been charged with terrorism? I don't think so. I mean, maybe. But I think that would fit, that would suit the purpose of domestic terrorism a lot better than a guy killing a CEO. Like, considering that since 9/11, I think it's like 75% or more of the incidents of domestic terror that has happened on U.S. soil have been conducted by far-right, oftentimes white nationalists, neo-Nazi, anti-government extremists. So usually when another lone shooter or a mass shooter writes a manifesto that is directly in line with those previous incidents, urging others to basically do the same, that I think fits the already weird standard, the already arbitrary nature of like terrorism as a designation. But That fits that a lot better than a guy doing a hit on one healthcare CEO. He implied he's going to spend his holiday break working on a content nuke on you. Is just very sad at this point. That does make me sad, but there's not really much to do about that. Why are y'all bringing this up? Holy hell. I'm timing out anyone that's talking about it still. Okay. Yeah, I know. I saw he brought up Bro Tips. A satirical show from, 13 years ago that was deleted off of the internet 12 years ago that I have used as a formative experience talking about how my personal political journey and my personal political ideology has changed. Ironically enough, it's actually what I have pointed to when talking about Ethan's many different N-word with a hard R compilations. I've literally talked about how I have also changed organically. I've grown, I've reformed, and it instructs my political commentary. And I've even defended Ethan time and time again on numerous occasions. Whenever people point out his old material, saying this does not demonstrate who he is now. So it's kind of funny that he's like, no. Look at his older clips from a time where it looks like it was Vaseline on the lens. Anyway. Don't let the drama perverts win. Yeah, I know. I think everyone has the capacity to grow. And I hope you guys understand that. This is one of the fundamental principles that I've always applied in my commentary and in my community building in general. There are a shit ton of people in this chat right now that have reformed, that have changed their minds, that have a different perspective, that maybe even feel embarrassed about what they once represented themselves as online or in their, personal experiences. And there's nothing wrong with that. We're all imperfect. That's it. I will always be an advocate for rehabilitation. I will always be an advocate for growth and change. That's a very important part of why I do what I do. Okay? Just so you understand. The only instance where I will, and this is straightforward, this is something that I talk about quite a bit when talking about Ben Shapiro, for example. The only instance where I will ever use someone's old commentary is if they have not changed their perspective from that commentary whatsoever. If it's something that a person iDubbbz is a perfect example of this. I defended iDubbbz organically changing and recognizing the error in his ways. Right? I've defended him time and time again. People were hella fucking mad at me. Then stop lying and farming the drama. What? What do you mean? The only instance where someone's past statements are I think appropriate is if it's something that you're still advocating for. That's it. So no, I don't think that the Brotiv stuff, especially considering that it was a shitty attempt at satire to mirror the existing PUA style format. is appropriate. Anyway, I saw this. This is pretty crazy. Chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Virginia tells journalist Ken Klippenstein to kill himself. Delete your account, and Jerry Connolly's going to kick cancer's ass. That's pretty crazy. I wish the Democrats had like a fraction of the smoke against the Republicans. Like, really, I am not against a chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Virginia saying this. It's just weird to say this to Ken Klippenstein when he's like criticizing the Democratic Party for not making the best choices. Like, this objectively is in the interests of the Democrats as a political movement. When he says it's ridiculous that you guys didn't choose AOC to lead the oversight committee, a person who is vibrant, charismatic, younger, and instead chose 74-year-old congressperson who has throat cancer. Like, that's insane. Dave Weigel, community note, we are all going to die eventually. Like, that's yelling at a person who is arguably writing this article that is supposed to make the Democratic Party better and criticizing their horrible decision-making process. Like, telling that person to kill themselves is so funny to me. Especially as someone who's advocated to have kill yourself tokens online. As you guys know, I'm a big advocate. I am a big advocate for kill yourself tokens. If you get if someone calls for you to kill yourself, that means you have one token that's transferable. You can now use that against someone else. And then when you actually use that against someone else, now they have the kill yourself token. To your previous point, I was quite pro-Israel before watching your stream. Day by day, my philosophy changed based on your evidence. Really disliked you at first, but kept an open mind about your options or your opinions, and I'm very happy I did. Hell yeah, chatter. We love growth here. We celebrate it, okay? This is not like one of those other fucking communities where I believe that, like, human beings are intrinsically evil and have, like, unchangeable convictions, and that those convictions are coming from a place of being evil in general. I am very understanding of growth. Not only have I demonstrated in my own life, but I also hope that others can in this community every single day. And not only that, but also I understand where that starts, where the starting point is. We are all, at the end of the day, susceptible to social conditioning. And this is something that I criticize the left on quite a bit. I often will find myself criticizing people on the left who have this mindset that, like, no, people are also just evil. They're ontologically evil. There's no redeeming qualities, and there's no hope for change. And I find that really strange because those very same leftists also understand that we live in a white supremacist, patriarchal, misogynistic, anti-queer society, right? Anti-black society. If you understand that, then you have to understand that all orifices of media and every institution that is supposed to teach you ends up teaching you shit that is in line with that mentality. So, of course, the expectation is that virtually everyone that comes out of that process is oftentimes going to have some resilient, unexamined, bigoted perspectives. Yes, every hole, every orifice. Yeah, you heard me right. This is something that most people don't want to contend with. I don't know why. I do know why, actually. The left also loves to act like a single mistake at any point summarizes a person's entire existence. That too, I think is silly. And it's also not a standard that people apply. It's not a standard that people evenly apply to others. If you like someone, you are endlessly charitable to them, regardless of their shortcomings. Think of a loved one. Think of your father. Think of your mother. Oftentimes, it takes a lot more for you to write them off than it does for you to write someone else off. You have to always demonstrate charitability and forgiveness and be understanding of where people's starting point is. That's it. And I do that all the time, especially to content creators. And people get very mad at me in the process where they're like, no, you don't understand. Like, there's a point of no return. And I agree, there is a point of no return, right? There certainly is. I guess my point is much higher than the average person. And there's a tactical reason for it as well. I think part of that is because I understand that as long as they are charitable back to me, I can get across to them. I can cut across the noise and potentially get them to understand the world from my framework. And also, if these conversations are being held in public, or even if they change their attitude to a certain degree, then they will be able to change the opinions of their own of their own fan bases. That's it. I would not be doing what I'm doing if I believe that people just are impossible to change. That's it. When I recommend your content to people, a point that I always make is that what makes your approach to commentary special, especially in the current political climate, is that you meet people where they are and make it okay to be learning. There's not a lot of space on the left that do that. Then how do we expect people to change? I think it's the most important part of what you're doing. Yes. If you consider that you would be 10x bigger if you were a comfort streamer, what does that mean? A comfort streamer? Destiny's crying about you again in his chat. That's what the reference is. I have no idea. I saw that on Twitter. Is what D is calling you now? That's funny. 10x bigger. So I'd have 300,000 viewers. That's very nice of Destiny to say that if I didn't do this political shit, I would have 300,000 viewers. That's a wild fucking take. Oh, this is the... Oh, okay. This is it. Yeah. Hasan is the ultimate comfort king. He should be 10x larger than he is right now. You guys are just R-worded delusional. He's a fucking failure of a streamer. He believes in me. Top 10 streamer for the past 5 years. Wish I was that level of failure. I know. What a failure I've been. Even my biggest haters realize if I stopped doing politics, I'd be a 300K Andy. I just checked his logs. Chatter's right. He's malding hard. Top 10. With some effort, you could be easily top 100. Yeah. Live concurrent streamer. You ate the drama bait? Oh, come on. I'm gonna be fucking posting that. You gotta. Nice of my biggest hater to imagine my potential as a 350K live concurrent streamer. Come on. Maybe LeBron would show up if you ditch politics. I agree. Potentially. Rivals time. I've already implemented the steps to potentially put together a lobby. He was brainstorming with Boner Box on their 10 viewer podcast on how to oust you and place themselves within the DNC sphere. Nice. I think they would probably have to. He means you're not doing enough things outside of streaming. He's making the argument that he's bigger than you. I have been on 10x more big podcasts. I have so much more widespread internet presence. I have shows that I'm doing now. I have much more reach into infinitely more audiences. Any show I do outside my sphere is getting more views than any dog shit Hasan does. You realize he peaked like years ago when he's playing Among Us with AOC? I mean, I think numbers on the board, I'm doing pretty fine. $35K live concurrence is pretty good. Had the current Federal Trade Commission's commissioner on stream immediately after a very well celebrated, well decorated journalist and academic, Ta-Nehisi Coates. I feel like I'm doing all right, you know? It's not just like that I went to the DNC or get positive coverage from CNN, NPR, and numerous other outlets. He was literally arguing with his chatters about how he's much more popular and all you do is sit at home and spam streams. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I have peaked, but it seems like this community keeps growing. And I'm pretty happy about it. And I think at the end of the day, career highs or career lows are nowhere near as important or as consequential as simply being happy and being honest with yourself and being able to sleep comfortably at night. I could say that about myself. I don't think a lot of my online adversaries that I never would have wanted to have as adversaries to begin with. I don't think that they can say that themselves. You know what I mean? Jubilee should have won the election. Look at the views of those vids. I thought that's how that worked. Yeah. The fact that you left Stavi off that list, the real gravitas of the day, is disturbing. I agree. It also shows for how months after October 7, you were almost sub 20K and now you're back to consistent 30K. I think you know what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, history does have a tendency to vindicate me and my position. Anyway, the craziest thing about Luigi Mangione getting charged with terrorism for allegedly killing a single rich dickhead who nobody liked is that they didn't charge a single fucking January 6th freak with terrorism, and they ransacked the Capitol and killed multiple people. That is wild. Like, not very abolitionist, though. Not very abolitionist of Lolo to hit that line. R.I.P. Ashley Babbitt. Gone too soon. A political hero.
News Paris is our daily segment, Truth or Fake, and I'm joined in the studio by Catalina Marchand de Abreu. Good to see you, Catalina. So in today's edition...
This story is wild. Okay? This story is wild. Clarissa Ward goes into a Syrian prison. Okay? And the situation is odd because I never really covered this, but it was like weird because the prisoner that was supposedly in prison had like clothing that wasn't tattered. He didn't look like he was actually in these horrifying conditions that we've seen Syrian prisoners in. Okay? Normally, people are just like taking Syrian prisoners out of prison and like these guys haven't seen fucking daylight for like 10 years. Okay? It's crazy. This one, on the other hand, she's walking into the jail and the dude's got like a groomed beard. Okay? He looked fresh. And everyone was like, this is fucking fake. Like, what the hell's going on? And I thought it was suspicious. I didn't really have time to cover it. I thought it was odd, though, because there are a million. Like, there are thousands, not a million, but there are tens of thousands of real stories of people who have been falsely imprisoned in Syrian prisons for fucking years, right? And I kind of want to show you the OG coverage. I don't think they're going to show the OG coverage. But it was weird. It was like a very weird situation because like she walks up, the guy that she's with is like, oh, this door is locked. And then the camera pans away. And then the guard shoots the soldier shoots the door. Okay? Oh, here it is. Let's watch.
Finally see the sky. After 3 months in a windowless cell, he can finally see the sky. My God, the light, he says. Oh God, there is light.
Like, come on, bro. He looks like he's faking it. He looks like he's acting. Now, you can't say that because there are like so many real images, right? It's just that this one was like particularly wild because of how it came about, right? And he doesn't look like the fucking tens of thousands of prisoners that have been released from prison so far. It's just crazy that he did not like fit that mold at all. He looked far too clean. He looked far too hydrated. He's too hydrated and mentally clear for this to have been even 5% likelihood of being true. He said he was housed for months and weeks without food. Yeah, he said he didn't have water for like days, right? And it just didn't make any sense. I promise you, okay? I'm so glad that I didn't say shit, though, at the time because people would have fucking yelled at me nonstop, endlessly, even if I was right in the end. I just didn't have time. I just did not have time to cover it. But I did think it was, like, wild. And yeah, obviously, American Enterprise Institute's very own fucking weirdo posted it. And to be fair, like, it's not like I'm fucking pro-Assad either, but like, this is a wild thing, right?
My God, there is light.
Like, why not feature any number of like real prisoners? Of course, you knew all along. Yeah, people would be like, oh, you're defending Assad's crimes or whatever when I say shit like that. But anyway.
Stay with me. Stay with me. He repeats again and again.
The reveal is fucking dope, though.
For 3 months, I
What a
didn't know
story.
anything about my family, he says. I didn't hear.
Yeah, here's how the here's how the real fucking, here's how the story starts. Tell me this is not staged. Tell me Calissa Ward is not a soap actor. Tell me CNN's blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, whatever, right? Wait, where is it? Where's the original? Oh, here is the scene. Here's how it starts. Okay, I wanted to show this.
But it's the only cell that's locked. Is he gonna shoot it?
The guard makes us turn the camera off while he shoots the lock off the cell door. We go in to get a closer look. It's still not clear if there is something under the blanket.
Oh, it moved. Is there someone there? I thought I saw it move. Is someone there? Or is it just a blanket? I don't know.
I think it's someone. Hello?
Okay, it's just
I'm a civilian, he says. I'm a civilian.
He was not a civilian.
He tells the fighter he's from the city of Homs and has been in the cell for 3 months.
Okay, you're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
He clutches my arm tightly with both hands.
Okay. Does anyone have any water? Water. My. Okay, it's water. It's water. Okay. Okay. Okay, you're okay. You're okay.
Oh, I Chatter said, what if he was a pro-Assad guy in hiding, lol? What if, Chatter? What if that was the case? Because something about this is a little fishy. My man's far too clean cut. What if, Chatter?
Anything about my children. The fighter hands him something to eat. He barely lifted to his mouth.
First of all, if he had 3 months of no food and water, 1, he wouldn't look that way, and 2, he would die from refeeding syndrome. He would die. Look at his fucking nails. He would literally fucking die, bro. Bro's doing a vaccine injury. He's doing a vaccine injury. He's got the shakes. He's like, Ya Allah, I'm Tony Fauci. He vaccinated me. Clarissa, you are my favorite. I did the vaccine. Cause ummak the vaccine. I have the shakes.
Okay. But his body can't handle it.
Okay, you're okay.
His captors fled during the fall of Damascus, leaving him with no food or water. That was at least 4 days ago. I'm shaking. My face is shaking, he says. The rebel tells him there's no more army, no more prisons, no more checkpoints. Are you serious, he says? Surya Harra. Syria is free, he tells him. It's the first time he has heard those words.
So listen. So what ended up happening? What ended up happening was, first of all, I don't think that like Clarissa Ward staged this. I just think she's too horny to like get a fucking a Pulitzer. Okay? So in that moment, I'm fairly certain that she was just like not exercising normal critical thinking. Like, any sort of like journalistic due diligence, any sort of process here that would have been like, can we fact check this guy? Can we see what his background is? That literally is what you're supposed to do. I'm going to tell you something, okay? I've had many articles written about me. Profile pieces, puff pieces, even fucking hit pieces. What journalists are supposed to do, they have entire units dedicated to fact checking, okay? And fact checkers will constantly fucking harass you through the process to be like, you said this. We wanted to verify it. You know, we couldn't find any evidence. Can you show us any evidence about this? The very fact that as far as like foreign policy pieces goes, as long as it's like in line with America's State Department, like whatever their interests are in any particular fucking region, they just don't even, they don't even do any sort of fucking fact check. Like, it's crazy. And what's extra crazy is that this person who didn't pass the smell test for many other people, this person that didn't pass the smell test for many other people for obvious reasons, like he looks in far too good of a shape, especially when there are literally tens of thousands of people that you could have interviewed after they got released from prison. I've seen hundreds of videos where people are being broken out of prison. Assad's notoriously cruel prisons, where they're just like, you see them, their faces, the way that they've been harmed, like it very clearly is different than a guy wearing like a nice fucking leather coat with fur inlining. And when I say the smell test, I mean literally the smell test as well, not figuratively. Like, this dude doesn't look like he hasn't showered in fucking 3 months. He does not look like he hasn't had a haircut in 3 months. He does not look like he hasn't eaten in 3 months. You would straight up be victim to severe malnutrition if his story was correct. Yeah, not one speck of fucking dirt under his manicured nails, man. And a lot of people were yelling about the story because a lot of people hate CNN. So a lot of people were shitting on Clarissa Ward, being like, you staged this, you staged this, you staged this. The fuck's wrong with you? You staged this. And all of those people, all of the people that are not necessarily just like anti-Assad, but also pro-America State Department people, and there's many of them because there's so many anti-Assad people, but then there are a lot of people who are not only anti-Assad, but pro-American empire, okay? All of those people were yelling at this guy who, yes, you're not wrong, looks cleaner than Osman Gold coming out of Assad's notoriously brutal prisons. Okay? Well, it turns out CNN's in a little bit of a hot water because that guy isn't actually a prisoner of Assad. He's the prison guard. Here is Mohammed Salama, a former Air Force intelligence officer, strengthening evidence of his past activities after his appearance on a CNN report. CNN confirmed the identity of freed Syrian prisoner Assad intelligence officer Salama Mohammed Salama, with local residents saying he operated checkpoints in Homs notorious for their abuses. What's crazy is first of all, Osama bin Laden, 6'7", he should have balled. Okay, he was worried about the wrong towers. Okay. Osama been balling. This guy, he should have been acting. Okay? He clearly has a proclivity for it. He has a natural talent for it. Okay? If he had honed his theater kid skills, okay, he probably would have been way better by this point. He looks like the TikTok dad, the TikTok actor. What's more crazy is she hasn't even acknowledged it yet. We confirmed the real identity of the man from our story last Wednesday is Salama Muhammad Salama. Wait. No, stop. Don't do it. You're going to future cast Syria's own version of Trump. Like, I'm just saying, if he was able to improvise in that moment when he's got like guns pointed at him and shit, like if he worked a little bit instead of operating, you know, as an intelligence officer in the Assad regime, he could have fucking been like an Oscar-winning actor. Bro came out of the prison looking like the British dad who always ends up killing his son. You know what I'm talking about? What's his name? I have to play a video from him. You know what I'm talking about. The British guy who's always crying. Please give me... No, it's not this. I mean, that is funny too, but you know what I'm looking for. Infamous torturer, theater kid. Yep. Bro came out of the prison looking like this.
I joined the Cameo app.
Praise God!
What is this slow-mo, dude? It's crazy. God, Lewis Anderson never ceases to amaze, dude. He is, God, he's got a face made for silver screen. Wait, there ain't no way that the Spider-Man toy still has the tag on it because he wants to return it. Oh my God! His brilliant mind. Sorry for your upcoming loss. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's fantastic. Dude, nothing compares to his work. It's cinema. Yeah, that's how my man came out of that prison, bro. Look at him. Oh, finally the light. You guys don't understand. I fucking hate that Assad guy, man. I hate that guy. He's a real piece of shit. Oh, it's so good. Oh, yeah, kissing foreheads and shit. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look. Oh, my God. Look.
Those words.
Oh, my God. Anyway. Well, turns out all the people that were saying, this shit looks fake as fuck, dog. What do you mean? Well, they were right.
CNN journalist Clarissa Ward is being accused of staging her most recent reports on Syria. Tell us more.
That's right, Yinka. On December 12th, CNN published this report on its platforms. CNN's cameras, they say, caught...
Bro, this is literally Tyler Oliveira shit, okay? I'm sorry. But this is straight up like, this is some shit that you do not expect from an award-winning journalist. This is some shit you expect from a fucking YouTuber, man. Like, this is like FaZe Ronaldo. She's clip farming. Like she's part of the new FaZe clan. That's insane to me. What has happened? What the fuck has happened to mainstream media? What is going on? She threw up the FaZe after. She's like, Muhammad, can you throw this up for me, please? Yeah, FaZe up. This is worse than claiming your helicopter was shot at, which is why what's his face got fired. He reportedly was involved in theft, extortion, and coercing residents into becoming informants. According to locals, his recent incarceration lasting less than a month was due to a dispute over profit sharing from extorted funds with a higher ranking officer. This led to his detention in one of the Damascus cells. Oh my God. And you know they did not treat his ass in the same way that they treated regular old fucking people. Look at the way he looks. Like, so he was a prisoner vindicated? Brother. Since returning to Homs, he was attempting to gain local sympathies, trying to convince them he was forced to do everything. He has also deactivated social media in an attempt to hide any documentation. He carried weapons and was involved in war crimes. Brother. Yeah. He's the one guy you're supposed to keep in prison? Yeah. His only pick looks like a supervillain. Yeah. CNN reporter Clarissa Ward takes cover. Oh, this was really funny. Amid rocket fire in Israel, and then there's just like people casually walking behind her.
Yeah.
Is this that one?
Yeah.
Closer.
Down.
Close.
Isn't this the one where they're walking in the background? Am I crazy? This might not be that one.
You're fine. You're okay. You're all right. Okay. That's the Iron Dome. Okay. That's the Iron Dome.
Yeah.
You're fine. That's why we want to pull back short design. Yep. Move.
Guys. Are you seeing our situation, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, still going. Can you hear the shell? Stay down.
Stay down.
Like, Israelis were clowning on her, dude. Like, oh, God.
We have to stay here. We have to stay here.
Guys, come to us.
YouTube vlog really stepped up the production and acting. So did like CNN know, or did they get fucking played by dudes method acting? No, I think CNN is supposed to do due diligence. Okay? They're supposed to do their due diligence. How are you gonna fucking release a Assad torturer and be like, oh, he's a victim too? Like, you can't do that. You can't fucking do that. That's crazy. Like, look at his outfit. Like, even if he spent any time in that prison, look at his fucking outfit. Look at the way he looks versus the tens of thousands of prisoners that were released in the fucking days prior. Like, those dudes were actually fucking malnourished. This dude is in his own prison cell in a clean fit. Someone also pointed out when this released that they immediately sat the guy down for an interview instead of taking him to a hospital. Yeah, like. Anyway. But yeah, CNN has acknowledged it. Free prisoner who said he was a victim of the Assad regime was an intelligence officer, locals say. Oopsie. Like, why do you release that video? Why are you so horny to put that out there without doing this due diligence? Like, it shouldn't be up to a fucking Syrian verification service to like actually figure out that the person you have released from prison is like probably the one guy who should stay in prison. This is like, you know, pretty clear-cut clickbait shit. You know what I mean? You clip it, you ship it, and then you deal with it afterwards.
At the moment, the Syrian man was freed from a secretive prison. In the footage that we'll take a look at now, we see CNN's chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward, accompanied by an armed man opening this cell in a secret Bashar al-Assad prison in Damascus. Inside the cell, they find this man who is hiding under a blanket. He finally reacts and he says, "I'm a civilian," apparently unaware of Assad's ouster. And more on this man. In the report, they say his name is Abdel Garbal from Homs. He claims he was arrested 3 months earlier for having his phone searched. The man is finally released by Clarissa Ward and her team, where he says he sees the first rays of sunshine in months before finally being taken to the Syrian Red Crescent. Since this video has been published, many have doubted its authenticity, claiming it to be staged, including Syrian reporter Hussam Hamoud on X. He's worked for France 24, Mediapart, Arte. He strongly criticized the CNN report, saying that amid thousands of real vivid stories from Syria, we certainly don't need fictionalized scenes to convey the truth, while also reporting on these Syrian women who are protested against this CNN report by Clarissa Ward, saying it's staged and offensive to the plight of detainee families.
Catalina, tell us what we know about the man in that video.
Well, Yinka, Syrian fact checkers verified this report by Clarissa Ward. They've actually found that this man is not who he really says he is. Verify SY, a Syrian fact checking outlet, indicated that they had obtained new information about the identity of this man, presented on CNN as Adel Garbal, who Verify SY says he lies about his identity, and even worse, he actually served the Bashar al-Assad regime. According to the Verify SY investigation, this man's real name is actually Salama Mohammed Salama, a detail that brought many shocking details to light. Salama, who is best known as Abu Hamza, is first lieutenant of the Syrian Air Force Intelligence, notorious for his corrupt activities in Homs. Verify SY actually collected testimonies from residents of the Al-Bayada neighborhood, including these anonymous audios that they add in their report. The residents identify this man as frequently stationed at a checkpoint in the area's western entrance of Homs, infamous for their abuses on civilians. Abu Hamza reportedly managed several of these checkpoints in Homs and was involved in crimes including theft, extortion, and coercing residents into becoming informants. According to locals, his recent incarceration was actually due to a dispute over the sharing of profits of extorted funds with a higher ranking officer, which finally led to his detention in one of these Damascus prison cells, as per the neighborhood sources. So despite his...
Is it a career ender for her? No, absolutely not. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
His seemingly innocent demeanor in the CNN report, Salama actually has a grim history of corruption, abuse of authority.
Is it a career ender for him, you think? I think he might be cooked. It would have been better off if he just like got released off camera, and that way he could have just not gone back to his own village, gone somewhere else, been like, yeah, this Assad guy, he's a big bad, right? You know what I mean? He could have hid, but nope. He had to get freed in front of Clarissa Ward and the entire Western audience.
And even the killing and torture of civilians during several military operations in Homs in 2014. These Syrian reporters hence beg the question, did CNN deliberately mislead its audience, or did it fall victim to misinformation?
Well, Catalina, any response from CNN regarding these accusations?
Well, after the Syrian fact-checking organization reported that this Syrian man gave CNN a false identity, CNN said that it subsequently launched an investigation into this report by their chief international correspondent, while Clarissa Ward has not given a comment yet following this backlash on her report. Libération contacted CNN, who denies any type of state.
Bro, this... like France 24 busting out the touchscreen for this is crazy work. They're having a fucking victory lap over there. They're like, yeah, okay, CNN. Like, god damn, dude, the fucking production value with the touchscreen. That's crazy. Here we are zooming into Clarissa Ward's face as she believes the very stupid lies that this Assad torturer is telling her.
Agents saying that the events took place as they appear on the report, and they reported the scene as it happened, including what the prisoner told them. Regarding the Verify SY's revelation, CNN told Libération that they are aware that the man may have given them a false identity during their ongoing investigation on the identity of this man. Clarissa Ward, though, is no stranger to these staged accusations. Recently in 2023.
They're bringing the old hits back. That's crazy. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. That's filthy. Oh my God. Okay. That is, I fear that's a bit much. Okay. They're dookie on Clarissa Ward. This is fucked up. Okay. This is fucked up. This video is basically everything you just said and showed. Yeah, but that's me. I criticize CNN all the fucking time. I'm not expecting France 24 to do a deep dive into the many different ways in which Clarissa Ward has like lied about shit. Yeah, I heard about this as well. The Sudan, Syria, and Gaza. The world doesn't see us. What a militia chief said while holding me captive in Darfur. This brew is a constant reminder of the mayhem and heartache that has been playing out outside of Kabul airport. I got it when a very kind strongman who shall remain nameless physically pulled me into the safety of the airport through a small door in the gate, as dozens of other people pushed and crushed in. It's crazy because Clarissa Ward also is that bitch. And I mean that in a positive way. She literally snuck in with I believe it was a Qatari medical team, and got like the first ever Western press from inside of the makeshift Palestinian hospitals. So it's like it's crazy that she does this, but then she also does that. And you're like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? She snuck into Gaza, chat. She fucking snuck into Gaza. And I gave her flowers back then. Like, that requires a lot of respect. Okay? That is actually unironically brave. Infinitely braver than fucking ducking for the cameras when there is a massive barrage of rockets near the Israel-Gaza border.
She came under fire once again for this Gaza report titled CNN team ducks from massive barrage of rockets near Israel-Gaza border, where we see her dramatically taking cover from a rocket attack from Israel during this live broadcast, where many accuse the journalist of yet another Oscar-worthy performance.
Damn, she underlined it. Yo. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's not good. That's crazy. Look at the smirk on her face. They cooked her. Isn't she just a careerist, wants to be seen as doing dangerous and potentially groundbreaking things? Okay. A lot of journalists tasked with a lot of war correspondents are like that. They're crazy. They're freaks. The difference is there are those who, treat their profession with dignity and actually go to where the violence is and actually put themselves in harm's way. And there are those who just basically, kick streamer style fake shit. Clarissa Ward has done both, which is why I don't understand why she has done both. Does that not make sense? It's not like she only does this shit. She does actually go. I mean, like I said, I give her a lot of credit. I give her a lot of credit for being one of the first, if not the only Western journalists to actually sneak into Gaza to get direct footage. To get direct footage from inside of the hospital tents inside of Gaza. That's when you were actually under fire. Like, that's not a joke. That's like when you are directly under fire. You have all of a sudden put yourself in the crosshairs of a nation state that will kill you and not even think twice about it. Sneak in. She was let in by Israel. It was all scripted. I don't think Israel would allow her to go into the fucking field hospitals. That did not look good for Israel at all. If anything, Israel's more likely to kill her when they find out that she's in the field hospitals. They'll be like, oops, I can't believe that happened. Oh, fuck. Oh, well, it was Hamas. We thought she was Hamas. Yeah. I don't think it's in Israel's favor for her to interview 5-year-olds who have been fucking amputated, okay?
Let's just bring in now our defense and...
Yeah. Also, Ukraine just straightforward domed a senior Russian general in Moscow, which is pretty crazy. Shit's getting heated. Here's the video.
Early morning in southeast Moscow, and a Russian general leaves his apartment building with his military aide. To their left, a bomb concealed in a parked scooter detonates, both men killed in the blast. Another camera captures the force of the explosion. It shatters windows, punctures walls, terrifies neighbors.
My wife and I were woken by a loud explosion. At first, we thought it was a drone.
Right now, you see a lot of police, but usually everything is open. Anybody can go in and out.
Minimal security then for a high-profile member of Russia's military. Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov was head of the Radiological, Biological and Chemical Protection Troops, and had just been charged by Kiev in his absence with responsibility for what it says are nearly 5,000 instances of chemical weapons use on the battlefield. Sources within Ukraine's security service have been quoted claiming responsibility for the attack.
What the fuck is Lula doing there, bro? Yo! Why is Lula there? Lula, get out of there! I mean, come on, Chad. Does he not look champion of the people?
Наши враги поспешили
Our enemies have already rushed to publish information about their involvement. The investigators must find the killers in Russia, and we must do everything to destroy the patrons who are in Kyiv.
Lula's bricked up for bricks, baby. He was like, I'll take the fight to Ukraine. I'm bricks.
The military political leadership of Ukraine. Kirillov was a familiar figure on Russian media, where he'd frequently accused Ukraine and the Anglo-Saxon West of illegal chemical, nuclear and biological activity.
I think what's interesting...
Hey, Chad. I know that he was, this guy that got killed was in charge of chemical and biological warfare for Russia. But have you stopped to consider that he had a family? Yeah. This act must not go on. Ukraine is the greatest enemy of mankind. America must apologize to Ukraine. I mean, to Russia. I couldn't even say it wrong. Yeah. It's kind of funny to think that, like, CNN will breathlessly offer coverage to how shameful it is that Americans are not saddened by Brian Thompson's death, but then will immediately turn around and be like, and this guy murdered a lot of people, and therefore we should celebrate his death. It's like, okay, don't you see? That's how people see Brian Thompson. Like, bitch, that Russian guy had a family too. Ain't nobody cares. What happened? It's good stuff. It's good stuff overall, you know?
Interesting is why it's been targeted. It's not just by the Ukrainians, if we assume the Ukrainians, to take action against the man who's being responsible for use of chemical weapons against their troops in Ukraine, but I think also as a figurehead for the sort of lies being pushed out, and also to send a message to the wider Russian state that no one is beyond reach of the Ukrainian special forces.
On the battlefield, Russia has been assaulting Ukrainian positions occupying Russian territory in the Kursk region. Ukrainian units posting these images say they show North Korean troops being targeted, as many as 50 men killed over the course of 3 days.
For the third day, the enemy is conducting...
I saw that. I saw only like the snapshot where I saw his face. I don't know why they're blurring his face. He's not dead. I mean, they might have killed him afterwards. But the problem is, you can't tell if that's like a North Korean guy or just like an Asian dude that also is Russian. You know what I mean? There's hella Asian dudes. There's hella Asian dudes in Russia. Like, I feel like they just keep pointing to Russian, to Asian dudes and being like, that's the Korean. Now, I don't know. I'm not saying that like that there aren't North Korean troops deployed at all. But it is funny when they're just like, they're doing this thing where they're trying to do race science. Is this guy Siberian? Is this guy Turkic? Or is he North Korean? The other thing that I did see was that he was, he looked real fucking young.
Intensive assaults in the Kursk region. North Korean army units are being actively engaged. Their mercenaries have already suffered big losses.
But this is a war being fought on other fronts. With Russia's economy under growing stress, it's ever more reliant on its shadow fleet of sanctions-busting oil tankers. 2 broke up in the Black Sea over the weekend. Today, a third issued a distress signal. The environmental costs are mounting. There are reports that shortened riverine vessels, unsuitable for heavy seas, are being used. The Prime Minister in Estonia promising to sanction 2 Russian maritime companies and 20 ghost tankers, less forthcoming on this morning's attack in Moscow.
I think that's a developing situation, but this morning's discussion was very clear about the strategic need for NATO to stand as we do with Ukraine in this critical period.
Critical as both sides seek advantage, take risks, with just over a month before the return of Donald Trump to the White House and his pledge to impose a swift end on this war.
And after months of deadlock, Israel and...
I think it's kind of wild that, like, they're presenting this as, like, Donald Trump wants to seek an end to the war. Like, I think people don't understand that the broad reception of this for most people in public is not going to make Trump look bad. It's going to make him look good. Maybe I'm crazy, but like most people don't have the same, most people, like normal people, don't look at this in the same vein. Maybe in Estonia or, you know, Lithuania, maybe in the Baltics, like people are very aggro and understandably fearful of Russian incursion or whatever. But like, I think if you're in the fucking UK and you have your deeply unfavorable prime minister running around, going to Cyprus and being like, we are defending our Air Force, our Royal Air Force is doing a fantastic job. What they're doing, I cannot say because it is a war crime. What they're doing are war crimes, aiding and abetting in the crime of genocide. And then flying to fucking, flying wherever the fuck he flew to be like, yes, we're going to continue the war effort. Like, I understand the morality of the situation in terms of, you know, Ukraine's righteous emancipatory interests. But I don't think people are looking at this and thinking, like people in the UK are looking at this and thinking like, oh, Trump's going to end the war. Like that's automatically a good thing. Okay. For many people, they automatically go end of war. That's good. That's not bad. That's not a bad thing. So you're ascribing a positive thing to Donald Trump. New North Korean troops fighting with the Russians versus Ukraine in Kursk has suffered several hundred casualties, killed and wounded. Those are not battle-hardened troops. They've not been in combat before, per U.S. military officials. Some of that is showing. Casualties among North Korean troops fighting with Russia versus Ukraine in Kursk spread across all ranks, per the senior U.S. military official. North Korean troops fighting in Russia in Kursk are primarily special operations forces being employed for light infantry type tasks. Overall fighting in Kursk remains difficult, per the senior U.S. military official. The Russian counteroffensive has caused the Ukrainians to cede some of this territory they had back in Kursk to the Russian forces. Russia's main effort appears to be in the Donetsk region. They continue to make incremental progress. But as the Ukrainians get to more defensible positions, we think they'll be able to shore up defenses and last for some amount of time. In Kursk, it will be a hard fight for the Ukrainians to hold what they have. I have no doubt that they can hold it for a period of time that extends at least a few months into the future. Why would you take the Pentagon's word for it? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this guy literally is a Voice for America guy. So this is directly the State Department. But I also don't understand what purpose it serves to be like North Korea is really a player in this. Yeah, it turns out ceasefire very quickly. The ceasefire conversation was very quickly packed up by Bibi Netanyahu's favorite boy, Barak Ravid, who said, big gaps remain between Israel and Hamas and a Gaza hostage ceasefire deal isn't imminent, Israeli officials tell me. So it turns out that the ceasefire talks are not imminent. Moldova Mama Liga is back. I'm partial. I don't really care about the North Korean story. It could be true. I have yet to see, aside from like a couple photos, like the drone footage and whatnot, where you don't have any way of knowing if it's a North Korean person or like a Siberian person or a fucking, you know, like someone who is of Asian descent. That is in the Russian ranks, or if it's just like a straight up North Korean troop. But also, I don't even fully understand what North Korean troop, like what kind of motion North Korea has. You don't understand the severity. Russian simps saying those are Kazakh people, not North Koreans, Lamau. No, they could be. I'm not saying they're not. But I also don't understand like how consequential that is because it's fucking North Korea. They got no motion. You know what I mean? No, you can see right away they wear mittens. You guys get excited for a troll? Yes, Moldova Mama Liga has yet to answer for the crimes of Moldova in ending the unjustifiable, inhumane embargo against Cuba. Because of sore wrists? Why? Because they're jerking it too much? Is that what you're going to say next? I saw that video too. I saw that article. North Koreans find porn for the first time. They lose their minds. They're just fucking tugging it. Mama Liga, answer for your crimes of Moldova. Moldova abstained from ending the inhumane, unjustifiable blockade against Cuba. Why have your people done this? Last year it was Ukraine. We overcame. Son of a bitch, you did this. You're 1/10 responsible considering the population size of Moldova. Yeah, your silence is deafening. Damn, didn't know Moldova is in the Security Council? Yes, dude, he's one of the 10 people that live in Moldova. See, he didn't even know. They didn't even, bro, Moldova Mama Liga, ever since he escaped to America to come back to Moldova stronger with 2 cows so that they can have even more defense against possible Russian incursion, he has lost track of all Moldovan affairs. He was about to double their defenses by 2 cows, not 1. Moldova, I was infiltrating Vatican and Indiana Jones in the past 10 days. Yeah, Moldova voted to abstain. For the 32nd time, the world demands an end to the U.S. blockade on Cuba by UN resolution. In favor, 187 nations. Against 2 nations, United States and Israel. Abstention 1, Moldova. Oh, all of a sudden, you're not familiar. Answer for the crimes of Moldova right now. I will take away your extra cow. You will not be able to bring it back to Moldova. Abstaining is not that bad. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, that's why only 1 country did it, and it was Moldova. Anyway. Donald Trump is going to potentially protect TikTok. So there's that. Moldova, you keep this energy up, we will recognize Transnistria, okay? You understand me? I will get into Trump's ear. I got my ways. I'll pull a Miriam Adelson. He already loves Putin. I'll pull a Miriam Adelson and give him all of my ill-gotten gains to recognize Transnistria and be like, oh, Russia's got security concerns. Russia's got some real, it's Pridnestrovia. Okay, that's even harder to say. I barely got around to being able to say Transnistria. And now you're telling me it's Prigozhin or whatever? What the fuck? What? North Korean soldiers react to grand best moments? Shut the fuck up. Why a North Korean woman was shocked for the first time? America? North Korean female officers react to loving America. Loving American dads the first time. What are these fucking videos, man? What the hell is this fucking slop? There ain't no way North Koreans. First of all, North Korean soldiers that react to grand best moments, only getting 79,000 views is criminally underrated. Okay, especially if this other video got 3 million views. You're a beautiful brother, but your glasses remind me of Jeff Dahmer. Okay, good. I watched a few of them. Those two soldiers are wholesome. There ain't no way that's real, man. Okay, let's see. Dude, where the fuck is everybody at? I want to play fucking Marvel Rivals. Like, what's happening? It's madness. Check the comments. There's a North Korean archive page that will react negatively to anything that paints North Korea in a bad way. Who's playing right now? I want to play as well. But I don't know who's still up. Okay. Oh shit. Connor? Which Connor? Sea Dog Va or the pant eating kind? Oh shit. I just found something out. I got wild chips because you and Austin said they were good. They're so ass and so expensive. Wait, hold on. Choco Agent and Pokey are playing. Are they still playing? I hit him up before. I hit him up earlier. I hit up Pokey to be like, yo, can I play? But they're not. Thoughts on Dubai chocolate? It's great. Oh my God. They're already ranking, dude. They're already fucking ranking. Venom advanced tips
forever without
timestamp.
heals. Now let's move on to how to truly separate yourself from the rest of the pack with some advanced concepts. Venom's
left
kit is
behind.
relatively simple, but truly advanced Venom players separate themselves from the noobs through a concept called spell discipline. He has extremely long cooldowns on every ability, so thinking before swing diving into a team is always the play. Venom also has the ability to crawl and run on walls, so while his core combo will always be swing dive, what you can do instead is jump from or crawl to high ground and use only your dive to engage, using your shield to extend the fight, And if things get sketchy, you still have your swing to escape with. So many Venoms will swing dive into a fight, quickly realizing that they shouldn't have gone that deep and die before their long cooldowns are available again. By diving from a wall crawl or high ground, you give yourself much higher odds of surviving, since anytime things get dicey, you've got a super fast escape tool with your swing. Overall, Venom is an extremely powerful diver in Marvel Rivals and so fun to play. Seriously, he's like my favorite tank. Remember to have strong spell discipline when engaging and try to strike a balance between diving and contesting the enemy team's front line. It can be—
That's solid ass advice, dude. That's fucking solid ass advice. Bro's locked in. I am locked in. Connor eats pants. Do you want to play Marvel? I'll play right now. Let's fucking go, Connor. That's crazy. I've already been left behind. I'm a child left behind. I'm calling Connor, also a child left behind. Actually, hello? Are you ranked already?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why is everybody already so far ahead? I mean, this game's been out for a minute.
Stream politics for like 8 hours a day.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to play. Listen, this isn't Fortnite Friday. I know you are. I know you've had only respectable guests on your stream from the realm of politics.
Right.
I
You're
know
not one of them?
I'm not one of them. No, I'm saying
you said some controversial things.
I'm far too controversial, unlike George Santos.
Oh, he's a good guy.
Yeah. Also, I am worried because it's like your guests sometimes get like milkshaked and stuff in public. Like, and I'm almost, and I fear that is because of their. I fear that has something to do.
Their association, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think so too. But it only happened one time. If it happens a second time, that's when I'll have to start doing something.
Okay, well, what's your username? Write it in the chat so I can add you, so we can dive in.
Face of Deadlock.
What?
Face of Deadlock is my name.
Okay, you have to write it in the chat and also.
Put it. And
it's face of. I thought it was phase up.
Oh no, that'd be a lot cooler though.
That would be a lot cooler, but it's all good. Okay. Invite.
Oh, is that? Oh, you're real Hasan. Oh, I just added somebody else I thought was you.
Did you add Hasanabi?
No, I just added you. You're in my game now. I added UHC CEO Shooter in all caps. Is who added me.
That's not me, man. What the fuck?
Sorry.
Damn, we both have the same skin. That's crazy. What do you play? What do you main?
I play everybody. I love learning everybody.
Okay. Do we go quick match?
Yeah, let's do it.
And then quick match. I can't do competitive anyway. And then do we talk to the people?
We can. I love talking to people in the game.
Me too, but I don't know how to do that. Like, what do I have to change? What button do I press?
There's I think it's in like communication settings or something. You have to like change your like push to talk key too.
You'll need a top-notch team to
What's your push to talk key?
I put mine on like my mouse, like on the side button.
That's cool.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I do. Should I go with Iron Fist again?
I like Iron Fist, but he might be difficult to start with. Punisher.
I've been playing with him.
I feel like Punisher would be good to start with because it's just. Like
I've been playing with Iron Fist. I've been cooking with Iron Fist.
Try Punisher or something.
Okay, you want me to do Punisher? Fuck it. I'll do Punisher. Wait, half the team is not even in yet.
Anybody got a mic in here? Anybody got a microphone?
Message from Spider Zero.
Get ready.
No one's talking.
Magic, please. Apocalypse is sent to Godhood. Do you know what comes after?
An age that's rightfully ours. You know the old gods had their turn and messed up. Fist of
The battle starts in
Bro, everyone is muted.
4, 3.
No, they're not talking in game.
Wait, what is this game mode? I don't know what to do, Connor.
Don't forget.
Right, it's just, it's like you play Overwatch?
Is your top priority.
No.
Okay, so we have to capture the point over there, and then we get to push the little robot. You just stand there, but we have to capture the point first.
I'll patch you up. Eat unlimited ammo. Someone scratch my back.
Got him, bitch.
It's like the first game you've been trying to play in a minute.
No, I just asked, and immediately you hit me up. So it was
Yeah,
perfect.
someone told me. I messaged everybody. I was like, guys, I'm ready for Marvel, and everybody had a group already. I like solo queuing anyways. I feel like it's the most honest way to play.
I'll patch you up. Who could fight the goddess of hell?
Damn, we're kind of cooking them, huh?
Yeah, we're fucking them up.
Is
I heard
this
they made
normal?
Punisher like anti. Well, no, woke, like what they made Punisher woke now.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like he does like because his like logo is like being used by like cops and stuff. Like he had like I know like a recent story apparently they like made him like disavow his like symbol or something.
Oh, what the fuck? They closed the door on me.
Yeah, go this way. He doesn't say slurs anymore. He said slurs before.
Oh shit!
Making that up.
Oh, I died. I couldn't face off with Venom.
Yeah, Venom's annoying. He'll just like jump in and do a bunch of shit, and then he just.
No, I like
heals.
Venom. I've played Venom.
Yeah, he's pretty simple.
Yeah. He is pretty simple.
Co-op time.
There's like some weird shit you can do if like you change a setting on him, but it's too complicated for me. You can like change like how his like swing works.
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm healing you. You're good. You're good.
Thank God.
That character, when she's on you, she like she does like self heal. Like the more damage she does, she'll just keep healing up. You have a Venom behind you.
Wait, how am I not able to kill him? Oh, I got him.
Got him.
Bitch.
Oh fuck.
Enemies perfect. Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
I'm nowhere near my fucking. Oh, I have my all.
I'm not done.
Do something funny. I'm playing with Hasan, baby. That's funny enough. We'll get jokes later.
Hope you filled the tank, Zero. It's go time.
You're halfway there.
What is that huge jump?
Fuck. Can I cook him? Up here?
If you jump on this thing I throw, you get unlimited ammo.
What?
This little like glowy thing I throw.
I think I need to use my ult. I haven't used it at all.
Judge, jury, executioner.
You sound like George Santos. Can moderators ban that guy?
I'm good to go.
Double kill. You owe me one.
I only got a double kill. That's
Ride it
lame.
like you stole it, Spider Zero. Let's roll.
On your toes.
Connor, are you proud of me? I'm kind of cooking a little bit.
Dude, I am proud of you. You're killing it. But if
Eleven
I place this thing down, if I'm Rocket and you're Punisher, turn around. Come over here. All right, I'll be up there. I throw this thing on the ground and you're in that.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I got.
You have unlimited ammo in this thing. If you're standing in that radius. All right, I tried.
What the fuck?
You'll figure it out.
No! No! No! Oh, he was so low. I almost got the Black Panther, but he cooked me with one.
You're doing great.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
I get unlimited ammo when I stand in that thing. That's nice.
Scarlet Witch might be more your speed too. Or Squirrel Girl.
I am ready to put on a show.
What the fuck? Oh, they're ulting. That's why. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
A feast for my crow.
Yeah, that like snow character's ult is really stupid.
Oh, fuck! Jump!
I'm healing you, I'm healing you. Oh no.
Wait, I got revived?
Yeah, I can place on a revive right. Look, if you stand in this gold circle right here, son, you have unlimited ammo. Yeah, you have unlimited ammo in that.
Nice. Problem is I'm Yeah, I mean, it's over anyway. All right.
Rich just keep getting richer.
Get a teammate that gave up.
What are these bouncy balls?
That's my healing. So I shoot those around, and if you're near him, you heal.
Oh, nice. Dude, I am melting!
Battlefield ready again. Someone so weak.
Pretty much always want to target the healers first because they're pretty busted.
Dude, headshots are crazy, and it's so nice when it's like clink, clink, clink, clink, clink.
Yeah, the little dink sound.
I'll patch you up.
You should try this game Overwatch sometime. It's really popular.
No, I think this game is more fun than Overwatch, honestly.
I think they're all fun.
Overwatch is too confusing for me.
Yeah. They just need players, so I'm trying to do some work for them.
Wait, what? Who killed me? How did they? Oh, I got revived. Nice, but still. There's behind you. Behind you.
Take good care of your guns. Out of sight. Leave them to Khonshu.
So close! This is your big chance!
Bitch.
You would love Scarlet Witch.
Really?
Yeah, she doesn't even have to aim.
Nice little boost.
Is that a diss? Is that what it is?
No, I mean, I love this character. I can just brainlessly hold the button and I win.
We are undefeatable!
Oh, fuck! Iron Fist cooked me.
It's off feeling.
Wait, so you do have a mic. I just heard you.
This fight was never yours.
Cinna wants to play. Cinna wants to play with us. She's ass though, I'm afraid. Like worse than me even.
Cinna's Twitch.
What?
She's Twitch. He's W community now.
Oh shit.
This guy's mad that I switched off healer. But I want to have fun. You're suck at this game.
Oh my god, I can never do this. Let's not be nice. Let Cinna play. Yeah, no, of course I would love to let Cinna play. Let's finish this round and then we'll add Cinna. Why wouldn't I let Cinna play, chat? What are you, crazy? Y'all took me seriously when I said that? Fuck!
Fine, I'll do it here.
Bitch.
Wait, somebody else switched. Okay.
Leave them to Khonshu.
I'm close to ulting.
Saves shit.
What the fuck? This Iron Fist!
Gets in your face, you can't do anything.
God, I want to do Iron Fist after I get my after I pop my ult. I'm gonna probably switch to Iron Fist because I want to fuck this Iron Fist up to show him how it's really done. You know what I'm saying?
Don't switch, bro.
Ghost Moon.
No one asked.
I am ready to put on a show!
I'm ulting.
Jury.
Are you employed?
What? Oh my god. All right, I'm doing Iron Fist.
Lose this game. Huh?
What? What'd you say?
You all throwing this game, you dumb fuck.
You are bad at this game. You're worse, bro.
Connor, don't. You're gonna make him mad.
Oh, you don't want him to have a little moment?
Oh no, I want to fucking win the game. And we're gonna lose this game, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of my fault.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
People get toxic in quick play. That's crazy.
So that's why I say solo queue is the best way to play this game, because it's just part of the challenge going up against your own team. You could argue that your own teammates in a game like this is worse than the red team.
All right, I'm only level 6.
Let's get Senna in.
What's Senna's? Oh, Nandre wants to play as well. Where's Senna? You are not that good, man. Guys, I know I'm not good. Solo queue is so fucking funny and so toxic. Okay, what's Senna's username? Shut the fuck up. Nandre's username. No. Actually, hello. I'm joining the call. Senna, what's your username?
Did they lie about Senna? Because she didn't join the call.
She didn't join the call. Senna, join the call. Oh, was chat
Wait,
lying?
who is real? We have real Hasanabi in here, and we have real Hasan Piker.
It's Nandre. I think he made a new account just to fucking, or I just randomly added real Hasan Piker.
It's got to be a random. There's no way that's not.
Oh, Senna's not even live?
Wait, she said 1 second. Maybe she is joining.
Oh my gosh,
He doesn't stream video games anymore.
He said, nah, it's me, Lamau. Nandre, join the fucking chat, dude.
Yeah, I don't really call.
Is Nandre not invited to the call?
I'm adding him.
Wow, that's fucked up.
What's wrong with you, dude?
Why did you make a new account just for this?
I typed it in. I thought you had it.
Why would I change my name to real Hasan Piker?
Well, now I'm stuck with it. I tried to change the name. They said I can't change it for 3 months.
Yeah, you're cooked. Someone had Hasanabi.
Hey, Hasan, turn on shared chat so that I get 20,000 viewers.
Someone had Hasanabi on mine. I don't know how to do it.
I don't know how to do it either. I'll figure it out.
If you figure it out, let me know.
Wait, is it squad stream or stream together? Oh, do I have to knock? Oh, true.
Okay, but I don't get like a notification or anything, so I don't know how that works.
I don't know either. Click not. Wait, it worked? Join. Holy shit.
It worked, but you also have to share chat, I think.
Okay, I'm down.
But I don't know how to do that. So it won't even group as like, oh, share chat is on. Okay, there you go.
I think it automatically does it.
There we go. Nice.
Look at us.
My chat's not unionized, so.
Y'all are not winning without Meinhardt either. I'm a union buster.
Oh.
I cook them when they try to fucking talk about unionization in the chat.
You know, I took a flight yesterday, and it's been like 10 years since I've been selected for a random security screening, and I just so happened to be wearing the John Brown Hunting Club sweatshirt, and I got the full pat down.
Yeah, they touch your little butthole?
All the way up, whole scrotum, down my seam, the whole thing.
That's nice.
Wow.
So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Sometimes you gotta let others cop a little feel to feel alive, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Can we play Marvel now?
Yeah, where's Senna?
Yeah, what is this shit? She thinks because she's like W community, she can just like big time us and make us wait and shit.
Literally though.
Come on, brokey main.
You can't say that, dude.
Pick up the pace.
Am I gonna play Jeff or Squirrel Girl?
Yo, Ceasefire Award changed her. You're right, chat.
It did.
It fucking did.
Doesn't even speedrun anymore.
Ceasefire Award changed you. Should we play one while we're waiting? I'm fucking.
Yeah.
I'm itching.
Run it.
All right. I've seen that flick to the wipe it off option. I'm sure you can cook in this game. Hall of Jalia.
The right heroes could make all
right.
the difference.
Najo, have you played this game? You're a fucking real ass gamer, so.
I have not played this game yet, but I've watched enough.
We're fucking cooked.
It's like Overwatch, but
Bro, we're
Marvel.
cooked. You're about to get carried by Connor and I, all right? So
All right, I'll do fucking Venom. I'll play tank.
Venom.
Hey, anybody here got a mic? Who hears on comms, guys?
What's my default push to talk here?
Yeah, what is the default push to talk?
I'm gonna change it quick.
Go Squirrel Girl, go. No, dude, I'm not doing it for the Coomers.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, Squirrel Girl, you'll be good at her.
Push to talk default is comma.
Comma? Hello, hello? Can you guys hear me?
Or apostrophe.
Wait, apostrophe?
Top left on your keyboard.
What? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, there you go.
Yo.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
There she is. Look who it is, dude.
Hi.
Oh, you're too late. We just started.
All right, she'll get a next one.
Wait, where are the enemies coming from?
Yeah, we literally just started the round.
Dude, you couldn't wait 2 seconds?
We waited.
We waited a couple of minutes.
Bro, you spontaneously added me into a group. You're surprised it took me like 2 minutes
I
to
thought
get
you were
here?
waiting. I was told you were waiting.
No, I'm offline. I just entered.
Let me watch your
Oh
game.
my god, I got destroyed. Wait, do we not have healers?
I will switch to Jeff. Medicine. Jeff's a healer.
Wait, we can drop. I mean, we just started, but wait, do we get punished
No,
for
no,
that?
finish this one. Finish this one.
Okay.
If we damage them enough, we don't really need healers.
Wait, do we actually not have healers?
No, we do. We have one. Actually, we do.
Oh, this Venom is just standing in our team.
Okay, can someone heal me?
You're the wait. Oh, I got confused.
Can someone heal me?
I thought real Hasan Piker was you.
Thank you.
Oh my god, we got Jeff.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Not good.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna need more heals if I'm gonna fucking Batista
The shark
bomb
ate all of us
motherfuckers.
and then jumped off the map.
We got
I don't even know where there's healthcare around these parts. Oh, there it is. Oh, never mind. You took the healthcare.
Oh no.
That vehicle in its tracks.
Hostile forces incoming.
Get over to here, you son. Jeff on Jeff violence over here.
Where'd he go?
Up above. Oh.
Venom is one shot.
Nice, nice, nice.
Down, big.
I have my alt as well. I don't know what it's. I still haven't been able to figure out how to eat ass with it, but
I don't really know what his does. You like go underground, you can like jump up on people.
I've got Jeff ult.
what the fuck?
Wakanda must be cleansed of this corruption.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Did I get anybody? What the fuck? Wait, how do I?
Stupid shark.
I can feel the cosmic energy coursing through.
Okay, let's go.
Wait, where is he?
Sorry, I could not Damn, she sucks.
Big turnaround. Oh, I just got destroyed by the turret.
Thank you. Oh, I died. I ate that shit. I'm not solo. I mean, I guess we're not solo queuing. We're trio queuing. Everyone else on our team is on fire except for us. What the fuck? Should I change character, chat? What does this team comp need?
Team comp's not too bad.
Together to victory.
Don't worry, guys. My shaders are at 30%.
Let's go.
You can always count
Be
on
there
me,
soon.
partner. A mystical artifact of some sort.
When's the last time you streamed the video games?
Today, but I have a slow computer.
Jury, executioner. We could get used to rise, my friend. Second chances. Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
Oh, Hasan behind us.
I'm too busy.
It's okay. I got away.
Get his ass! I don't have a heal. Ah!
Oh, we traded.
Oh no. Press V for melee attack. Oh really?
The shark's on the point.
I think I'm doing fairly well, all things considered, as a tank.
Yeah.
Chat.
All right.
Yeah, we were just in there. We were in deep.
We need Brogdemane Sinna to carry. Yeah, we do.
Wait, Sen, have you played yet at all?
I played yesterday. Squirrel Girl. Dude, she's the best.
Yeah, she's cool.
Go ahead, Hasan. Say what you want to say about her.
Oh my god. Okay, that guy knows how to use the turret a lot better than me when I'm using the fucking...
It's a hard one to use because if you take a crappy angle, it's trash.
Ah, fuck.
Big heals, big heals.
Oh, my game launched. Let's go. Don't worry, guys. Daddy's here to carry.
Yeah, I could not play it the other day. I had to like go in the config and switch stuff around to get it to launch.
Let me get some subs in the chat.
Why? What the fuck? Where's my heals at, Chad? Oh my god.
Only 60 seconds
Seen a
left.
shot a laser in her eye. Damn.
Oh, yeah, I did that yesterday.
Why'd you do that?
That's old news. I did it because Miz did it, and I thought, why not?
Did it blind you?
No. But then I was going to go longer until it got confiscated.
Nice. Wait, that was a huge ult by that guy.
Yep.
Chad is
Just
America.
been a point though.
Do I have to add? I think I have to add one of you.
Add face to
you can add
deadlock.
The real Hasan Piker.
Well, who's next?
No surrender.
He stopped them in their tracks.
First time chatter. Imagine playing with Hasan. Are you down bad? Yes, bro. I need gaming viewers.
Yeah, I'm known for that.
Oh.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Oh, if we get this Venom down, I think we just win.
Never miss.
I am ready to put on a show.
Uh-oh.
I'm so close to ult.
Bitch.
They made it.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Yeah, what the fuck does the whale ult do? The whale jumps in and does nothing.
No, it bites you.
What is happening? Why am I 1v5ing?
I just pulled 2 off the board.
If the little shark jumps in, then it swallows it.
Not the shark, the Namor ult.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Did I have an E there, chat? I don't think I did. Are we gonna lose?
We're good.
Where the fuck am I? Why am I so far?
Well.
Oh no, I'm purchasing skins. It's over for me.
Oh no. Slippery slope.
I'm going down a rabbit hole I shouldn't do.
There's some good skins.
Yeah, some of the league skins are really close now. Sure. On the XD everything out.
What? You know, bot?
Dude, come on. Let's go.
Oh, Venom ult.
30 seconds.
I mean, we're holding right now.
Fucking shark.
Where'd he go?
Moon haunts you.
He's stuck
Right here.
in their trap.
I almost have ult.
I am ready to put on a show. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh fuck! God damn it!
Together to victory.
No! Yes! Wait,
I'm
I'll
having
just
a good
swallow.
game. You're doing
No,
well.
don't throw me out! Oh, that's you! Oh, you saved my life!
Another
Doing well.
Punisher ults. That was a sick hold at the end.
Oh shit, you guys won?
Oh.
Oh my god, I was MVP.
The face of deadlock.
No, I wanted you to lose without me so I could carry. Fuck. If we lose now, it's gonna look bad. All right, Hasan, tell me your username.
Real Hasanabi.
I don't even give a fuck about my username.
That's fine. I get it.
Fuck you too.
I'm gonna be honest, just fuck you guys. Wait, type them so I can have them.
Face of deadlock.
What?
Face of deadlock.
You see that
You
shit,
would have
chat?
some
That's a
dumbass
highlight right
username.
there, baby.
Someone took my name. Literally, I got the game frame 1 and someone already took it.
Someone took
like,
Connor Eats Pants?
Yeah, someone's in the chat like, I have your name. I was like, can you give it back? And they go, no, I want it. I was like, okay, well, I guess I won't be me.
Make a wish highlight. Oh, shut up. Wait, we're not starting yet, right? Okay, Senna.
I added you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
I didn't get it.
Guys,
Real
my dog is watching
Hasanabi.
us play right now.
I'll add you again. It's oh, you have friend request turned off.
Yeah, because everyone kept fucking doing that. So what's yours?
Oh, you. Cinna alt. Hold on, wait. Let me turn my shit on.
You can add real Hasan Piker.
Why is your like tag always Senna alt when you're on your main account?
Because everybody takes Cinna.
Okay.
Alright, I'm in.
Okay. I need to do something real quick. I'm sorry.
Why is there news?
No, I'm looking at Venom skins.
Oh my god.
But they don't have it. Wait, oh, they're the Space Knight? That's kind of ass, though.
Wait, so who's real Hasanabi and who's real Hasan Piker?
I'm real Hasanabi.
I'm real Hasan Piker.
Oh, okay. Wait, that's sick as fuck. That's so. Did you steal his name?
I'm trying to up his gaming rep. I'm doing Lord's work.
Yeah.
Is this good? Venom Space Knight? Is this a cool skin, chat? I don't think
Venom
so.
Space is cool for sure.
Alright, fuck it. I'll buy it. I don't give a shit.
Come on, it's Astronaut Venom.
Doesn't even look like Venom. He looks like Hulk.
SpaceX Venom.
It's good. We'll freak people out.
SpaceX.
People will
Blaze
think
your
that it's
glory.
not.
Just realized that SpaceX has X in it. Like X
Yeah.
everything out. Like his son.
It's my favorite. Wait, was that actually a skin or just a fucking tag?
I should have made my username Elon's son's name. Oh,
let's go.
That's smart.
That would have been so good.
Mine was Luigi Mangione, and then I changed it.
Ooh.
Wait, Luigi Mangione, the people's hero?
Yeah, I had it as that, and I changed it.
Insta-lock, Venom. You already know this guy's a fucking noob.
Am I
Who
still
insta-locks
healing?
Venom, bro?
I'm fucking ready.
Oh,
Hey, does
heal.
anyone? Wait, which one is the mic again? Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, you're working. It
Hello?
works.
Hello? Can
That
anybody
works.
hear me?
Hello.
Hello?
Yo, I can hear. Are we talking in game?
No, we're saying if anybody in game will talk to us, and they never do.
Follow Sin on Twitch. Follow Sin on Twitch.
Yo, pin that.
Watch me. Please watch me at
Oh, we have a healer.
twitch.tv/Nandre.
I can.
Twitch.
How do you make a reticle without the dot?
Twitch.tv/Sina.
Chaos magic.
How do I turn off the dot? Can I know?
Wait, you can do custom reticles?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Wait, what the
definitely
fuck
need
is
to hit
that?
that.
Did you see that green thing circling around me? What the fuck was that?
This? That's me.
Are there bots in your chat, Connor?
I'm a
People are being like,
shark.
yo, 10 viewers free for you if you activate the bots.
Yeah, I need those. Yeah.
Oh, fuck, they're already here.
They are running 3. Wait, look at their team.
I got him.
What is
the
this?
fuck is this?
Wait, what is it?
I got heal on you, Hasan. You can go hog wild. Okay, I'm dropping.
Alright, I got the scroll girl at the top.
We gotta try Scarlet Witch
There's one.
later.
Come behind us. Come behind us.
Hasan would kill it on
Got him. I
Scarlet.
got him.
Yeah, I heard you explaining hero. I was watching SK play Psylocke, but that
Does
hero
anyone
looks
have
way
a
too
Does anyone have a
hard.
heal for me?
Yep. I'm riding your ass.
I need to learn gaming terms like flanking. What does that even mean?
It means the side. You come from the side.
Bro, I'm on a 5-player kill streak right now.
That's not a gaming term. That's war.
Oh, shit.
That's history.
Hey, who wants to smoke?
Your vehicle reached a checkpoint.
You said who wants to smoke? That's your gaming term that you needed to learn?
Yeah, who wants to smoke?
That's crazy.
What's wrong with that?
That's crazy that you
Yeah, I'm falling back a little bit.
Those are things
fuck, I
like
need to heal,
double dub
I
blood.
need to heal bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm adjusting my crosshair.
I have ult. I'm going in.
Right through the scroll stampede. Got their ass.
Oh my god, they killed me while I was ulting.
Oh my god, I haven't died once. Oh, jinx it. Fuck. It's okay.
I got heal on you, Connor. Was it the squid stun is so annoying.
I need to heal.
I'm trying to get to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we good. Up above on the right.
What the
I see him.
fuck
I got him.
is
I got
this?
him.
I don't know how to
Yeah.
play Loki. I don't know how to play against the Loki. He just like does a bunch of weird shit that I'm not familiar with.
No!
Yeah.
Oh, right before I...
I don't really get Loki either. I've never played him.
Oh, Hasan, that is Harry over there.
I know. I'm backing up. I'm backing up.
I mean, nah.
Okay, I'm backing up big time.
I'm
back.
stunned.
I'm back.
I also need to heal.
I'm dead.
I'm trying to kill that guy with the arrow because he's really fucking us up.
Yeah.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Hawkeye. His name's Hawkeye.
Got him. I got him.
He's in the
Do
movie.
I have a heal?
Oh my god, there's a girl above us. She's gonna slash down. She's waiting for you guys to peek out of there.
Line right now, behind us.
There you go.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I just got
my
squirrel
asshole.
Yeah, she's waiting up there.
Oh. What the fuck?
Team game, by the way. What
Oh,
do you
fuck.
mean? Are we not playing a team game?
Where is this guy going? Wait, we have a teammate that's just
No.
doing like browsing the map. He's taking in the scenery. Look at this guy.
Holy
with this guy.
fuck! They are pushing into our
Oh my god.
Spawn.
They're dominating us. Holy fucking moly!
I'll get him out of here, guys.
I do have ult in a
Squirrel
second.
stampede. I squirrel stampeded. Dude, they are dominating us. What happened? We had such a good push.
I think one of our players literally got lost. Like this guy's.
I need another heal,
confused.
if possible. A little bit, just a crumb of heals, please.
A crumb.
They're all waiting right there. They're all waiting right there. The slasher girl, she's waiting right here. Oh shit. Fuck.
I'm here.
You need to kill the little beacon.
She's waiting above to drop down. So be careful.
What
she's like right up here.
Why doesn't that fucking... I don't even understand, like, what the Loki character is. It's very annoying. You have to figure out who the OG one is, right? Like, the real one? They're gonna ambush us for sure. This looks like a...
Yeah, they're waiting for us to walk in here and die.
Oh, yeah, they're... Land shark upright.
Oh, yep, up the top.
I mean, they don't have ults because we just wiped them. There's two on point.
Oh, fuck, I'm too deep in. Sorry.
I'm dying! Oh. Remember what that one dude said? Walls and ceilings? I know, dude. I'm trying my fucking best.
Did you watch a YouTube guide?
I did, and it was ass because this map is not very conducive for me to run up walls like that.
Connor, there's heals behind you on the gun.
All right, I'm coming back in.
Get that squirrel girl.
The tree we seek is not far from here.
Oh shit.
Double kill.
Nice. Let's push this through this door.
Can we get some subs in the chat?
Oh, I got it right here, right here.
Yeah, through that
Got him,
load.
got him. I got him.
Nice, checkpoint. Oh, this Hawkeye is way overextended.
He's
nice.
dead.
I almost have ult.
Wait, isn't my character Kate Blanchett?
Yep. With wild
Nice,
mascara.
good shit, guys.
She was in the Borderlands movie.
She was in the Borderlands movie.
Uh,
Was that any good?
Can I
Like,
get
is it
One of the
bad?
worst movies I've ever seen. It was pretty. It was kind of so bad it's good though.
I got a heal pad
I have
here.
an ult. I have an ult.
Me too. I want to try and find this back line.
They're above.
Oh. Light them up.
What the fuck? Why can't I'm goddamn Venom. Why can't I crawl up the fucking wall?
Got him.
Bitch.
I threw two behind us, behind the point. They're away from their team. Oh, I got you, son. I got you. You're good.
Fuck that shark.
Light work.
Yeah, honestly, this push has been
Now
really
this shit is
good.
easy.
Easy.
Thank you for the heals. That was fantastic. Oh, they're coming out.
He turned.
From where? Oh shit, I died.
Oh, he's dead.
Instantly, I died.
Yeah, he landed it right on you.
Big win.
Bitch.
Wow,
Let's
what a turn.
We did it.
Damn.
GG free Luigi. Big dubs. Big dubs. Oh my god, I'm level 7. Oh my god, only 3 levels until I'm a pro gamer.
Bro.
Everybody, don't forget the thumbs up, everybody.
Oh yeah, that's a thing you can do.
Dude, I never use those features in games, like commendate or like.
Wow, you don't like
I hate my teammates.
You get rewards. You get currency.
You're playing against your teammates in solo queue, dude. Part of it.
Look at my little dogs watching us play. We just told.
Iron Man is sick as fuck. I don't believe that. I literally have only heard negative things about Iron Man.
I don't like Iron Man either.
I want to play Spider-Man because the movement looks so fun.
Or does he get to swing around?
Yeah, and he can wall climb.
That's sick.
I really like Iron Fist, but someone in your chat, I think, said I used to only watch small streamers. Connor, you've changed. Now that you have 19K.
No, I know. I switched up real quick.
You fucking changed, dude.
I started banning people, modding people that know what they're doing. Wait, do you like mod people that are like good at moderating?
What is being good at moderating?
Wait, where are we at? Why haven't we started a new game? What's happening?
Aren't you the leader?
Is it back?
Oh, where's the one? Oh, I should have hit the one more round button. That was my bad. Sorry, guys.
No, I just moderate people that don't want it. Like if someone in chat like does something bad, I moderate them, and then I'm like, "You're a mod now," and then they can't do
Inverse
anything about it.
moderator property.
Oh,
You're the best mod.
you make bad chatters mods, so
yes,
that they feel like a sense of they have this like elevated sense of importance. All of a sudden, they're like, "Oh shit, like I gotta be
they
good
start
now."
sticking around. They start sticking around, and then also like you don't get the people that are like get really excited about being a moderator, which is like the worst kind of guy. Like, oh, I'm an internet janitor now.
Okay, don't shit on my mods.
Yeah, you just. God forbid they're excited about something. It's like, fuck them.
I run a whole different ship over on my channel.
Yeah. I've actually had Hasan banned for months. He
Wait, do we have a
noticed.
tank? I didn't see our comp. Do we have a tank?
Oh shit, I don't know.
I used to be a sword master.
We do not have a tank.
But now,
that's crazy.
I'm
we have
so
2
much
healers and no tank. Okay, I'll be. Fuck it.
I can tank. Should I switch?
I'll be tank. I'll be tank. No, we need healers.
When I see someone with powers
These
like
2
yours,
healers.
I think, wow,
We have 2 healers.
I mean, how can I
Unless
compare?
that character doesn't play healer.
Yeah, Venom tank.
Anybody on comms? Anybody got a mic in here? Send us an agent stream is here.
Fuck you, bitch.
Agent's playing with Pokemon. We're playing with Brokey Man.
Stop them from securing
You know what? I'm happy you lost to Aiden Ross, Connor. Okay, fuck you.
Shit.
I'm happy.
Uncalled for. Uncalled for. Flag on the play.
Always knew you were a Trump supporter.
He's coming on me. He's coming
I've
on
seen
me.
the videos. I know the old lore. Ooh, first blood.
Bitch.
I'm coming back.
The Sapphire Award path to conservatism continues.
They need to make the Sapphire word apply to men under 5'7" next year.
Sapphire,
right
okay,
next to a
fuck
heel.
you.
I'm just as marginalized as
Wait,
some of
was that photo of you on
Chuckle?
Yeah, was that real?
Dude, well, yeah, it is, but like, it looked bad until Hasan's episode came out and people saw
dude,
that the
that
camera.
was like a. No, you're so small
Look at Hasan on
compared to
it.
them.
Look at Hasan on it. Dude, Hasan looks tall next to them too. But it's just absurd because I
God,
was personally
soldier.
connected to it.
Oh, I need
It's
heal
the
in the
camera.
back. stay on objective, bro.
But it looks really bad from me. Sure.
Chudy needs to do a right-wing grifter award. Oh my god.
Fuck am I?
Who did the best right-wing pivot this year after their career fell apart?
The best one? Yeah.
Your uncle. Your uncle.
No, that's true. That's not even fake. Too real, dude. That's messed up.
Jesus.
Bro, I'm so fucking. Oh my god, I was so far.
Maybe Mo 9 times.
What the fuck? What are these little shits?
I'm in such a bad position. Oh,
This
here we
map
go.
is terrible.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what the fuck is going on
I
here.
don't even know where the fuck I am on this map.
I hate this planet. I would never be on the Venom planet.
Oh, my homies
Honestly,
hate the
fuck
Venom
the Venom.
planet.
Oh,
I'm trying to heal you, Hasan. It's deep.
I'm deep. I'm deep.
Venom.
Went the wrong way.
Please keep healing.
I'm trying.
I almost had the.
Yeah,
I almost
you
had the
did.
shield back, but.
I almost have ult.
Bro, I get so turned around in this map. I have no idea what's going on.
I don't know where the fuck I am. This map is terrible.
Tippy-toe spotted bad guys.
Oh my god, I'm dying. No!
I think I figured it out.
No, this is terrible performance.
There's still a chance to stop them.
There's no carrying going on for me. I'm getting fucking dragged.
Fuck
Oh, I just got my shit shoveled in.
Stop them in their tracks.
They're flanking me. Yes, and maybe you should do a quiz of gamer terms.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know if I want to do a quiz of games. I feel like that could be a good thing.
Oh, it will definitely be bad.
Rank all gaming words.
What the hell is Robovolver?
What?
Oh shit, I shouldn't have dived in.
Oh, you are in the thick of it.
Everybody knows.
This is the worst ult of all time.
At least they're archers, ass.
Bro,
You missed
play
every
Fist
shot
in
he
this
shot on
map?
me.
What is Fist? I'm gonna play Groot. Oh, someone else playing
Oh
Groot.
no, no, no, no! I'm falling back. I'm falling. No.
Oh, I can do combo stuff with Groot.
I'm gonna do Punisher. I'm Punisher now. Fuck this.
Going for that right-wing drift award, huh?
Oh, he's woke now, actually. They changed him.
What?
Punisher is woke?
Yeah,
What just happened?
He
You got a
disavowed
one
his
shot.
symbols.
Wait, you got one shot too?
Yeah.
Think about what you did. This is not over.
Dude, he's sniping.
Where is the Groot? I can
That's
combo
Captain America. I
with
thought
him.
that was Thor. What is
That's
that
it.
skin?
Oh,
For
there it is.
America. Wait, we're fighting Captain America?
Yeah, he doesn't look like him though. He's like,
Oh.
he looks like
Well, then-
Thor.
Fuck America in this one instance for
Whoa.
this. Or other instances when they're bad. You know what I mean?
Dude, we're the greatest country on the planet.
Shit. Yeah, but not when I'm fighting Captain America.
What the fuck is that?
I'm on Groot's head.
What is that character? That's Captain America?
That's what I said. He looks like
Why does he
Thor.
look like a fucking Norwegian god?
Yes.
Born again.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I missed my jump.
I'm getting fucking destroyed.
Oh my god,
right
oh my god,
now.
oh my god, oh my god.
Huge ult. Huge
No, I'm kidding.
ult.
We should just DQ, guys. I'm gonna be real. This one is not it.
I'm hunkering down.
Hey, speak for yourself. One kill, dude.
God, this is.
Get on the
I've
board.
I know. That's why I said I'm getting dragged this round. I've done nothing. Every time I go out there, I'm getting
He's
one
back
shot
there.
by this freaking idiot.
What?
I got heals for you, Punisher, man. Oh
I hate this game.
my god,
I hate
Hawkeye
this game. I hate
just
Hawkeyes.
domed
I hate
us.
Hawkeyes. I hate them. I hate them so much. They're so fucking cheese. Oh, look at me. I'm fucking dialing it back. Oh, look at me. I need Iron Fist. I need Iron Fist.
Immortality comes with a price, but
You
I
even
was
have a
glad to
healer?
pay it.
Yeah, me.
Can you do your job?
I'm trying. I keep dying. This Hawkeye's all over my grill. I do want to ride on this Groot more though. That shit is fun.
No, Captain America. No.
What? I'm gonna.
Oh,
my
fuck.
god.
He's looping.
I'm having an existential crisis. Oh my god, I hate this fucking Hawkeye.
You'll fall long before
I'm about to crash out.
I'm dying. Yep, it's over.
Stand on it.
Oh, huge Groot ult. Too late.
Hard to tell when you're standing on the point in this compared to Overwatch.
That wasn't even Hawkeye. Fuck this game. Fuck this guy. Actually,
really
fuck this
Hawkeye.
guy. Cheating. He was cheating.
How could they kill Jeff? I'm just a cute little
I did
shark.
nothing during that. All right, hit the match button.
All right, I'll go healer this time, and I guarantee we win.
Well,
Let me give you the guarantee.
We can't play. Wait, when I say one round, does it mean like we have to play with the same team? Because our team is ass. We need.
No,
carries.
we get different randoms.
I think they can DQ too if they don't like the team.
Everyone better than me at this game is cheating and also Hitler. I agree.
Are you calling me Hitler?
Typical leftist.
No, you're not better than me at this game. You have nothing to worry about.
No, I'm definitely better than you at this game. I saw your aim yesterday.
Yeah, I don't
Dude,
feel
your
that
chat
way.
was cheering for you when you figured out how to shoot. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, well,
You like
know, I
shot
like
a gun
that-
for the first time, and they're like,
Hasan,
finally!
You really should try Scarlet Witch.
y'all both give the energy of somebody who types with just their index fingers.
Okay, first of all, we don't
I
have
type
any.
like
we don't
that.
have any fucking. We don't have any tanks. That's why I'm playing as a tank.
Wait, I type like that. I can't type.
These two.
Wait, we don't even need me on healer. You can switch off healer if you want, Don.
Stay strong.
These
No,
two
no, we-
arguing
two
over
healers is
Pony
good.
Express
Yeah, we
right
have
now.
three, is
How
what
do you
I'm
play
saying. So
Scarlet
I'll
Witch?
switch, I'll
Fuck it.
switch, I'll
What does
switch.
Scarlet Witch
Like,
do?
She's like, you click and it'll be like an auto aim. It'll just like drain their life. And then her right click is like you can shoot like these like balls that explode.
I'm gonna play Punisher.
Ask Cinna why she hates women. We know why she hates women.
I love women.
The battle starts in 5.
Women are great.
4, 3.
That is just not convincing sounding.
It really did sound like I fucking hate women, didn't it?
Didn't she win the Sapphire Award?
Yeah, no, women are great. Seriously.
Women? I love them.
Yeah, no, I can name a bunch.
So it begins.
Oh my god. That character is squishier than I thought.
Maybe play a tank, none.
Yeah, I'll switch after this. Who do you recommend?
Whoever you like.
Okay,
Venom?
okay. I don't know how to play this fucking. I don't know how to play this goddamn character. Hold the click. Oh, it's hold.
Yeah, you just hold it down.
Oh.
Where's this Venom on here?
Nope, too many bad guys.
We must hold our ground.
Why can't I see it?
You can
Oh my
go
God, oh my
through
God.
walls.
No,
Oh,
no.
really?
Shit.
Oh, I have to put on that setting for the swinging.
What do you mean to tell me all that
I
shooting?
can't go through these. Why do
You can't go through
lie?
walls, but you can fly with the ship. Like dodge things.
Oh my god, I literally have no. I have no health. I have no health. I can't play this character. I can't. I'm so sorry.
Pick what you know, then.
Someone
dodge.
in your chat just said Cinna was right, and I really wanted you to hear it.
I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna quit this game. I'm gonna quit playing the game. I'm gonna quit playing games again. This is
Go
why
ahead and
I
open
quit.
up Minecraft, buddy, okay?
No, it's too scary.
Oh, shit!
Minecraft
right
is
here.
scary.
You
No!
don't want to play Minecraft, trust me. What's so funny, guys?
Nothing.
Oh my god!
Hasan, why are you back here as a tank?
We're back. I'm back to raging.
Oh, I'm
Gonna stop
dead.
running from my heels. The yellow balls are good.
Clogs to clogs in 3 generations. That's the thing.
Oh shit, Spider-Man's on me! No!
I'm healing you.
Look who just showed up.
What the fuck is any of this shit?
Fuck.
They're
No!
They're in our base right now.
There's no cohesion here. There's no teamwork. Go over to the point. I have a damage boost on the point.
Fuck you! Getting that fucking help!
Oh my god.
I'm too old. I'm too old.
I hit him
for
with a
playing
scroll
video games.
stampede.
I'm too old. I'm too feeble-minded. I'm too weak-minded. I'll admit. I know when my time has passed. You know what I mean?
So. Okay. Dude, how do they have 9 and 8 kills over there? I have 2.
I have 0 and 4. So.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Like I said, maybe y'all are typing with
Show
your
them how it's done,
thumbs.
Unc. Show them how it's done.
Yeah, I'm fighting so hard here.
Yeah, I'm on this point heavy right now. Oh?
I just killed 2 of them.
I got one in the back. Alright, we got some space. Try and shoot the squids when you see them too.
Squid games.
Squid games. The Spider-Man is asking for it.
Ooh, now I have 5 kills. Let's fucking go.
What the fuck is this thing? What the fuck is that thing? What are all these things? Why are there like 11 characters on the map? I don't even know who to hit.
Doctor Strange about to go down.
Got him.
Nice, good, good.
Spider-Man's here.
Weapons are tools.
Yeah.
Check out.
And I'm the master craftsman.
Unk is crashing out. Yes.
See, I'm flocking help.
I'm on a 5-kill streak.
Battlefield ready again.
Good shit.
I'm hunkering down.
Okay, I think they're regrouping right now.
It's fine. We can hold this point. Hasan's got a good turret set up.
Spider-Man's right there.
Yeah, I'm behind him.
Oh.
Nameless got some extra help. Lucky us.
I think most of them are in that building on the right.
Yes.
Hasan, stand over here next to the damage thing.
Oh wait, I didn't.
Scroll stampede.
Spider-Man's on you.
Oh my god, he stunned me out of my ult.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Alt, almost ready.
You got it, you got it.
Doctor Strange is a tank, right?
Jury.
Yeah.
Executioner.
What?
No, we're chilling, we're chilling. This point is being held hard right now.
Aquaman is a ridiculous character, dude. What the fuck is Aquaman? If you put the crosshair on the enemy while you're shooting, it takes damage. Wait, really?
They're up top, they're up top.
Good job, guys. You're doing great.
Really good hold.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh my god, we're cooking. Good shit.
I just got the fat ult
Not
in the
done
back
yet.
line.
Again.
They're all low if we want to push into them. Yeah, that's one down.
They're up top, they're up top.
They're coming to the point. One's on me.
KO for one. One shot him.
There's
Okay.
a Hawkeye behind us.
Spider-Man, you don't want this work. No, he killed me.
I'm not kidding. I genuinely feel like they all collapse
Oh, I
on
hit
me
the
every
tree.
time I rear my head. But I also do overextend a bit.
I think the turret kind of sucks. It's too easy to jump
Let's
it.
see.
Maybe play a better healer.
Things are even more heavily armed than
We gotta stand on it. We gotta stand on the thing.
I'm here.
Come over here. Come over here, quick. I'm the only one on it. Oh god.
Only 60 seconds left.
Get a mantis.
Oh shit.
I got stunned.
Got stunned too. No.
Right.
I got
Those are
killed by the freaking.
Big Doctor Strange ult.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh, did we all die?
Yeah. around the second spawn.
Oh my gosh, this thing runs so far.
Yeah, they just pushed it through the halfway.
Ugh.
It's the grand finale.
Oh man.
What the fuck?
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man behind.
Whenever I see this fucking piece of shit, what is this character?
Oh.
Which one?
That Jeff skin is awesome.
Every time, bro. Every time she just fucking destroys me.
Now or never. Stop them.
Pitcher dog for a soft reset? No, there is no soft resetting this.
Dude,
I'm just so...
Dude, the magic.
Judge,
No way,
jury,
they killed me in my ult.
executioner!
Oh, that's so bad.
Fuck.
Oh.
This is
I was about to get a triple ult. Big bite.
What is that?
These things are even more heavy.
A nice deep freeze.
What's the problem? Is it magic?
I think it's just this Doctor Strange on the front line getting anything he wants.
That was terrible.
Yeah, that was rough.
That was... We just got
We
fucking
held for a little
destroyed.
bit, but...
We held
Once they got that push through the halfway, it was really
Dude,
hard.
like sometimes playing Punisher feels like I'm playing Overwatch and the other team's characters are one-tapping me, so they're playing Marvel Rivals. Like I'm playing Bullet Sponge Simulator where there's like so many fucking dings and it's not doing anything, and then the character will be like, oh, he's right there, let me one-tap him, and I don't know what to do about that.
Wait, somebody did say invite Super. He's a really good tank, and he plays Overwatch all the time.
Just load up the article. Okay, this is my last game.
All right.
Then we gotta win.
Wait, is Super a good tank? Next time, I'll remember to ask him because I think he plays at night too. And if we play, we'd have a full team. That's what we're missing. We're just missing the other two.
Cohesion.
Then we'd be unstoppable.
Check your bank account to get a mental reset. I don't give a shit about the stuff like that. None of that matters. Literally none of that matters. What matters is like dominating in video games. That's so much more important than how much money you have, I promise. The Shroud meme.
I'm clipping that and posting it to Twitter.
Is this a Shroud meme?
I think Shroud did that. Yeah, he died in the game and he looked at his bank account.
Marcus.
I wish I could calm myself down like that.
I want the fluffy shark skin. I'm gonna buy that.
I think they're giving out a free shark skin in like a couple days.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. They'll chew through anything.
Thanks for the tip.
My name is Jeff.
If your mental goes boom,
The battle
your
starts in
nexus
5,
goes boom. Remember that? What does that mean?
No, your mental doesn't matter.
1.
It's games or nothing.
Legends.
Fuck mental health.
To the mission area. Got
Fuck mental health.
Hell yeah.
We know Cinna's right wing.
Yeah, fuck
Not
mental
real.
health. No, I'm kidding.
Mental health only important when we're talking about.
No.
Never mind.
No, mental health doesn't matter, Hasan. Remember that. Mental health doesn't matter.
It's
Your
fake.
well-being doesn't matter.
It's fake.
Not
It's
real.
not real. I
They
know.
get you.
But you know what is real?
That shit's a
Amazon
lie.
Primes.
Give you that read.
I got Amazon Prime.
What is this guy's fucking adamantium ass shield? What is that? That's crazy.
They're
Oh my God.
all on the second level, by the
Connor,
way.
your skin.
My skin?
Yeah, I just saw it. Oh my God.
I didn't use my default skin. What's wrong with
I'm gonna die. I'm
die.
up here by myself. I'm getting fucking destroyed.
you? You don't make a hero shooter with ugly characters. That's the recipe for disaster for conflict.
Deep freeze.
What is that? A raccoon? What the fuck is that?
Rocket Raccoon. Anyone want to get this venom off my tush?
I'm coming, but I'm
That's
literally
okay, I'm healing in the
700
middle. I
miles
got
away because our spawn point is seemingly on a different map.
Winter Soldier seems strong.
He's
Maybe
so
I'm
fun.
just ass.
He is strong. He's awesome.
I took out the venom.
Does he have a grappling hook?
He does. He's Roadhog hook.
Hassan, I'm shooting in there for you. They're about to
shit.
push on you.
I like Roadhog. Roadhog. Is there anybody that has like a hook, like Pudge or Blitzcrank, or I don't remember what the character in Overwatch was that had a hook?
Roadhog.
Was he Roadhog?
Oh fuck! I'm so.
I'm here, Hassan. I'm
Squirrel Stampede.
You're good.
Squirrel Stampede.
You're all healed.
Push. Oh my god, this push is crazy.
Yeah, this is really stuck
We're
in.
fucking them up.
I'm healing as much as I can.
What the fuck? How did he survive that?
I got ults very soon here.
Got him.
Yeah, these fights in these hallways are really good for me.
I'm having fun. Having a lot of fun.
Oh, dude.
Player kill streak.
Oh, I got a 5-player kill streak too. Let's fucking go.
Uh-oh, they're on the point.
Oh, there's one pushing.
Shark or Venom's not back here. Poor guy.
No! Oh god, I got out of there.
I'm falling back. I'm falling back.
I did the Jeff combo.
Oh, he fucking domed me.
I killed their Winter Soldier.
No. Oh god. Not my kill streak, please.
Oh my god, I'm so far.
Oh,
We're
frick.
so close though. 80%.
I'm running. No, get away from me.
Venom ult.
Oh, frick.
Armed is fucking stupid ass way to do.
I got hunted down.
There's
Dog,
dodge.
look at the dog.
This is real fire!
Bitch.
Oh, that was clean.
I had a good round there. I went crazy.
We all did. Holy crap.
Look at their Venom versus mine, chat. 8 and 2. 2
Not
and
have a
3.
fun game. They did not have a fun game. Sorry, Kevin, man.
Oh, I'm starting off with an
Can't
ult
log
too.
off on a dub. Yes, watch me.
Hey, come on, one more.
You guys new players, lol.
Before you attack, get ready.
Yo, mods, get that guy's address.
People are scared of you.
When doom has been brought to heel, I
Talking
will
shit in the
choose
match
as
chat.
God's
Stick to politics?
I said to stick to Splatoon.
The battle starts in 5.
Damn it.
4.
You said it in team.
2.
I did shift enter, I thought. I thought shift enter. I thought shift enter was all chat.
To rule the afterlife is to rule everyone.
The worst this I got so far in my chat was load up the article, big bro.
That's so...
It's fucked up. Just load up the article, man.
They're kind of right, though. They're kind of right.
It's over for you.
Ulting.
You already have ults? What the heck?
I started with one because I had it from the last game.
It carries over in
I didn't know that. That's awesome. Only good to know I popped mine at the end just to get it out. Wolverine in the back line here. Never mind.
I need a heal, please.
I'm
I would
healing you.
like one.
Come on.
This area is yours.
No, I lost you though. I'm
Oh,
not.
you're way up. Oh shit, oh shit.
You're good, you're good.
Behind us.
You want her on the corner. I'm trying.
Oh shit. I got him.
Just put the political punditry in the bag, bro.
I'm so mad that Trump tweeted out that Chris Christie, McDonald's drone.
Yeah, that was a choice
because
from
that
him.
was All time. That made me laugh out loud.
I know. He still got us
Hasan,
sometimes.
have you covered the drones, or are you typically, as usual, doing alien erasure on your stream?
I'm a big alien erasure guy, yes, 100%.
You're always like,
even
it's
a
not
joke.
aliens.
People get very mad at me for that. They like, alien lovers are so serious about it. Like, they go crazy over it.
Because you need to do your research.
I need healing. I need healing.
Are you gonna cover the guys who went to Antarctica to prove that the Earth is
I got a
flat?
triple kill. That's crazy.
The Earth's not flat. That's stupid.
That is true.
There is no what?
I thought about becoming a flat earther for the fun of it. Not because I believe it, but just because I want to see what the plot would be like.
Yeah,
They're coming.
I feel like I just want to see.
Right there.
Big Jeff kill. I just took out 3.
What was he trying even?
Yo, he's been trying to take. He's hard targeting me the whole time.
This is an OP Jeff.
He's probably
now.
a fan.
Glory is almost yours.
He was like chasing me down on the hallway earlier.
He watched the zombie stream.
He did.
Back there.
Well, thank you.
There's one coming.
Punisher on our left.
Scroll stampede.
Go for Connor. I got heal for you, Hasan.
Thank you.
Another
I'm
one.
dead though, so you gotta 1v1 him.
Oh my god, it's over.
Oh,
yeah, they're done.
Win.
There's no point in even trying.
Nah, I try to get it 1 extra kill there. 18 kills, not bad.
Yo, good shit.
For a tank? Good one to end it on.
They don't get it. They don't get it.
Good job, guys.
Still different.
GG's.
Took him out the geriatric ass retirement home and took him to the top.
All right, GG's. Good games, guys.
All right,
games,
everybody.
dude.
Thank you for all of that. That was
Goodbye.
fantastic.
Hey, thanks for playing, dude.
Hey, go open that article.
All right.
Thanks for upping today's advertising.
All right, everybody. That's it for me. I just found out that I'm gonna take Kaya to get her spayed tomorrow morning. While all of this was happening, I'm gonna go hang out with my mom. She just got done with her surgery. Oh fuck! Why does YouTube never load correctly? I'm gonna go hang out with my mom a little bit, and then I'm gonna take this baby girl tomorrow morning. Okay. God damn, she was ready. She was ready. She heard the song and was like, "It's my turn now." But yeah, I'm gonna be live at the same time though. Don't worry, fear not. Good recovery when you down earlier in a nice ass lobby. Yeah. Yeah. Good luck on the recovery to Anya. Good luck on the recovery to Kaya when she gets spayed. Little baby's gonna get sprayed tomorrow. She doesn't even know it yet. She doesn't even know it yet. Anyway. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.